This week on PTL, we listen in on the pros, look forward to the quarterfinals, and go back and forth in this or that. Get ready, Chicago. Primetime League starts right now.
Albus Knox from the CIS, from the LCL. They are doing what no wildcard team has done before.
Triple kill for Forgiven, and it looks like H2K will seal the deal.
Samsung Galaxy, top Group T at Worlds 2016.
Hello and welcome to Primetime League. I'm Rivington Bisson III, along with David Freak Turley, Trevor Quickshot Henry, and Mitch Kreppel Vorspools. Gentlemen, it's hard to believe 2 weeks of Worlds has already gone by us. Now we're in Chicago for some quarterfinals.
We have 3 more weeks of Worlds. It's going to be great. Only 40% done. I'm excited for some top 8.
I'm super stoked. Chicago for all the quarterfinals, seeing those 2 halves of the bracket play out. It's pretty lopsided in my opinion, but I think that makes it more interesting and more exciting once we see the games play out.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Riv, I'm just here for deep dish pizza.
Fair enough. At least we have honesty here at the chairs. With the end of the group stage and our quarterfinals now coming up, the groups have been locked. We've got Cloud9 versus Samsung Galaxy this Thursday, SK Telecom T1 versus Royal Never Give Up on Friday, with the Rocks Tigers versus Edward Gaming starting on Saturday, and finally, Albus Knox Luna and H2K will clash and wrap things up on Sunday. We'll talk a little bit about this, but not too deep because we got to go into the games.
As you mentioned, Trevor, lopsided bracket, North America and European LCS, obviously 2 powerhouse regions at Worlds.
Not quite what I meant.
On the same side, so free road for Cena into the finals, no big problem.
Freak, but that logic.
Yeah.
Albus Knox are going to take down the 2 biggest regions at Worlds. LCL CIS representing. I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, everybody's talking about how happy H2K and C9 are with the side of the bracket, but I think Samsung Galaxy is honestly the happiest team out there. They're more likely to make it all the way to the finals. Still need to see if somebody can upset the Korea versus Korea final dream. And
could that somebody be, let's talk about it for a second, Albus Knox Luna from the LCL. These guys, a wildcard team has never made it to the top 8.
Right, and that makes it an incredible showing. Like, that's a really big deal. They took out the #1 EU LCS team, G2. They even took a game off Rocks Tigers, who were the tournament favorite in the group stage. Good on them. Yeah, they beat CLG as well, but that wasn't as hard. CLG was not expected to do that well, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's reasonable. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, right, if Albus Knox could beat #1 in EU, which is G2, they can beat the #3 team in EU, which is H2K. Like, that is realistically possible for a top 4 from the team that was power ranked 15th or 16th in the tournament.
Yeah, we are moving into best of 5, so I think that's where some of their weaknesses will show up, but they've still made history. They can leave the tournament with head held high if they fail here, but they have a realistic chance of making it out still, because they just bring their own style to the games. They weren't handed over any victories, they claimed them themselves, and more importantly, they made League of Legends fun again with great combos like the Poppy and Nivea, and they're just a super fun team to watch. So I can't wait for whatever extra special strategy they got prepared.
It really is a fairy tale story for them, except it's a kind of a choose your own adventure. They're still writing it, they can sign off, so we'll see how they do. So now let's take a moment to step back, suit up, and listen into the comms from week 2 of Worlds and our latest episode of Mic Check.
I hate when Chris stays 5 minutes next to me. He's like, it's gonna be okay, alright? Hey, are you okay? Hey, baby, you need something, you need a tissue? Sleep inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find 세상에 비 오감다 2명인데 그 믿어봐 어떻게 2명이나 또 믿어봐 I got the pen I have pineapple Какие меня могут pineapple pen Блять, вот это pen народ pineapple apple pen 혹시 이번에는 나 있어 니달리 들어갔고 니달리 노플 니달리 잡았어 나이스 나 잡았어 이거 쉐더 호미야 오달리즈 렉살 메이사 리즈 빼봤다
Я отслышал, Райс на меня увинить пошел.
Дефай мид. Бля, я дам иду. Здесь ТП. Иду к стажеру. Стажер, ты ко мне можешь добежать? Стажер. Заставил, съебай, стажер, я тебя не могу сильнее вывести.
Я вышел.
Окей, вышел.
绿切，快点，
진 더블 샷이 지메요 W. 불어 커야. 빼봤다.
One Poppy. Snare 3, 2.
I can speed you guys up. I can kill here.
Okay.
Okay. Take it. I'm chasing.
Commit.
Just commit.
Yeah, just commit. We can chase. Chase.
I ult.
I'll take it.
Civil.
Rek'Sai. Kill Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is more important. He will take this down here. Okay, go push mid. We cannot dash, I think, because they have Rek'Sai alive.
I'm speeding up here.
1.5.
Rumble.
I'm on Rumble. 2.
I'm on Jin. He's 1 HP.
Peter.
Jin's 1 HP.
I go for Rumble.
Look at Jin.
Go.
Jin.
2. Nice.
Bang.
Push it. Let's go back.
끝나게 해야 돼. 게임 안 끝나게.
바론 줘.
죽지 마요.
나이스!
You can just start. Okay, just do it. He's smart. Just
I
do
go
it.
into zone here. I go into
Yeah, then No.
Best,
Okay,
what
pulse.
What HP?
Lee's not here. Oh, Lee's there.
2千나이스! 나이스可以only back 给我龙木可以 nice
I go with Rice. We can go. Go. Go,
I
Cannon.
slow them.
They're all low. I go dual back. We go dual back. Kite. We can win though.
Kite.
Yes.
They're all low. I got Nash. I got Drake. We can
I spit kite.
Malzar. Poppy. We can keep fighting. Keep fighting.
Go, Kate.
I got them.
Move it.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Nexus.
Блять, они добьют.
Крипы добьют.
Я держу.
Крипы добьют.
All right, gentlemen, let's start to break down some of the quarterfinal matches. We're into the best of 5s now, and Cloud9 versus Samsung Galaxy is going to be the first match on the docket. Starts Thursday. How are we feeling about this?
I think it's a tough road for C9. I think legitimately every single quarterfinal is winnable by any single team. C9 Samsung, if Samsung plays like they did in week 2 of the group stage, they are, I think, a top 2 team at Worlds. Not even just considering the bracket, I think they're a top 2 team at Worlds.
Okay.
So if that form holds up, C9 are super screwed. But I talked to Meteos after the games, and he said we did not play as well as we normally did during group stage. That something was wrong. Hopefully they are able to recover. It's a pretty quick turnaround. Those were the last 2 groups to end and the first 2 teams to play here in quarters. So there's very little time to change how well you do play. But if C9 comes back to form and Samsung plays like they did in the Korean playoffs, I think that's actually a closer match for C9.
But before we dive into the specifics of the matchup, we need to look at how these teams got here. And Samsung, they got out of a very tough group with Def, and they made it out honestly convincingly, especially in week 2, as opposed to C9, who barely scraped by. So in that sense alone, I definitely agree. Samsung Galaxy, maybe not in top 2, depending on how the tournament scales, but definitely top 3 team at Worlds for me. So I'm, getting a little afraid for the American Pie.
You look at the whole group. You talk about the group of death. The 3 fastest games and fastest wins of the entire Worlds tournament so far was from the same group. It started with RNG smashing Splice, and then the following week, Samsung Galaxy beat 2 consecutive fastest games. They were so dominant. They were so strong. I think it's an uphill battle. And then you look at Cloud9, and they had the ridiculous 70-minute game against Flash Wolves. They ended up, taking the tiebreaker the following week. That was, 50-ish minutes? The mid to late game is just not good for Cloud9. So all of the chips are stacked in Samsung Galaxy's favor, and it makes it very tough. But there is a part of you that goes, Cloud9 could still do it. They could still get better and find some magic, which is kind of weird, right? Because we're so heavily favoring Samsung.
But they would have to surprise, because if you look at the matchups, I don't think there's a single winning matchup really on the side of C9. We could go over them all, but one that I'm really looking forward to is the one in the mid lane with Brown, especially if we take a look at mid lane metagame. The likes of Aurelion Sol, Syndra, taken off the board usually all the time, which means you end up in a very Ryze versus Victor meta. Jensen has lost both sides of that matchup in week 2, and Crown has shown that he's probably the best Victor at the tournament. That alone gives way more edge in pick and ban for Samsung.
And it's worth specifically pointing out that in the group stage, Crown, the mid laner for Samsung, absolutely smashed Bjergsen, who is unequivocally a better player right now than Jensen is. So if you smash someone who's better than you, you're also probably going to get smashed afterwards. So, that's an important thing to note. And talking about Samsung as a team, right? You mentioned that they have 2 of the very fastest game at Worlds, and they're normally a team that excels playing the mid to late game, playing 40-minute battles. That's what their bread and butter had been throughout the Korean season, which is going to be a strength against C9, who wins mid to late game, but not as good as Samsung, right? So, the stack rank of strengths does seem to line up so well for Samsung Galaxy, but the point that always matters is how well you play on the day, and that is always a chance for C9 to take the
Final
upset.
thoughts before I make you choose?
Oh, I just definitely want to look at top lane as well and say that, like, while Impact is really good even without much attention, I think CuVee is so strong to hold his own. Like, everyone on Samsung, I feel, is like a solid, constant player. Ambition hasn't really had too high highs and too low lows in the tournament. CuVee can definitely hold his own against Impact in the top lane. And then C9 will likely have to rely on smoothly roaming again, but they're playing against a very, like, lane-dominant bot lane, at least that picks for laning phase. So in that sense, it's going to be rough for C9 to do anything. But best of fives, you never know.
You never know. Well, you've kind of voted already from what I've heard. Maybe it'll change. Crepo, we'll start with you. Who's going to take this match? Samsung Galaxy or Cloud9?
Talk too much already, Samsung Galaxy.
Trevor?
I think that if Cloud9 are going to win, and there's a lot of mid lane bans, then it's going to be up to Impact. But I'm going to say my head is telling me Samsung Galaxy is going to win the series.
Freak?
Yeah, pipe in the crowd noise from last week where everyone said not NA teams as well. Sorry, home crowd, but I think Samsung Galaxy definitely the favorite. There's a chance for C9, but it's unlikely.
All right. Well, while we wait to see if these guys know what they're talking about, let's see if you guys knew the pro. All right, here at Worlds, there are only a few pro players left. That should have made it all the more easy for you to guess this week's Know the Pro. On Tuesday, we tweeted out a glimpse of someone from the final 8 teams. And if you had guessed it was H2K's jungler Jankos, then you would have been correct. Jankos and the rest of H2K surprised everyone by going 4-0 in Week 2 and earning the #1 spot in Group C. Jankos managed to do it with a 5.33 KDA, 73.6 kill participation, and a 100% first blood kill participation. Spicy. Now, Jankos and his H2K brothers will take on Albus Nox Luna in the quarterfinals. That's H2 what? H2 looking to make the semifinals, that's what. All right, gentlemen, so we've heard what you had to say about the first quarterfinal. Some liked it, some didn't. They'll let you know on Twitter. We got to move to the next quarterfinal. It is going to be SKT versus Royal Never Give Up, an amazing quarterfinal matchup. Some would say a finals early.
A finals early? I mean, it was a final, right?
Exactly.
A few years back. I don't know. I think SKT also have to be the favorites here. You know, you look at both teams. There's question marks around both, but there are significantly bigger question marks around RNG. They have looked abysmal and they have looked phenomenal, but only against Team Solomid. If you look at the 2 wins against TSM, they looked pretty good, they looked pretty concise, they were on the same page, they're working as a unit, but then you look at the other 4 games that RNG played, and I think there's significant weaknesses that SKT can punish. Even though SKT are not firing necessarily on all cylinders, I still think they have exactly what it takes to take down RNG, who have looked lost and have made questionable decisions.
I think it's interesting. I agree. SKT are our favorites here. You know, I said that Samsung Galaxy may be like the #2 team at Worlds. SKT would be the #1 in that case. There's a point I want to bring up as a hypothetical about Royal Never Give Up. You mentioned that they were really good against TSM. I saw a fan theory that Royal said, okay, we're going to lose to Samsung, no big deal, but we're going to tunnel on TSM and make sure we can beat them. And they spent all their Worlds prep making sure they could beat TSM. If that's true, and they're able to dedicate those same resources to tunneling on SKT and like learn how to counter
In a
them.
short space of time.
I'm just very like if you're gonna make the logical leap, that's why they look so good against TSM and no one else, that like at least is logically consistent, they could do that again against SKT.
The problem with that argument, though, is that SKT, as a team, historically has been great in week-to-week adaptation within international tournaments. The fewer opponents they have to prep for, the better their prep gets, and they come out really prepared. And then combining that with the fact that RNG in best of 5 seems rather inflexible, especially MLXG is a player that doesn't really adapt too much in best of 5s, in my opinion, from watching them in the LPL. It seems that the farther the series will go, the more clear-cut the victories will get for SKT. And that's something we've seen historically as well at IEMs, where SKT maybe
they adapt very well.
They play a slow game 1, everyone's like, oh, there's hope. Game 2 is a little less close, and game 3 is an absolute
they get
smashing.
And the thing is, if you look at all the groups, I feel like SKT made less blunders in picks and bans than many other teams. You know, one of the narratives that we had a lot is like, why did you pick this? Why didn't you ban this? I feel that discussion did not happen around SKT, but I heard it around RNG. So not only have you got these like sort of player mismatches, I feel like SKT have got a much better grasp of how to get advantages from picks and bans. And that I think can really hurt RNG, especially when you look at some of the matchups. I think like FLICKR in the mid lane, he's playing phenomenally.
Right.
If he gets another advantage, and we've seen how heavily mid laners can swing matchups.
Right.
That's just the way in for SKT.
Exactly. I think individual player for player, I think 4 of the 5 are very close. Looper Duke, both excellent, right? You've got Bengi or Blink versus MLXG, both have been okay, right?
Yep.
Uzi versus Bang, the
whole bottom lane is explosive.
Great at League of Legends, Mata and Wolf based on form, right?
Yep.
But Xiaohu is not playing very well. I thought his Aurelion Soul was pretty good. I think there are some picks here for him that can stand up, but FLICKR has been playing 99% of the time much better than him, and as you mentioned, mid lane's pretty important. I think that's a huge wedge for the game for SKT.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to put up the vote. Trevor, we started with you. What's your first vote?
No surprise. I think it's going to be SK Telecom taking this 3-1. They'll drop a game to RNG.
All right. Go down the line.
South Korea is number 2 seed, SK Telecom T1, 3-1.
Crepo. Final vote?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow with SKT here. More importantly, because RNG's like strength to really win best of 5s used to be late game team fighting, but in the later stages, SKT was just so beautiful at warding off flanks and playing together as a team. So it's gonna be SKT. I would almost go as far as saying 3-0.
As well, I mean, I don't even vote here. I think it's going to be SKT too, but still an explosive matchup that's going to be amazing to watch. And now, through the magic of editing, we're all going to disappear, and Freak is going to serve us up some Twitter.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Twitter segment of PTL, where you guys win fabulous prizes. It's gonna be awesome. So last week it was asked of you to tell us which player would die the most during week 2 of the group stage, and for the Hall of Fame, how many deaths would that player accrue? Well, it was INTZ support Jockster who died 17 times. Ouch, I know, he gets an F for effort with that one, but thankfully 20 of you passed the test and guessed Jockster correctly, so congratulations for getting the question right. But 2 of you, or I should say, and 2 of you went above and beyond and got that S+ and guessed the 17 deaths. Awesome, you're joining not only some prestigious company in the PTO Hall of Fame, but also each earning a free skin code. At Niels133 and JesusZ_Z, or Jesus, however you pronounce it, I don't know. But again, props to you two for being so incredibly wonderful. But now we're moving on to the quarterfinals of Worlds, and our question needs to be suitably epic. How about epic monsters? Maybe an Elder Dragon. Sounds good. Tell us which team will kill the most Elder Dragons during the quarterfinal. And for the Hall of Fame question, how many Elder Dragons will that team kill? I'm going to say Rocks Tigers with 2. You guys send your own answers to @ElevableEsports. Use the hashtag PTL, and maybe you can also win. Good luck.
And now we welcome Freak back from Twitter as we jump into our next quarterfinal matchup. It's between Rocks Tigers and Edward Gaming, both favorites coming into the tournament, but have not shown like they should be the favorites. Freak, what are you thinking?
Absolutely agree, right? Both these teams lost to international wildcard qualifier squads. EDT didn't even get top in their group. They got 2-1 by H2K overall. Like, neither team is playing, and the results show, like they were domestically. I think both these teams look quite a bit weaker. I still think Rocks overall looks better, so I think they're the favorites, but yeah, neither team really looks 100%.
No, definitely not. I mean, the world's best player, Smeb, did not look like the world's best player.
That's very true.
And I was very shocked by that. On the same token, EDG were meant to be the strongest team China has ever produced in the history of League of Legends. And as a team, they simply just kind of fell apart.
And that's more because EDG domestically just looked so solid. They look very constant, and that's something we're not used to seeing from the LPL teams. Like, sometimes they came out swinging, sometimes they looked really strong in some matches but weak in others. EDG went undefeated in their regular season right there, and then they had a solid performance in playoffs. Right now, they lost to H2K multiple times, and H2K right now isn't even considered the top 3 teams at Worlds, and coming to the tournament, EDG was.
For me, EDG is like very, very bottom focused in the games that they have played and won.
For me, it boils down to EDG as well. Their strengths in the playoffs was also using globals. They had a very bot-centric view on the game. They had utility in the top lane. They played a lot of roaming and globals, and then they went to the bot lane. But then they played against AHQ playing those same globals, and they forgot how to play against it. So they're not even using the things that they're strong at and learning how to counter it when enemies use that same strategy against them, showing that they're very inflexible during Worlds, and it's kind of disappointing because we had such high hopes for them, and they disappointed. On the bright side, LPL teams are learning to disappoint less, Like they're not a complete collapse like LGD.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
only a minor disappointment. But maybe next year they won't even disappoint anymore at all.
Well, I think there is some bright spots though for EDG, specifically in their matchup against Rocks Tigers. Edward Gaming, a very bot lane focused team. They want to try to get depth ahead. Mako's very good, right? And you know CuVee can do very well. Rocks Tigers have had an abysmal early game here at Worlds. They've been repeatedly blasted in the first 15 to 20. Their jungler Peanut has a great KDA. He's got great farm numbers, but he's not getting anything done in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. And that is an easy spot for EDG to strike at. I think they can reliably get advantages there by winning bot lane, by having Flula get some ganks off. And if they have a strong early game, I think they can close it out from there. EDG aren't throwing leads away. So matchup-wise, as far as like finding a pool 1 team to fight against, Edward Gaming drew potentially the best opponent they could have after the second in their group. And I think they have a good shot at actually just blasting the first 15 minutes and then holding on until it ends.
All right, so I'm going to start with you. I'll put you in the hot seat. Freak on the seat. What's your vote for the game?
I think it's super close, honestly. I'm still a little undecided making the choice. I'm going to say Rocks Tigers is the overall favorite, but I think this is the closest of the 4 quarterfinals.
I'm inclined to agree. It's actually tough being put on the spot to make the decision. I think EDG actually have a bigger chance of winning this one if SMEB continues to underperform and they can cover for their weakness. I'm still going to say Rocks Tigers right now.
Pansy.
I'm still going to say Rock Tigers right now, but it's like 55-45. And I might change my opinion on Pick'ems because I've got a couple days still to decide.
Wow. Crepo, how are you feeling?
Personally, don't think it's that close, especially because Korean teams have shown very good week-to-week adaptation and preparation when it comes into a single matchup. And I think SMEB, while he looked not as great as he can be, I think he, throughout the tournament, should get better. So I'm more of a 75-25. I think EDG, due to variance, can take 1 game. So 3-1 for the Rocks Tigers.
All right, we'll see. Smeb's no pleb. It seems like a lot of you guys give credit to the top lane here. But for now, it is time for a week 2 round of this or that.
Hey everyone, welcome back. It is time for this or that. I finally don't have dead weight on my team, and neither do you. Yes. This is going to be great. Okay, so if you don't know the rules, Riv is going to be holding up signs.
You mean Telestrator?
Yeah, Mr. Telestrator will be showing us a situation. We have to choose this or that. Hashtag FreakWin. Let's go. This or that. More epic showdown. SKT RNG or Rocks EDG.
Rocks EDG. Has to be. Pre-tournament favorite versus pre-tournament second favorite.
Yeah, but SKT are actually probably going to win Worlds. You know, that's a closer showdown.
I think it is.
Yeah,
I think in the context of this world,
I already agree with you.
That is the more epic show.
I mean, why are you still talking?
And this has happened
We chose
already.
that.
Sorry, that. Okay, I'll take this because Jan almost killed someone last time.
Right. Okay. Bigger surprise, H2K #1 or Albus Nox?
Albus Nox, yeah.
Like, this is surprising.
It is.
And impressive as all hell. Props to H2K, but oh my god.
First time ever a wild card team. The way they're playing, they're not even a wild card. So we're 2-0 for that.
Yeah. This or that. Better motivation, Chicago Ice Cream, New York Pizza.
I've never heard of Chicago Ice Cream from not being in the US. You're in the US and you don't know?
Yeah,
this
is fair.
stacked.
And to be fair, also, Chicago Pizza, better than New York Pizza.
Does Telestrator agree? Yeah, don't.
I mean, Telestrator is from New York. I'm in Chicago.
Yeah. Dude,
also, it means winning your quarterfinal.
This isn't
so
fair.
that is much better motivation.
I'm getting a bit like salty.
That is 3-0, and we're tied.
That's not how it works, though.
Who will win lane? Ruler Core JJ, Sneaky Smoothie. I'll let you start. I have my answer. Come on. Or
Dude,
is it Ruler Wraith?
JJ's been a monster.
Or is it Ruler Wraith? Like, you can even do that. Because what if he doesn't even play?
That doesn't matter. The question is who will win lane if this is the lane.
I mean, but if he doesn't even play, he can't even win.
Listen, it's Core JJ. It's Core JJ's. I'm going Core JJ and Ruler.
You're going this?
I am. Because Core JJ's been a monster.
Yeah.
He's made the team look amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
So we split?
I'm going to go with that. Sneaky and Smoothie, North American Pride.
I'm bored of this.
Yeah, whatever.
I just wanted to win. You wouldn't let me.
FLICKR, LCS Disappointment, TSM G2.
Okay, so in the context of the whole year, it has to be G2.
It's definitely that.
In the context of the whole year, because of MSI and Worlds.
No, this is Worlds. This is Worlds.
But
this is Worlds specifically.
Is it just Worlds specifically? Then TSM.
I'm making the call.
The top 4.
I mean, G2 got spanked and lost the entire group. At least TSM was close, right? And look, I get it. Like TSM came in, and this was like, hey, we think we can top 4 at
They
Worlds.
lost in a tiebreaker. They were never even going to be in a chance. So it's more disappointing because they were almost out.
I think this is
my logic.
This is a massive disappointment.
So we split
this
again.
Is so
I'm going
shameful.
this.
And I'm like, look, yes, it's that. It's that.
You're wrong. It's
That
this.
is the bigger disappointment.
Wrong. Okay.
Better
wait.
hair.
Better
Oh,
hair.
that.
PewDiePie had that.
That. FLICKR
That.
by far.
Look how styled
Yeah.
it is. How stylish.
Like, look, just because it's long doesn't mean it's luxurious.
Yeah.
PewDiePie just doesn't cut his hair. FLICKR
Yeah.
actually does a good job of like
Correct.
having sick.
And he's groomed, nice and clean
That's
around the sides there. You know
that by far.
Yeah.
Sorry, cutie fans.
Yep. That's it.
All right, now, right or left hand, this or that.
That again. The watch. Does it for me.
That. There you go. That's it. So you stick around. We got Death Timers coming up next.
All right, now that this or that is done, it is time to jump into Death Timers. It's been a while since Cripper I have done this one, so for you guys at home, the way it works, we're going to have 30 seconds each to argue one side of a matchup in the quarterfinals. And I figure, seeing as though we're both European casters, H2K versus Albus Nox. Cripper, which side do you want?
Yeah, sounds like a good matchup. I'll take H2K.
Oh, why am I not surprised? All right, so I'm going to take the advantage. You pick sides. I'll go second. So, Cripper, H2K in 3, 2, 1, go.
Bro, I think you made the wrong choice letting me pick a matchup because it's not going to be close whatsoever. Let's go by the laners. Ryu having the tournament of his life. Forgiven is the only Western player in the top 10 KDA players at Worlds. Oduwalne may as well rename to Gargamel after the nasty shit he's going to do to Smurf. And then if you look in the jungle, PvP Meteos, please, you're going up against the first Blood King. He is born in PvP. It's going to be H2 what? H2KO, complete smashing, 3-0. I don't even think you need your 30-second switch out because it's going to be over.
Right, I'm not going to lie. You've set the bar pretty high for this one, but I'll do the best that I can. I'll count myself in because you just dropped the mic. 3, 2, 1, Albus Nox. Right, so this is the champion from LCL, right? Do you remember the first team from Europe that truly ruled the world? I'm sure you do because they were stomping you every single time. This is the reimagining of Moscow 5. FLICKR is a boss. He set the world on fire, both figuratively and literally. They reinvented what Poppy and Anivia can do on the Rift. And this is a team that is just continually surprising, continually stepping up. The best thing about it, H2K tilt so easily. Albus Nox Luna are going to put H... You knew where I was going with that one. So how do you think I did?
All right.
I'll leave it at that. You guys jump on Twitter, let us know who you think's going to win. Hashtag PTL win or hashtag Crepper win and quick win. That does it for Death Timers. We're going to jump into the top 5 plays from week 2 of Worlds with the Penta.
Sneaking into number 5, it was AHQ's Albus with the surprising Baron steal.
Their jungler is still in the base here, so this is a little bit risky.
Certainly is. Tunnel comes back out there. No, there is none around the Baron pit. They have the damage to get it done.
Oh! He got it! Are you kidding me?
Somebody blocks that karma Q! How can you let her do that? That's impossible! Vander's not tanking it. This team is like, Vander, come tank it. Vander wants to peel. Like, look what Vander's doing. Why? Where is he walking? Vander! Block the Q!
Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Why?
151 damage.
At number 4, EDG's Scout unleashed his power against INTZ as he picked up a quadra kill.
The damage, the equalizer. Scout is on a rampage now. And they finish off Joxer, or look to do it in just a few more moments. Player love, and that's a double kill for Scout. They just keep on going. Talkers, he's trying for more, but Scout is just wrecking through the team. Clear love will fall. Scout will pick up the quadra. Can he get the final? No, he can't. Talkers with a big shutdown.
Dancing into number 3, Albus Nox Luna's stay host didn't need all 8 of his legs to showcase some fancy footwork.
Was it a prank? It was not. It's actually going to go in, but that's a flash force. Perks goes in, wants the big play. Going to wait for Elise to rappel back down. Misses that first Q with the snares in there, and Rise does more than enough damage. He's trying to cut around those Spiderlings, doing a nice job. FLICKR comes back in! What a save!
Albus Nox Luna needed a miracle to turn the fight around in our number 2 play.
Meteos jumps on again. Gorilla with a huge play. Finds him with a pulverize, and a Miracle cutting it out, but he's actually going to get out of the way here. So much there, some more's going to pop, and Miracle still fighting in. Needs the life steal. Smurf going to try and get down. They need to save the Smurf. Gets him with the flash. He's alive. Gorilla gets denied by Smurf as well. Miracle, are you kidding me?
And at number 1, it was Forgiven with his triple kill to secure H2K's top spot in the quarterfinals.
They have the targets they need in their eyes. Pawn doing damage with the stars as he calls from above. And Forgiven's coming up huge. Those are 2 kills from Pawn. He's going to push Mako back.
That was monstrous.
Up. He spawns into it. Forgiven's the last one left. Mako's there to do what he can, but it's so mismatched, it probably won't be it. Forgiven alive, the triple kill for Forgiven, and it looks like H2K will seal the deal.
Forgiven, walking the walk, he's talking the talk. We'll see if he has any more left in him for the quarterfinals. Now, if you see a big play, or even better, an actual Penta, then hit us up at LOL Esports with the hashtag #ThePenta, and we'll put it in next week's video. Now, before we go, I do want to take the time to announce the Riot Impact Challenge. No, we didn't just employ Cloud9's top laner to take everyone on, but that would be pretty sweet. We're partnering with Omaze to host a charity sweepstakes where your dollar can not only win you a trip to Barcelona for All-Stars, but will also go to support 4 incredible charities that are doing fantastic work all over the world. Skins, swag, and merch will be available for those who participate. So if you want to make a real difference, head over to LeagueofLegends.com where you can find out more about the campaign and how to participate. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining me here on the lake of Lake Michigan as well. We're getting some deep dish later. Do not worry.
Definitely.
That's where we're headed after this. Thank you for tuning in. Before we leave, we're going to get ready to cast the quarterfinals. Let's throw it over to the road trip to Worlds as they head to Chicago.
Oh my god, why is this happening? First it was Nikki, then it was On1, then someone stole my RV. My mom's gonna kill me. What the?
You shall not pass!
Laser beams?
Crumbs? Is that you, dude? What are you doing out here?
You're the only guy that stopped. I need a ride to Chicago.
Yeah, you going to the quarterfinals?
I'm going there.
You and me, road trip to
Let's
quarterfinals?
do it. Do you take my staff?
This is perfect.
All
Crumbs,
right.
you're gonna be my road dog.
Let's do it.
Oh, God,
Oh,
this is
yeah.
excellent. How long have you been out here, dude?
You don't want to know.
I'm kind of bummed Dyrus and Odd1 left me, but I got you, man. I found you out here in the middle of nowhere, and it was meant to be.
But what happened with the RV? Their RV was a lot nicer, and you know this one's a little bit of a wonky-tonky.
Wait! Wait! Oh, come on! No!
You don't want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, Crumbs? But we have this one, and I have you, okay? And we're gonna make it to the quarterfinals, and it's gonna be awesome. Halfway to Chicago, baby! Look at this place. It's beautiful. See, that's why they call you Smarts, Crumbs. That's why they call you Smarts.
Thanks.
Look at this. Ah, what?
It's just salt and dirt.
Whatever, man. It's beautiful. Look at all this salt. That's a lot of salt. After group stages, who do you think's saltier? North America or this lake?
NA.
NA for sure.
Saltier.
For sure they're
Yeah.
saltier.
I didn't want to bring this up right now,
Then don't.
but it's too beautiful to pass on the opportunity. I think that we need to bring somebody else into our equation.
What? No. It's you and me. Oh, come on. We're on our way to Chicago. It's you and me. We're bringing a third
He's
wheel.
great. You're gonna love him. He's not a third wheel. He's gonna join us.
No, this is like a FLICKR 2 title situation. He hasn't gotten the third title.
You got the wrong idea. I'm telling you, we'll be stronger after him. He's that cool.
You promise?
I promise. We'll come out stronger.
All right, let's get your friend. We're gonna bring him in the RV. It's gonna be the Three Musketeers. We're gonna take it to Chicago.
That's right.
Quarterfinals. Yes,
That's right.
Yes. You said he was gonna be cool. Better be cool.
Dude,
He's not
he is cool.
Crumbs,
man.
What's
Yo,
up, buddy? How you doing?
Gordon, man. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, so good to see you, man. I'm glad you stopped by.
Straight to Chicago. This
Hey, I'm
is
Gordon. Yo, Worlds. We're road tripping to
We're
Worlds.
gonna do it.
This is
Excited
gonna
to
be-
see it?
I'm so excited. I really can't wait, actually.
No, and it's gonna be so much fun too. Gordon Hayward, could you just Just pause for like a minute. Come here. Come here. Seriously, come here. No, it's me. What are you doing?
What's wrong with you?
You didn't say with Gordon Hayward and the Utah Jazz. You're setting me up for failure. I'm a Lakers fan. Black Mamba.
Get out of your
Anyone
head.
sees this?
Get out of here. Come on. Come on.
Sorry about that. That was kind of awkward.
That's all right. I understand what's going on. How about this? Let's make a deal. I got a hoop back there. Let's go play a little game of worlds. Me versus you. If I win, I get to go on the road trip with you. If you win, I got some snacks, some waters. You can go without me. What do you think?
Snacks?
Snacks. I got a lot of snacks.
Okay, Gordon Hayward of the Utah Jazz.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, Gordon Hayward. It's home court, and I'm a gentleman. I'm gonna give you first shot.
All right. Look, I like to call this one the Pantheon shot because I dropped this one from way deep.
In the RV, so I'm a little, it's a little tense. I didn't really stretch.
Of course.
I didn't stretch before this, but
Ow. Watch closely on this one, okay? This one is the ricochet. Bank shot, remember, it's got a bank.
Bank. Rhymes with gang.
Ooh. Let's amp it up a little. This one I call the blinding dart. Ready for this?
Oh my God. Yeah, all right, yeah. Blinding dart, huh? It's the laser beam special right there.
Oh! That's another letter.
Oh! Is that regulation?
This is my global ultimate, because I go around the world on this one. You dribble one way, then you spin around the other way. I mean, it's almost like you're on one side of the map, now you're on the other.
What do I have?
I think you are at WORL.
What are you at?
I got nothing. This one's called the Zigs because it's from deep downtown.
Oh my Lord!
I just can't miss right now.
You sure you were right here?
Right there.
Wasn't like you weren't at the line, right?
No.
No, you were back here, right?
Definitely a couple steps back.
Oh!
This one right here is for Worlds. All right. After this, just call me Darius.
Are you serious? Did you one-hand it or did you two-hand it?
That was two hands.
Behind that, did you
behind the head a little bit, yeah.
All right.
Oh.
It's not regulation, Gordon. That is not regulation. At my home court, I put him down.
Hey.
I put him down like all the time.
That was a good game. I had a lot of fun.
I appreciate that.
You know what? I think me and you are going to be spending more time together. We're going to Worlds.
It would be an honor to have you on my RV.
Hey, I'm still going to get those snacks too. What do you say?
What?
Yeah, let's go.
Get the snacks?
Let's do it.
Gordon Hayward of the Utah Jazz, you are a legend, my friend. All right, gentlemen, huddle up, bring it in, right here. Okay, it's been the most awesome road trip ever so far. Now we got Gordon, okay? It's gonna be even more awesome. The three of us going to Chicago, going to the quarterfinals, going to Worlds. It's gonna be amazing. You guys ready?
Yeah. Ready?
You ready?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let's get a quarterfinals on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Quarterfinals!
Gordon, my man, enjoy some of those snacks. We'll be back in a jiffy.
All right.
Woo. All right.
We did
Chicago, baby, amazing, we made it. Oh my God, you know what'd be so sweet? Let's just sneak in a deep dish pizza, you and me, right before the games.
I can't get that. I gotta catch the games.
All right, fine. I'm gonna get the pizza myself. I'll meet you at the quarterfinals.
I'll be there.
Awesome. Wait a minute, you turn the generator off?
That was your job. That's
you
not
didn't
me.
Gordon!
trump to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A soul right of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last times.
Welcome to the historic Chicago Theater, home of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship quarterfinals. 8 teams from around the globe have descended upon the Windy City to prove that they are the best in the world. Each of these teams is only 9 wins away from hoisting the Summoners Cup. However, victory will not come so easy. Hello, Chicago! Are you ready for some League of Legends?
Nobody knew that we can compete. We will try to make our journey as long as it possible.
If we can get past quarters, it would just be a huge accomplishment, showing, yeah, we actually do deserve to be here.
북미 팬들에게 미안하지만 저희도 이기려고 여기 왔고.
저희 반대쪽 그룹보다는 저희 그룹이 조금 많이 힘든 것 같아요. 저희가 더 센 상대로 더 열심히 준비를 해서 이긴다면은 정말 결승까지 직행을 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
적어도 4강 이상은 가야 될 것 같아요.
유럽 SS팀 중에 저희밖에 안 남았는데 그래도 끝까지 살아남아서 유럽을 자랑스럽게 하고 싶어요.
만약에 SK를 이긴다면 자신감도 하늘을 찌를 것 같아요.
이제부터 시작이라고 생각하고 있어요.
Back into it, and the flash to chase, mechanically perfect from Meteos. Oh, he dodges the bombs, Crown with the chase, and it's gonna be Crown taking him out. Cloud9, they will have a shot.
North America is still alive in the tournament.
And Samsung Galaxy win the fastest game of Worlds 2016.
Good evening, everybody. I am James Dash Patterson, back behind the desk alongside Alberto Crumbs Rangifo, Chris Papa Smithy Smith, and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, welcome to Chicago.
This has to be the most beautiful league venue ever.
I'm really excited for this weekend, especially after the opening.
I mean, the juxtaposition of this venue and all that it's seen and now the show it's going to get this weekend is awesome.
An intimate venue with crazed fans makes for a good show. So our broadcast partners from around the world, well, they've joined us too. They've come along for the ride, beaming the tournament live in over 15 languages worldwide. You're seeing our colleagues from Turkey, Korea's OGN broadcast team, the Chinese LPL, Brazil's CB LOL. We've got them all here, so make sure you get noisy for them as well. Now, of course, though, it's time for us to send it downstage to meet the contenders in the first 2016 World Championship quarterfinal.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, Chicago, and hello, Internet. It's time to meet tonight's quarterfinal contestants. Starting on the red side, North America's last hope. You know them. It's Cloud9! Top lane, former world champion, Impact. Returning in the jungle, it's Meteos. Their mid laner, Jensen. Long-standing AD carry, Sneaky. Cloud9's new support, Smoothie! And their coach, Reapered. Their opponents tonight, hailing from South Korea, it's Samsung Galaxy! In the top lane, CuVee. Their jungler, Ambition. King of the mid lane, Crown. At AD carry, Ruler. Their starting support, Core JJ. Substitute support, Wraith. And Samsung's coach, Edgar. Once again, let me hear you here for tonight's quarterfinal matchup. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Let's set it back over to Dash to get tonight's games underway.
There you have it. Our two teams that are facing off today, the hometown favorites and the last hope for North America in Cloud9 up against Samsung Galaxy, who looked dominant coming out of the group stages, so it's going to be quite a matchup.
Yeah, and you can see the crowd heavily on the side of Cloud9, trying to even be a sixth man for the crowd. We saw a lot of boos in the stands for the Samsung team. I think it's a bit of American sports culture trying to make them uncomfortable in here, but there were definitely some cheers in there.
Testing the mettle, the mental fortitude of the Samsung squad there. Yeah. But we have to remember that 16 teams entered the tournament 2 weeks ago, and just 8 remain. Of course, we have Samsung Galaxy and Cloud9 playing today, and over the next few days, we'll also see Korea's ROX Tigers and the reigning world champions, SK Telecom T1, from China's LPL, Edward Gaming and Royal Never Give Up, the League of Legends Continental League's Albus Nox Luna, and from the European LCS, H2K. Now remember, the knockout stage of the tournament will consist of one single elimination best of 5. Now the higher seed in each matchup has their choice of side selection in games 1, 3, and 5, while the number 2 seeds will choose for games 2 and 4. After each game in a series, sides must be chosen within 5 minutes of the previous game ending. Since Samsung Galaxy finished first in their group, they get to choose for game 1, and today's series versus Cloud9 have opted for the blue side of Summoner's Rift. Looking at this entire bracket, though, gentlemen, we've got 4 really stellar matchups. Let's kind of, ruminate on that for a moment. Now that we've arrived in Chicago, we've had some time to, gather our thoughts about these 4 different matchups.
Well, I think it's pretty standing that the #1 seeds in each of these matchups are really coming in as heavy favorites in all of these, and any actual upsets that we can see are going to just be so exciting to watch.
I mean, the brackets are also super interesting, right? Because on the left side, you have a lot of the favorites take the tournament out before the tournament started. On the right side, there really is a hope for an NA or EE hopeful to make it to the finals. So in terms of brackets, you couldn't ask for much more.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of those matchups where Samsung has to play the villain in every single venue they go to if they continue to make the run to the finals.
And it starts tonight. So with that in mind, let's get into the matchup. LCK Samsung Galaxy versus the North American LCS's Cloud9. Now, Samsung Galaxy enters the quarterfinals after earning the first seed out of the hotly contested Group D.
And look, on the first day of this tournament, I raised the question, does Samsung deserve to be here? Should they be here? Question asked, question certainly answered. 5-1 in the group stage. They clearly deserve to be in a very difficult Group D. So then you kind of have to shift the narrative a bit. And to me, the question is, or the reality is, and it's one actually that applies to me as much as it does to this team, this is not the team that neither global fans nor Korean fans wanted at this event. They wanted KT Rolster. Probably a couple of KT Rolster fans here, maybe not, but regardless. KT Rolster, they're known for their polished brilliance. You think of someone like Score, one of the best junglers in the world, someday. On his day, the best top laner, not so much in the regional finals, you'd have to say, but still a very strong team. And, the reason why I can empathize with this, you look at the casting talent, the list. People wanted Monty and Doa, right? I'm sure people here would love to see them. Great casters in their own right. That's right, I said their name, chat, please. But
You're
the
good.
big thing about
You're fine,
them, right?
buddy.
Everyone knows their charm, their humor, they're great broadcasters. And the reality of this situation is that everyone's on the same page. Even the people that are here, Samsung Galaxy, they've said in interviews, we realize that we're here in place of KT Rolster. The KT Rolster fans, please cheer on us. They feel that extra burden of expectation, and you can kind of go one or two ways. In a situation like that, either you can wilt under the pressure, you can struggle. We saw Samsung Ozone 3 years ago go out in groups when they were the unfancy third team, or you can really prosper. And look at Samsung Galaxy in week 2 especially, the big story for them. They set the fastest game time of Worlds and beat it on the same day. This is literally the stuff that streams are made of for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, and that week 2 was just absolutely incredible for Samsung. They were able to easily take control of that first group, but you have to take those victories with a grain of salt. While they were able to have such commanding victories, their counterparts were not playing to the best of their abilities, and losing at 24 minutes, you gotta try to lose that hard.
Yeah, and they were so dominant in that week, too, that I feel like the storyline has taken a very sharp turn for them. Papa Smith, you were just talking about how a lot of people didn't think, or even Korean fans, that they deserved to be here, that they would show Korea true. A lot of people were distancing themselves from Samsung. No, they're on a different level from SKT and ROX. And suddenly they're the prohibitive favorites to make it to the finals. And I wonder if they can kind of have that mentality shift and use it for the positive, from being the underdogs to suddenly being the prohibitive favorites and the ones that have to represent Korea on that side of the bracket. Suddenly there's a lot more pressure on them.
And they've just never been a favorite. That's the reality of Samsung Galaxy. They've always been an underdog. In the summer season, they beat ROX Tigers first time out, never took a single game, not a match, single game of any of the other top 3 teams. Very much a surprise they're here. This is the first time they're playing the favorite, and that's why you have to wonder, are they going to be up to the task? Because people are saying 3-0, 3-1 Samsung. There's no guarantee, though, given that there's no track record to make that prediction.
Well, they've never been the favorites, but they are tonight. So let's turn to the sole North American representative here in Chicago, Cloud9, who struggled in week 2 of groups, but managed to qualify over IME and the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I think that was a very difficult group they came out of, but unfortunately for Cloud9, they kind of backed their way into the semifinals. They went 1-2 on that final day of groups. The game that qualified them was a very nail-biting game against Diamond, where they almost threw away a very large lead, and they recognized that they didn't play well in that game, but they have to kind of conquer the fear that they were playing with and play without their inhibitions and just be able to have a much better week, because if they play like they did in week 2, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that second week was obviously much worse than that first one. And I think that what they're going to try to do is really release all their inhibitions, as you mentioned, and play not scared. We saw a Cloud9 that was undecisive, unable to really pull the trigger, and it shows in their average game time being over 47 minutes. That is extremely long, and that it's just a trait of a team that is struggling with indecisiveness. But similarly to how we can think that Samsung is going to have a shifted mindset, we can expect the same out of Cloud9. And backs to the wall, they might be able to come out guns blazing and actually show up in this tournament.
All right, so while we recognize that Samsung Galaxy are the favorites here, my question to you guys then is, how does Cloud9 get an edge or a victory here tonight?
I mean, the first thing you can say is the Victor pick, right? That was the big story. We wondered if Victor would be banned. TSM left it up, for example. The story with Victor is actually an interesting one. If you look over Crown's career stats on Samsung, 3 splits started in summer of 2015. 31% of his games played career on Samsung are on Victor. And that sounds like a big number, but for context, look at someone like Bjergsen in his 2 years. The last 2 years on TSM, his highest percentage champion is 10%. Kuro, known for his Victor before Crown, even on the world stage, but certainly in LCK, 18%. 31% is a massive amount, and you have to respect that this guy can play the good Victor matchups and the bad ones and know the ins and outs better than anyone else.
Yeah, and I think it does start in Champ Select if C9 wants to be able to win this game, because even though Samsung has been practicing their way towards perfection, they've done it with a very small subset of champions. So they have a S tier in their roles individually, and then not too many champions underneath that. You think of Cannon and Rumble in the top lane, Victor in the mid lane. So I think that C9 needs to target the best of the best very heavily in bans, and then understand what they're going to be picking against. So I want them to ban the Victor, the Nidalee, and the Kennen, which I think takes the top 3 in 3 of their roles, and then they'll be able to play against the Rumble, the Ryze or the Syndra or the Varus in the mid lane, and just know what they're going up against and try and build a strategy around that.
And on a more in-game specific note, I do think that they should enable Impact to carry, and let's hear that top dive for him once again, because he was able to do so much work in the qualifying run for Cloud9, and he has just received such little attention from the jungler, from the support every once in a while with this roaming smoothie, and if they just enable him more and put him on a harder carry champion, perhaps a split pusher, as we have seen some teams find success with a 1-4, we might be able to see Cloud9 actually come out ahead and find a weakness in CuVee and actually have a pressure point on the map that they can use to snowball.
Worth noting that CoreJJ will be starting today. He seems to have been really the tonic for this team to take it to the next level. The numbers don't necessarily show it, but the way the team plays with CoreJJ is undeniable. He really has been a big upgrade, a big laning focus. It's helped up Ruler as well.
Yeah, and you almost want to call it something like game vision for Samsung increases when CoreJJ is in the lineup. Even though they have the same gold differences in many parts of the game, they just end much more quickly, and they look like a much more decisive team with CoreJJ in there.
It's such a smaller sample size, Jack. That's the question. He only ever played 16 games in his career with this team, 16 games in his career in the support role. So it's a much smaller sample size, and we just have to see, is it a good luck charm, or is there actually a measurable difference between the two?
Now, don't forget, over on Riot Games 2, we're bringing you a different angle on the competition. Today, join our team of casters and special guest Zig as they focus on individual matchups and perspectives while also taking your questions live on the air. For Game 1, they'll feature a single team focus, casting the game with vision limited to Cloud9's perspective. Of course, now, before we send it to the casters for Game 1, I want to get your guys' predictions. Who is going to be the first team to book their trip to New York City?
Well, I mean, if we've seen anything from Worlds, that is everything's gone crazy, but you still have to side with the undeniable favorites here. I think Samsung has a clear advantage into this matchup, so I'm going to go with them.
It's not going to make the fans here happy, but Samsung Galaxy here. What about you, Papa Smithy?
I don't really know how to be a Korean representative and also play the favorites for the crowds. You just look at the tape. Unless Cloud9 finds a very inventive way to take the early game, I think if you're a betting man, it has to be 3-0 Samsung.
3-0. That's a big call there. Jat, what are you thinking?
I mean, it's very tempting to give the crowd what they want.
It's TSM.
But do not give in to temptation.
Never.
It's a bait. In this situation, I definitely feel like while Samsung does have some predictability in the pick and ban phase, Cloud9 is not the team to beat them based off that. I think they can probably take a game here because they have some strong solo lanes and will have some better advantages. But I say Samsung 3-1. I'm sorry, it's just what I think.
All right,
I will go 3-1 as well.
3-1 as well. All right, well, it's pretty definitive on the desk here for Samsung, but although some may say that Samsung's group stage performance was a surprise, Crown and his team are already looking forward and setting the bar higher.
Hello and welcome. I'm Atlas, joined by Zyrene and our special guest analyst from Phoenix One, Mr. Zig, the member of the top lane. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome back, Zig. Another week.
Yep, another week.
Yeah, another week, another look towards the top side of the map, although we're starting with the Fog of War. Zyrene, this is the first time we've ever been on a casting desk together.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm so excited.
I know it's not like a cast where we could be super hype or anything like that.
Yes, it is. This is where we can bring all of the excitement. This is the player experience stream. You get to have the full player experience. And thank you for joining us on said player experience stream. Throughout Worlds, we're bringing you an alternate perspective, a very hyped alternate perspective on the tournament. Let's take a look at the schedule we've got for you today.
Yeah, we'll start the day with back-to-back macro games casts, and we'll feature single team perspectives starting with Cloud9 in Game 1, and we'll step into Samsung Galaxy's shoes for Game 2. Jungle, mid lane, and top lane mains, you guys do want to stick around in this series because if it goes the distance, you're going to be looking at those lanes later on in this match.
Now, though, we're beginning quarterfinals by turning on the Fog of War and experiencing the first game through the eyes of Cloud9, and it could be a very scary experience, gentlemen.
Dark.
Yes.
Exactly.
Not much vision, maybe?
It's going to be very dark. You can see there the world's ranked 12, tied for 12 out of 16
Although,
teams, so.
middle of the pack when it comes to killing wards, so vision denial could certainly be a thing that Cloud9 can hinge around.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well because these stats only tell a little bit of the story. Because if you look at wards per minute, wards placed per minute, WPPM, I think the highest at Worlds right now is 4.0. So it's kind of a big difference between where Cloud9 is and where that team is. I don't remember who it is off the top of my head, but it's also about the percentage of your team's vision or enemy team's vision that you sweep. So people are sitting around 40%, 36% for Cloud9, I believe, of how much they actually get of the enemy's vision. And that's what really matters. Because if you're playing a team that doesn't place a lot of vision and you're sweeping a ton, it's going to go up. But if you're placing pinks and like sweeping out vision from a team that goes 4.0, it's like, okay, well, you know, our stats will be pretty high in how much we clear, but it's not actually all of vision.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Of course, if you put more wards down, there's more to destroy.
Exactly.
So theoretically, it's easier to be in the middle of the pack when it comes to killing wards if you're against players that are a little bit better. But we are going to be taking your questions live during the game. You can submit your own on Twitter using the hashtag #AskTheCasters. Make sure you ask these gentlemen because I barely know anything. Unless it's about, which hair products to use or something like that. But we are going to be hopping into Champion Select extraordinarily quickly for game number 1 of this quarterfinal match, where we turn the lights off for Cloud9 and see whether they can find where Samsung are going to be. The first ban going to be that Rise, as Tom Kench is going to be the answer. Core JJ not going to be able to eat any minions instead of his AD carry this time around.
Yep, and for the 2 remaining bans for Cloud9, I expect them to be, Syndra, I was expecting that to be one of them. Nidalee would be the other one that I would expect on red side.
Yeah, are we expecting a Victor ban as well, or do we think that Crown needs to be targeted?
Well, now they get the free Victor ban.
Well, there it is.
Because I thought that Samsung Galaxy wouldn't ban Syndra or Rise, because Crown has played Rise. So I'm actually a little bit confused because Samsung Galaxy feel like they're giving a lot away here, because Cloud9 would have had to ban Tom, Syndra, and Nidalee and leave something up like a Victor or a Syndra for CuVee or for
a lot of
Crown.
Questions to be asked. Of course, Cannon going to be the first top lane ban. Zig, do you reckon there should be a few more if we're aiming towards that side of the map? Because that's only 1 out of the 6, as Nidalee goes.
Yeah, I think with Cannon ban, just Rumble priority goes up a little bit. Both these guys, I think, played Rumble a lot during the tournament. Impact's like more of a NAR player too. And I guess Poppy is the other Poppy and Jace are the other 2 really contested top laners.
Yeah, Poppy, Jace, Rumble, and NAR seem to be the ones. But of course, both CuVee and Impact having to pick up pretty much a swath of those, so not too worried about the situation as Cloud9 are having a bit of a think about what they want to do. Junglers like Nidalee and Elise and Rek'Sai are both available, but Olaf snapped up very quickly by Samsung.
Yeah, taking it away from Meteos because it's been one of his better performing champions. Maybe trying to push him a little bit towards the Lee Sin again. But he'll probably go towards the Rek'Sai. Would go towards the Elise if they are able to actually follow it up with something in the mid lane.
Ooh, this would be interesting.
Yeah, I do think you take the Rumble. The Evelynn, not 100%, but if you're going to take out the cheese, you do it here.
I find it really interesting as well, because coming into Worlds, we were thinking this patch was going to be one that could be quite nice for Evelynn. However, haven't actually seen her just yet. And we're not going to in this first round of picks from Cloud9, as Caitlyn and Rumble are both going to be locked away. Pretty standard stuff here. Although Sneaky's Jhin was up and he decided to go with the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn's just super good right now. I feel like blue side, you'll see Caitlyn Alistar first rotation in a lot of these games that will be played. Mostly because it's just very lane dominant with the Caitlyn, and then you can pick whatever support you want and you win the lane pretty much. Yeah. She's kind of unrivaled in that. So we are seeing a lot of Caitlyn bans or first picks near the end of last week, and Cloud9 have definitely carried that over into this one.
Well, Karma and Cassiopeia locked in instantly from Samsung Galaxy. We've seen a lot of Karma bans. Her win rate is not necessarily stellar, a little bit below 50%, I believe. But
yep. right there.
I think, yeah, Karma, Caitlyn pair is probably just really annoying because, like, with Caitlyn, you can pretty much get perma shove on every lane, and you just, like, both of those guys will hit you under tower if you get there. So I think Nami's just as annoying though. So
especially Nami Caitlyn, that is pretty despicable.
But yeah, I guess the Karma pairs pretty well with Olaf. You can like speed him. It's like the only real like run at them comp that kind of works now.
Wow, once again, we're going to see some Orianna here as C9 locked that one away as well as the Rek'Sai for Meteos. See whether he goes for his Durham's Fist build.
Yeah, out of what's left, it's really Orianna and Varus that are considered the Cassiopeia counters in the early game. You can zone her out with the ball and just kind of keep it in choke points so she can't approach. And then I definitely expected the Jhin to come through here with the Karma. It was that or Ezreal for Ruler, but he's been favoring the Jhin a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then CuVee in the top lane with the Echo against the Rumble. He'll get shoved in early. He does have a little bit of kill potential at I want to say level 5-ish when he's able to dive in and just kind of run down the Rumble. But besides that, it's kind of Rumble's lane.
Yeah, I think Rumble definitely wins pre-6, and then if Echo can get a good base, or Echo sets up for ganks pretty well too, maybe that can get turned. But yeah, I don't usually see people pick Echo into Rumble actually. Echo's top laner that kind of fell out of
I find it a little bit interesting that it was picked over things like the Na'Vi, things like what we were talking about earlier on.
Well, I'm super surprised at Samsung Galaxy's bans, because all three of these champions are things that you are first pick worthy for you.
Yeah.
Right? And they, instead of banning the Olaf and maybe getting one of these or forcing Cloud9 to ban one of these out, they just do it themselves. These are 3 champions they've played.
Yeah.
It's actually really interesting that they went for not just picks that they don't play, but that are just overall strong. It's almost like red side bans.
It looks very similar to red side bans because, of course, Syndra needs to be taken away. Ryze, we've seen a massive resurgence of popularity, especially in week 2 of Worlds. But Samsung just wanted to play it as safe as possible, and in a game 1 of a best-of-5 series, I actually really like this, making sure that you're going to be able to start off knowing exactly what you can play against, because it's likely that we're not going to see a lot of those picks throughout this best-of-5.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy. I can understand the idea behind it. In a best-of-5, it's better to see what your opponent has all the way down in their champion pools than to ban those things later and as desperation be like, oh man, we got wrecked by a Syndra, ban it the next game. It's like, oh shoot, we didn't even think about this pick. So you do it early and make sure that, if they can deal with the Orianna, then they'll actually loosen up their bans a little bit and be like, okay, it doesn't matter so much.
They also know that they're going to be on red side next time around, so red side bans would make sense if you want to get back-to-back victories.
It's
here.
not 100%, right?
That's a very good point.
It's
That's
dynamic.
a very good point. They could actually choose, but blue side has been relatively strong this tournament.
Yeah, mostly because red side is like Nidalee, Syndra bans, and then right there was Victor and Tom Kench that were kind of handed to them for free in terms of bans on Cloud9 side.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Zig, what do you make of this game? From a top laner's perspective, who would you prefer to be? Do you want to be the Rumble? Do you want to be the Echo?
I probably want to be the Rumble, just because Echo, it's a real pain in the butt to lane early versus Rumble. You get shoved in permanently, and to get Echo shove can't really match Rumble shove early, and then Echo kind of needs a magic resist item to really fight the Rumble. So it's gonna be a while, I think, for the Echo pick isn't for lane or anything. It's for team fighting, dive type situations. And
well, as it gets a little bit dark on Summoner's Rift, we are going to watch C9 walk out, see whether they can find any members of Samsung Galaxy. This is going to be super interesting. I actually just love flat out being on the player experience stream, just mostly for the fog of war, because
it's scary.
It's so frightening. I feel like I'm not a fan of horror movies, but I like this.
So right now, Cloud9 saw on the bottom side, they saw Jhin go in, and I believe they saw 2 more people. So now Cloud9 need to go and put their wards on the top side of the map. And this is actually really good because now they'll be able to see if the Olaf starts on the blue or the top side of the map. And the blue start has been a really common thing for the Olaf. So then they can kind of time ambition to be bottom side at 3 minutes.
All right, well, I actually want to start off with a Twitter question quite early on in the piece, gentlemen.
Nice.
Because a really interesting one came in from Austin Smith. He says, the greatest league team I've seen historically has to be Samsung White. Of course, opinion. But how do the current quarterfinal teams match up against what was a pretty god-tier lineup?
Let's go, Zig.
I think that's a super hard question to answer.
Exactly.
Game's changed so much, over the course of however many years it was since Samsung White was dominant, and I don't know. It was like a primitive game back then. Thinking about how different it is now, and
they didn't have invisible blue buffs back then, although we do now.
No Fog War streams, nothing.
Yeah, I think this iteration of Samsung's really strong, and C9 is strong as well, but less so according to all the analyst predictions and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think about it lane by lane, because Samsung White was the, I believe they were more of the laning team as opposed to the team fight team. I believe Blue was more team fighty with Deft.
Blue was just the Samsung White Kryptonite.
Yeah, except for Worlds.
Yeah, except for Worlds.
But yeah, Blue was all about that mid-game rotation, and White was more about crush you in lane and have Dandy go off. I think Dandy's better than Ambition, and kind of always has been, because Dandy really set a whole bunch of trends in the jungle, really kind of patented the aggressive style for that season in Season 4 near the end.
And macro control. He sort of was really, really versatile, Dandy, as a jungler.
Why is this Rek'Sai doing blue buff?
I don't know. It's actually
just to be sneaky.
But right there, you saw that a ward came over the wall, which I'm not sure whose it was from the enemy team.
I'm gonna guess that it was Ambition. Because
But
we can see everyone else.
his trinket's still up, so I don't know. Unless it was like a really early one or not.
We don't have vision though.
I don't know.
Nah.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Wait, should I cheat on?
No, actually, no. I feel like it was Core JJ because it was out of lane.
We can't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We can't be cheating here, Zig.
Yeah, but it may have been Crown. I don't know if he actually went over to the side. But a lot of mid laners will shove up and then go ward it. I didn't see.
This just in, it was Crown.
It was Crown?
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect.
I cheated.
Yeah. Oh, you cheated? Okay.
I have friends in my ear. Yep.
They didn't tell me. But regardless, yeah, you shove up the mid, and then against the Rek'Sai, you go there and you pick it up. But what Meteos has done is he's done like the weirdest Rek'Sai route we have ever seen. He's taken his blue. He has not taken his red. And he's doing this so that he has his red for longer during the gank period of the game. Because if you start a Rek'Sai route on the top side and you get your red, that red is just ticking on you while you're like, all right, blue buff, mid laner, come here, pick this thing up. And then you're like, oh, my red buff's halfway done.
Oh, Jensen going to speed himself up here. Possible first blood, but the undertow is going to be dodged. And the Ghost is going to get Jensen out of there. Oh, he picks up the axe as well. Nicely done. Gank avoided.
That's good, though, for Meteos, because Meteos now knows that he has a summoner spell advantage over Ambition. And Ambition is on the top side of the jungle, so bottom can be aggressive if they want, and he can start making his way down there with a red buff.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai should be able to push the Olaf around now, I think, too, just because he has a red buff. And I'm pretty sure Olaf should expire.
Yeah, pretty soon.
Assuming he did like a normal clear. And yeah, I guess with the Rek'Sai taking the blue is not that bad, just because if the enemy finds that the Rek'Sai, like most Rek'Sais don't clear their blue, right? So it's an easy steal, I guess, for the other jungler if they don't secure it early on.
Well, not this time.
Yeah, it's been like the weirdest start that I've ever seen from a Rek'Sai. It's the start that's preying on you think your enemy is going to spend time trying to get your blue buff or at least warding it up, which is exactly what happened. But if this means Jensen doesn't get a blue buff, but I mean Crown doesn't either, right? It's not like the Olaf's going to hand it off to him either. So it's not like a Lee Sin gave the Cassiopeia blue buff and now you don't have one.
Oh, the dream. Core JJ with a mantra Q steal.
It looks like he smited early. Meteos is just trying to clear faster.
Yeah, he has a ground buff.
He does have a ground buff. That is the dream. I mean, it's not quite a Baron steal, but it's pretty good.
This is actually something I've noticed from Cloud9 is they don't usually communicate very highly of who's missing, where they could possibly be, and where their members are. Like the thing I've noticed for Cloud9 the most when I'm doing like reviews is Meteos and Jensen. It's like Jensen goes aggro and Meteos isn't even there. Right? He shoves up the wave. He doesn't even have his Rek'Sai nearby, like we had seen previously where he's trying to shove the Cassiopeia in. Olaf's there, and Rek'Sai is at his red buff. So he's being aggressive at weird times, and it's not like a classic thing. It's granted, it's harder to get a read on him and like where the jungler is based off Jensen, because you think that the jungler is always around the way he plays. But it does seem to bite him a lot in these games.
Well, interestingly enough, if we have a look down the line, it's slight CS advantages for Cloud9 on the top and bottom sides of the map, whereas mid lane is a tiny little bit in favor of Crown. However, the jungle seems to be Ambition getting around a little bit faster, but here's the three-man gank opportunity.
Yeah, with Smoothie there too. If Meteos E's now, flash knockup.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the flash headbutt is going to be flashed out of there by Crown. They do manage to get themselves both summoner spells, but oh my goodness, Smoothie's in trouble. He's ignited. There's first blood. 1 versus 3 for Crown. What a beast!
Yeah, he hit 6 before Jensen did, and that's the big difference there. If we see it again, I'm actually
That's a disaster zone.
I'm really interested to see where Jensen was EXP-wise.
Oh my goodness.
Like, actually, if it's possible to do the replay and have it clicked on Jensen, that would be real good. I know that we like to do like the little overlay and like show the health of everybody, but I think
we
that
should
this
have
is
an
really
experience
important.
overlay.
Well,
we'll see. We are going to get a replay, so we'll see exactly what did happen. But
literally show me the player's experience.
don't think you quite understand what this stream is about, Zyrene.
Yeah, so here goes Crown. Crown hits 6 right there off of the minion dying nearby, and Jensen was 1 creep away from 6.
Oh my goodness, he was.
Yeah, so he's going to hit 6 off that blue minion that's dying right... Oh, wait, no, he split the experience. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, that was actually just a strange timing, because Crown hit 6 off of the retreat, and then Jensen didn't hit 6 because he was sharing experience with Rek'Sai and Alistar.
Well, Ambition just took the Shadow Dragon, as we saw. Now going to help out, clearing out these minions in the mid lane, give Crown a back, and he's going to have basically whatever he wants when he goes back home, I believe. First Blood, 60 CS. Jensen does have his lost chapter.
Go get them Raptors.
Oh, at least put a ward down. There you go. Ambition's like, thanks for the money.
And just a little tip there. When the Orianna threw the ward over and you saw the Olaf, a lot of players will instinctually like throw their ball over and W the Olaf and try to do damage. But that's actually wrong because he's trying to shove the wave out so it hits the turret and that Crown loses some CS. So if he uses his abilities on the Olaf, he's definitely not using it on the wave to clear it, and that's the big difference there.
Ow. Oh, Curtain Call to come in on the bottom side too.
It's going to be real close.
Certainly will. Smoothie doesn't have the ultimate. Oh my goodness! Doesn't have the last bullet. Oh, Deadly Flourish! But Triumphant Roar's there, and Deadly Flourish doesn't do a whole lot of damage here at the beginning of the game, so I got a little bit overexcited, but that was very, very close.
There's also the heal from Sneaky, saved him.
Ah, yes, very good.
Just barely. Just barely.
It's good discipline from Core JJ not to flash for that auto. It's like...
Yeah, it would have been heal baited.
Yeah.
Yeah. MLXG would have done it. In fact, he did.
He did.
Oops. Well, now Cloud9 still just looking out. There is an amazing dolphin trail for Meteos to follow if he wants to get to his Krug camp. My personal favorite thing about Rek'Sai.
Love it. You should be setting those tunnels up in your jungle so that you have... It's kind of funny because it's like ways for you to get around and maximize your efficiency, but it's also, if somebody steps on it, you totally see it blow up, and you're just like, oh, Olaf is in my jungle. And you can tell your team if you're paying enough attention to where your stuff is placed. Because right now, Olaf is probably going to topside jungle because Crown is shoved up. And Crown just used his miasma, so that's kind of a giveaway that this red right here, exactly, he's coming up right there. They saw him.
And there go the tunnels as well. The things go out. C9 know exactly what's going on. Impact does have Equalizer.
Yeah. So he comes back after backing, goes for Red Smite with Cinderhulk. Just to have a little bit more combat stats right there. I'm actually surprised that he didn't go for the Tiamat rush, but that hasn't been Meteos' style at all. It's a little strange. Also, Red Smite is like the least common smite on
Do you think
Rek'Sai.
he's like a hipster Rek'Sai? That's what it is. He just doesn't want to do things that everybody else is doing, you know?
It might be a matchup specific thing versus Olaf, just because I think it's a hard matchup for the Rek'Sai traditionally. And if you just go like all health items and dueling items, then you kind of...
The dolphin trail! That was beautiful. Now you understand the whole dolphin idea, you know, up and down, diving. Yep.
Yeah, I think he lost the tunnel on the top side of the map there to Olaf, so...
Well, now that things have sort of slowed down momentarily, we are going to have a look at another tweet from you lovely people in the internet. Stephen comes in with, do you think Cloud9 needs to focus more on macro play or individual performance to beat Samsung Galaxy?
I'd say it's probably just macro play. Like later game team fighting type stuff usually is what decides games like this. It kind of seems like they're like dead even gold-wise. Or at least, yeah, for this game specifically, they also have like a Wombo comp, so...
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that one. I think it's the macro play. And right here, just, yeah, exactly. Too far forward.
Ambition just undertows. Sneaky to the face. Smoothie's trying to run away. Oh, Shockwave comes out in the mid lane. Crown does manage to get the stun. Jensen
He's got to dodge
in
it.
trouble. The bomb! There it is, the 1v1, and Jensen picks it up. That was so close.
Crown looked like he flashed preemptively as opposed to reactively there on the ball flying over. When we see it again, I want to look for that because he flashes when the ball isn't even in transit from what I saw.
He ate the Oriole too, right? Like,
yeah,
he could have flashed
yeah.
like him. Maybe it was part of his bait because he landed the ult at least.
I actually thought that he might be able to get that one back because we are going to have a look at this gank towards the bottom side. Smoothie does manage to disengage, but that Deadly Flourish is just so difficult to deal with. Ugh.
Yeah, and the exhaust coming out afterwards. It's just not respecting the fact they don't have vision there. And right here, let's see. Q's out. Nope, he held it. See, that's the thing. You expect the Orianna to immediately Q at you as soon as the stun from the Petrifying Gaze is done, and he just held it for an extra half second.
Oh, no. We didn't get the dolphin.
It's just in his way.
Come on. Why didn't... The tunnel was right there, Meteos. Disaster. There it is. This is fantastic. I love it. It's like a roller coaster of emotion. It's Impact. Going to pick up this large wave of creeps towards the top side of the map. Going to mean that CuVee does have a fair bit of time to move around unknown by C9.
This is a great strategy from C9, and they actually do this a lot, is they try to get some advantage bottom lane, and whether or not they have it, it's just shove advantage, and then they'll try to get control of the bot side river, and then that's what they usually do is they go middle. Smoothie will go middle, Sneaky will go middle, especially as Jin or Caitlyn, and just throw out an ultimate and try to slow them or get some extra damage on it to just poke them out of the lane and get dragon control.
Interesting alt use, actually. Yeah, he won't have that for next dragon, so I guess he just really needed a buy, like he was, and he didn't know where the Olaf was, but now he does.
Yeah, we got some dirty farming coming in here from CuVee as well towards the top side of the map, making use of the fact that Impact did go back home. However, not going to miss out on too much CS, as that next wave of creeps should be crashing just as he arrives back.
Yeah, difference for Impact was he was sitting on all the gold necessary.
Oh dear, Ambition. Could he turn up? Not entirely sure. Don't know where he is.
Yeah. Yep, to get some damage on him.
Okay, well, I was frightened.
Yeah.
Don't know about you guys.
Basically, just Leandries is what he was going back for. He was sitting on Haunting Guys, and the upgrade to Leandries is actually worth a lot. So he's sitting on so much gold. Oh, now he knows exactly where Olaf is.
Yeah, would you say that that was a silly idea to throw an undertow at Meteos there, give away your position?
A little bit, and there goes the smite, so yeah.
Well, Meteos going to get himself out of there. Ambition, we're going to chase him down, but of course, lane control rescinded in the mid lane as Smoothie does have the ultimate, but takes a heck of a lot of damage. Impact possibly stunned here towards the top side, has to flash in a 1v1. Meteos gets a nice knock up onto Ambition, but this may not be a fight he wants to take. The ball comes in. Oh, the hula hoop. That's not the dream.
Oh, what?
Meteos, careful.
I like that, the hula hoop.
Yeah.
It's like Nars all missing is sweeping the floor. And
yeah, the hula hoop is a bit of a sad one. However, Jensen will have that one back off cooldown. Thank you very much to the buffs most recently.
Really
Sneaky going to get stunned. CoreJJ wants the stun, but doesn't actually get the snare. Smoothie now stands in front. Good flash from Sneaky. Impact. Scrap shield is going to be there. CuVee just holds himself out all too easy as the 1v1 comes through for the Echo.
Yeah, we were talking about this matchup where it's really kind of Rumble favored, and then it gets taken over when the Echo has enough tankiness to just go through and get enough fervor stacks, because that's what they usually run. And then Rumble's low mobility, and Echo can chain him down the entire lane.
yeah, he burned his flash earlier just because he had a good stun field out. And
yeah, he's actually quite good at those. He's timing these stun fields really well. It's one of the hardest things to do on Echo. It's actually probably the hardest thing to do on Echo.
Yeah.
Is do it consistently.
Just well played. Played it pretty slow.
Yeah.
Probably could have saved his flash too, but it's whatever. Solo kill the solo kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was pretty expertly played.
Yeah. He was down a bunch of CS too, but yeah, after getting that solo kill, and he has priority in that lane now for sure. So.
And now do you go Iceborne Gauntlet or do you get the Trinity Force?
Ooh.
I think he'll probably go for Trinity's better for splitting,
Yeah.
I think, especially because he's not against a physical.
Oh. Trap.
A good exhaust from CoreJJ, but still taking a lot of damage. There's the headshot. Heal comes in from Ruler, though, and he's stunned up Sneaky. Heal comes down once again, but Ruler is going to lock down the kill. CuVee now sneaks in towards the backside as Crown has turned up, but Echo not going to be able to go 1 versus 3 just yet.
Was that a Mantra W from CoreJJ?
Yeah, it looked like it.
It looked like he healed himself for so much there.
Yeah, like he healed twice.
That is the dream, the Mantra
Yeah.
W.
Oh, man. Oh, that's actually insane. He got so much, and then he got the heal from Ruler and just the root. That was a combo that usually will kill you because it's the
it looked like a clean pick, right?
Yeah, it's the Caitlyn trap into another extra range headshot from the 90 caliber net.
It was a Karma face check and an Alistar Caitlyn that just lived, like burned exhaust and
I'm pretty
saved flash apparently.
I'm pretty sure the Alistar ignited him too.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess the exhaust like really bought him a lot of time. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
And the exhaust was instant there as well. It was really well played by CoreJJ. We have confirmation that it was in fact a Mantra W. So just keeping himself alive as another Shadow Dragon falls in the river. Condition with Dragon number 2 now for the team.
It's looking pretty grim actually for C9. That
Yeah.
dragon definitely wasn't contestable because like their bot lane's getting pushed in and like losing every 2v2 trade they take. Mid's like, I guess, kind of even, but top is also losing, so.
Yeah, Core JJ is actually showing how damn good he is in lane. Like, there were doubts because, you know, he swapped his support from AD carry, but he's really punishing. Like, the way he's playing this Karma, just really far up, really making the Alistar regret that pick and not letting Smoothie kind of get out of lane, and every time he does, they'll, like, open up on Sneaky. So Core JJ has just been actually fantastic. His out-of-lane play, too, where he's roaming and getting wards, is really good, too. He does not look like a rookie support player at all.
However, as we look sort of down the line on C9's lineup, their late game damage and ability to figure out where everyone is with the Tremor Sense, things like that, like their setup is very, very scary. I mean, if you get a 6-item Caitlyn and a 6-item Orianna, you're going to have a good time in a team.
Speaking of having a good time, this guy, CuVee, he has the Rift Herald. It was handed over to him at some point.
Yeah, when did? Yeah.
I missed that.
Harold just died at some point.
Yeah.
We're unaware of.
But yeah, the damage from Samsung is also pretty good too, because they're going to have durability on CuVee, and if CuVee is going to build the Trinity Force, all he has to do is build magic resistance and go after the Caitlyn. It's not too tall of a task for them, but it's possible. But you're right, the Wombo from like Smoothie Jensen could be something that turns it around. So you can't really count Cloud9 out just yet, but the durability is coming in for Samsung.
Yeah, and they have double ball delivery with the fact that, you know, Meteos is there as well. Oh, another hula hoop in the mid lane as Meteos tries to keep Crown at bay. It gets yelled at. Jeez. This is an angry Snake Lady now.
Yeah, he's being really aggressive too. So, yep, Ambition.
Nicely done. Meteos gets himself out as Ruler just kills Sneaky 1v1.
Yep. Smoothie just started roaming out of the lane, and now they're getting completely blown up.
Jin's items though, actually.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
Ghostblade as well as almost his Duskblade at the same time.
No boots, no need.
No boots, not even brown bags.
Just have Karma press E on you, you'll run pretty quick.
Yeah.
Or you can just stand still and cast your R spell.
Yeah, who needs movement speed when you're
You don't need to catch
yourself?
up to anyone. You just stand, you know, on the right half of the map in order to hit people with your ultimate. We are going to catch this one as it's really just taking pot shots at Sneaky.
Oh, he still got hit by that one too.
Yeah,
and then all
that's
four.
the disaster.
Jeez.
Nicely done by Ruler.
That's insane to 100-0 somebody with a single ability.
And this is often what we would look at Ruler and say, what are you doing pushed up to your inner turret? In a game where Samsung have so much control, that only makes it more scary.
So the reason he was pushed up that far is Crown had just 2v1 mid against Meteos and Jensen, and then Ambition was coming up from this side right here where we're looking at, up through the river towards blue, so they knew that nobody was on that side of the map, that Ruler can do whatever he wants on that bottom side. And he actually roamed a little bit towards Ambition before he opened up. It was just really well done. Like, Samsung are really good at moving relative to their other members.
He also just often gets caught. But this time, you're exactly right, was definitely the right decision. So we do have some more tweets coming in, gentlemen. One about the Orianna pick in the mid lane, which is Benjamin Parker says, does Orianna fit well into the Worlds meta? And I find this is going to be an important one. We'll get to it, though, after Ruler gets out of the bouncy castle. He's going to blow his heel, should be able to get out.
Yeah, like, how does he get out of that? He just had the whole team open up on him.
Oh, no, Impact.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well, Ambition actually looking to go for the 1 versus 4 against Cloud9. CuVee makes his way through the backside, and Samsung are so far ahead. CuVee's going to grab another kill. That is beef for dinner tonight, as Sneaky's just going to get shot as an afterthought, and Samsung wipe the floor with Cloud9.
Yep, their winning lanes didn't win enough.
This is looking really bad, actually.
All of a sudden as well, I felt like the early game wasn't that bad for Cloud9, but then these incremental advantages have just stacked and stacked and stacked. And now CuVee's got a Trinity Force, there's a Spirit Visage on Ambition, Duskblade's done, there's 2 items on Cassiopeia, and it's looking like a whitewash.
And CuVee goes for a Magize as well.
Oh, the dream. He's got 8 stacks, man.
Yeah, they gave him that Rift Herald, and that really just blew that matchup up top. He already got a solo kill, I believe, before he got it. And so now Impact is kind of out of the game. Sneaky is out of the game off of plays that they were trying to make on the bot side themselves. Also a good gank from Ambition, but what I've been seeing here is Samsung, with the gold advantages that they get, they really know how to pressure and they really know how to exploit Cloud9's lack of vision.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is Samsung really understand, hey, once we have a lead here, we can always push up, and if we go in Fog of War, they don't respect it enough.
Oh, Smoothie! He's going to get poisoned to death. And they grab the Baron. They get another solo kill on the Rumble on the bottom side of the map as CuVee grabs that one. They get a 4-man Baron. Samsung all over this game.
Right as you were talking about lack of vision, they were just sneaking a Baron at 20 minutes casually.
Just the casual Baron.
Yeah. I think one Mountain really secures it, but yeah, like Cassio has really high Baron damage. And I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of over for Cloud9 at this point. Like, even with their Wombo, they'd have to last so long, and we've already been seeing that they don't do enough damage to get through this magic resistance, and Sneaky's 0-4 and doesn't even have a second item yet.
It's some serious turtle time.
Yeah, it feels bad.
This is also the nightmare time for a Caitlyn, just in general, even if you're not super far behind, as there's another ult out of Jensen. CuVee not going to get too far away. Good knock up from Meteos, and they do manage to get the shutdown. Would have liked that one on Sneaky, to be perfectly honest, Meteos, but we'll grab a kill if we can find one.
Yeah, they lose mid-turret for it, though, so overall it's still a negative gold trade.
He instantly sells his Magi's.
It's not worth it anymore. It's great.
It's like 12 stacks? 2 stacks. Crap. All right.
Oh, dear.
But that's actually really cool. I'm glad you noticed that. Because most people are just going to hold on to it. Like, I put the gold in here. Like, I don't even think he bought an item after selling it.
I think, did he finish his Spirit Visage? I think he had a Spectre's Cowl.
Oh, maybe?
Yeah, he had a cowl.
Okay.
I think that's just disrespectful from CuVee, though. It's like his team was getting pressure on the map, but he's just like, I feel unkillable, I'm going to stand up here. And then he doesn't flash the Oriole, and just
I feel like
killed.
Magi's is largely like a mana type item, you know, like not you know, talking about the resource mana, but more like, you know, you unleashing some of your manas by picking that item up. More like mind games, you know?
Oh, manners.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the accent.
Mana Magi's.
It's the accent. Bad manner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we say a lot of words very similar to one another.
He's hiding.
We're going to ghost blade himself around, Sneaky. Just going to say, nah, I don't think I can go for this.
I think it's another Drake.
Not even a 1v3.
Mountain's really good for this team too, because like in Sieges it helps, but if they end up stalling out for whatever reason, it's just like a 5-second Baron instead of a 10-second one.
Another one. These Shadow Dragons going down left, right, and center. Thankfully, we got to see the Baron fall down. But these Dragons have been uncontested the entire time. Cloud9 just... We were talking about their vision stats earlier on. And it's just not a good story. We'll see whether they can turn it around for game number 2. In a 5-game series like this, having a game 1 experience like this one will be very difficult for Mentality. And Sneaky is even going to get caught up.
I'm actually interested in the warding stats between these two teams in this game, because I actually don't think that Samsung have been necessarily warding more than Cloud9. I don't. Like, maybe they're warding slightly more, but I don't think it's enough to be like, oh, Vision is really winning them the game. I think it's the lanes that are winning the game.
Oh, QW not 3-man Shockwave out of Jensen. Just doesn't do enough damage at this point in the game. Jensen going to get stunned, and Crown's going to be able to pick up that kill. Samsung Galaxy just... I'm running out of adjectives that are brutal enough to describe this game. You might need to help me, gentlemen, as Crown is going to flash forward, get another Petrifying Gaze. Meteos dodging abilities, but looks like this game is beginning to be over at 25 minutes in. Meteos gets exhausted. Miasma's there. He's super dead, or at least down to his Guardian Angel at this point. Smoothie's going to fall. Deadly Flourish, just the tip. He's going to help pick that one up as Meteos is going to die as well. Double kill comes out for Ruler, who's all over this map. This is ambitious from Impact, who's trying to come in through the backside, but I just don't know whether he's got enough. And that equalizer is still on cooldown. He gets the shutdown. Core JJ in trouble as Sneaky's just getting beaten to death by an Echo. What the heck was that damage?
Rip goes pop.
Exactly right.
Just a fun game to be Echo.
Yeah.
He's having too much fun, actually.
I feel like this is the CuVee highlight reel at this point. We're just trying to get some kills.
There aren't always a lot of games where it's fun to be Echo, but this is definitely one of them.
Is he going to punt him into Fountain?
No. He's going to have to.
Oh, don't tell me he ended the game here.
One more.
Oh my goodness! The shutdown comes in, and C9 saved the Nexus for now.
Hold on.
The pain.
Oh, but unfortunately, it just does not feel like this is going to last much longer.
All right, so I got some of the warding stats, and Samsung have placed about like 120, and Cloud9 have placed about 84. So there is a big difference in the warding in this game.
Yeah.
And even in terms of clearing, Samsung have cleared almost half the vision of Cloud9, whereas Cloud9 have cleared about 30% of the enemy vision.
Does a lot of that come down to the fact that Cloud9 have had so much pressure on them across this map? The fact that Samsung Galaxy have just had so much more room to keep vision in?
Yeah, it's much easier to place wards. Like, this is kind of a given where you have a Karma Jhin, you shove in the lane, the Alistar and the Caitlyn are there, Alistar either roams and places defensive wards, or you sit in lane and you don't place a ward, whereas the Karma gets to go do whatever he wants. He can go roam mid, put like a pink on the backside of red. He can go to your blue and ward that up. And that's what CoreJJ has been doing, is leaving lane all of the time.
This is quite interesting. Samsung Galaxy decided to take down the last remaining inhibitor turret instead of running through and trying to backdoor this Nexus. You can see CuVee doing exactly that as he teleported in towards the bottom side of the map. Meteos going to get himself out. They want to fight away from this Nexus as Curtain Call comes in. Sneaky, tagged up by a couple of bullets, but does get himself to relative safety. CuVee going to execute him off the back end. Ambition just going to Ragnarok his way down. It's a cute little shockwave, but it's just not going to be enough as Samsung kill the Nexus in what felt like an afterthought. Game 1 well and truly over, and Cloud9 just not necessarily looking like the team we wanted here in this game, and Samsung looking as dominant as expected after their week two performance.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy because Samsung, they talked about it on the desk, never favorites.
No.
Right? They kept losing against top teams. Weren't even really expected to be here. KT was definitely the team that was expected to be here. And they went to a 5-game series, and then they were able to pull it out. But Samsung, their group stages looked really good. This game looked really good from them. And the draft going back, like, they got Jensen onto Orianna, and that might be something that they just keep doing because it seemed to work out for them.
Yeah, and honestly, Zig, is there any sort of insight that you can give to what Cloud9 would need to do to try and get their mental back into this game as well? Because, I mean, that was a crushing defeat. And what do you say to Cloud9 now to get, like, to turn around the mentality?
I don't really know, actually. I think they just have to like play for lane more or something, because it seemed like, yeah, they just fell apart in lane phase. Like, the bot lane really got out 2v2'd hard, and top was like ahead, but then just made a mistake after he got his Leandry's by and died 1v1, and then the game just felt super like over from that. Just like all the advantages from lane were spilling over to the neutral objectives and stuff, and then they're just like slowly closing in vision and everything, and just felt like C9 got choked out. Like, they had a team fight comp, but they didn't fight any of the dragons or anything, and it was just like they slowly lost. So.
Yeah, it was really interesting because like Impact even using his ultimate top because he's getting bullied and not even like TPing down to have a dragon fight. So it was kind of strange the way that they played it around that mid game. But I definitely think like Crown was performing really well. He's soaked up so much pressure, and that was a big boon for Samsung. But also, this bottom lane is going to be a problem because that's one of C9's advantages was Sneaky Smoothie. Has the potential to take over the game in the bottom lane and then move that to mid lane and take over there. But with Ruler and CoreJJ performing the way that they are, that's not a strength for them anymore. And even if you get CoreJJ off Karma, he might even just play Zyra, right? So getting him off of something that shoves is going to prove to be very difficult. And I don't know if they're actually going to get them to go away from that, because I think Samsung are totally just win lane, go from there.
Yeah, well, they still have 2 more games at least to figure it out. But coming up next, we'll spin the camera around and see Summoner's Rift from Samsung Galaxy's perspective. For now, though, we'll send you back to the mainstream for an Analyst Desk breakdown of this dominating Samsung Galaxy win and rejoin you for Game 2.
Get in there and counter jungle. That's why it was very smart to see CoreJJ go for the Karma. Caitlyn was already selected. Any AD carry is going to lose the 1v1 early with her pushing advantage, so Jhin Karma can actually push in. Cassio in the very early levels before Ori gets her mana items, before she gets levels, can push in against the Ori, and that at least gave them the tools to be aggressive, because that was the game plan they were going for. But overall, this was a draft that Cloud9 should have been super happy with.
Yeah, and in the game, you actually talked about, okay, Samsung's going to want to invade that first blue, so Cassio, so that Orianna does not get that blue buff in the matchup and she can sway it. And Meteos does a nice little adaptation taking the blue buff. But what really impressed me about Samsung this game was their ability to really punish the mistake that Cloud9 made. And particularly that roam, that lack of synergy in the Alistar and the Rek'Sai combination. How did Samsung punish that? Immediately, Karma goes into the jungle, drops an entire load of vision in that area, and that allows the bottom lane to play as aggressive as possible, because the Karma Jhin matchup, Karma Jhin lane can obviously punish Alistar Caitlyn very much, and with that vision they know that they're not going to get ganked, and they're able to just punish the dual lane over and over. And we saw at one point even Ruler being able to solo out Sneaky because of the advantage they got off one punished mistake.
And let's talk about CuVee in the top lane, because you mentioned it in the pregame that the solo lanes for C9 are going to be hugely important in this matchup, and then here we have Impact getting rocked.
And you have to mention, these are the 2 players with the most solo kills at the tournament. Both had 6 going into this game. CuVee managed 4 solo kills, 75% as much as he had at all of Worlds. In this game is up to 10. And CuVee is a super interesting guy to talk about because he's kind of a name that's slept on. He's actually the only player starting today that was in the Samsung Galaxy team that was formed after White and Blue went over to China. So he's the only original player. Wraith on the bench also was in that lineup. Samsung were a struggling team. In the top lane, no one really knew what to make of CuVee. The one consistent about him, just like Smeb before him, he was an underperforming top laner that was always really high on Korean Challenger. He was top 10 for the most part of 2 years. So you're like, there must be something about this guy. And a performance like today, and in general his performance level at Worlds, has been that next step for CuVee 2 years into his career.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of about him defining his legacy, especially if they can advance from the quarterfinals to the semifinals and continue to grow. Him and Crown both, but even when he was solo killing someday in the Korean regional finals, people were thinking, someday, he's just playing like garbage. It's not CuVee getting these solo kills. And maybe people are going to continue to make that excuse, but the longer he solo kills his opponents, the more respect you have to give the guy.
Absolutely, and as the top side of the map was falling, we of course saw at 20 minutes the ace, where Samsung Galaxy really sent a message to Cloud9, and this is brought to you by Ace.
Yeah, and this is going to start from Cloud9 trying to combo onto Ruler, but unfortunately the trap is going to miss onto Ruler, and they're unable to do it. CuVee's going to solo out Impact, and as soon as that happens, he TPs to the bottom side, and they're just going to collapse and massacre them.
There's just nowhere for them to go. Olaf is really smart here after the start when he goes to crush. He actually gets from the behind. There's nowhere to go. CuVee with the flank teleport as well after getting the solo kill. As the bulldozer running over C9.
Yeah, and this was the final nails in the coffin for this game. Samsung was winning all across the map by this point, and this was just all of it coming to a head.
Yeah, 27-30 game time, very reminiscent of that week 2 of group stages. While we look at this graph here, or this post-game graphic, I want to turn to you guys, and with in mind, C9 has selected blue side for game 2. Ask about what possible adjustments they can make, because Jack, being happy with their draft is, I mean, and saying that it's just execution, I mean, do you have faith that they can even shore up that many weaknesses in this short amount of time?
This is not exactly a strong game 1 showing from Cloud9. I liked most of their draft. The only tweak I would have made is having a higher priority on Karma, only because that showed they needed the pressure from it. I don't actually think they want to change that much outside of dropping the Nidalee ban and getting one other in there that they want.
And coming into it, we thought that Samsung would be playing a style where the bot lane is all about laning, and we saw that. The laning was very strong. Karmajin, an incredibly powerful laning phase, while Smoothie looking for the roams. We saw him on that first roam towards mid lane. But I do think that the lack of success in that specific one really turned him away from doing it again and again, and that's what I would have liked to see. So I don't think that the draft has to change too much, just that if they can actually keep having more confidence in themselves and knowing what got them to this point, sticking to it should net better results.
And look, Cloud9 have a win on Orianna this tournament, but it was the super long game against Flash Force where basically we got to 6-item territory before anything happened. I want to see Jensen on a playmaker, something he can kill people with. He's probably not going to get the Syndra even at first pick, but something along those lines. Whether it's a World's meta champion or not, they want to rotate through Jensen's lead, as we saw from the botch dive, and get him ahead. And that's what they need to do. So if they can set up a mismatch in mid where they have kill pressure, that at least gives them something to aspire to for game 2.
And Jack, can't help but notice the Gnar being left unbanned here in this game. Is maybe that an answer for Cloud9? Is putting even more of a split push threat there on Impact, giving him an opportunity to maybe stack up against CuVee in the solo lane?
I think that's one of the options, but I also feel like Gnar has fallen away a little bit, especially for Cloud9. And some of that has to do with them not being able to keep up vision control at the World Championship. So even if he does get an advantage on his own, they haven't been able to transition any of those advantages. So I kind of like him on a team fighter, as long as he has the ability to win in CS.
Of course, Meteos has been the focus of a lot of criticism coming into this tournament. The Rek'Sai here, how did we feel about his performance in, say, comparison to the likes of Elise Sin?
I mean, I think it was fine, but the problem is that when you have a matchup in the top side like the Echo into the Rumble, you don't have a whole lot of kill pressure there, especially with the roam, so it's a hard lane to address. I would have liked to see a lot more pressure onto the mid lane. I really felt like the window back into this game would have been Jensen. He was able to find a solo kill, he had a nice CS advantage, and there was a point where Rek'Sai had Flash and Cassiopeia had no summoners. If you can punish that lane and crack that mid lane turret, you ease up the pressure for the side lanes and immediately are able to actually have your lanes play out without getting dove nonstop.
And even if you're in an incredibly close game, just to kind of close out all the strategy we're talking about, there were several different moments in this game that if you're two evenly matched teams, would decide the game. The 3v1 gank turning around in mid lane, that's game over against Samsung. And then there were several layers of more of that happening when they were missing Caitlyn traps on Alistar stuns and getting solo killed. And there was about 5 or 10 things that could have individually cost them the game in that one.
Cleanliness of execution for Cloud9. Now Samsung Galaxy has taken a 1-game lead, but don't go anywhere because we'll see if Cloud9 can fire back right after this.
Just keep up the communication, no tilting.
Focus our game and then trust our practice. We are good.
For sure it was on that one. Crown moves fast. He gets the stick though. Petrifying gaze. Smoothie gets taken down. Meteos just on the edge. Shockwave in the mid lane. Petrifying gaze back on Jensen. He flashes. Jensen comes up with a clockwork wind-up. It looks like he may stay for the fight. Enough to die. The heal from Ruler, and that's going to keep him alive. Meteos is just too far away. And Smoothie may go down on this one. Another hit comes in. Impact goes down. 27-27 for your first game of Samsung Galaxy. Taking out Cloud9.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy, disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to the Player Experience stream. I am now joined by LS and Mark Patriotism Z.
Let's go, boys.
See whether you can actually drive some more passion back into Cloud9. How you doing, Mark Z? It's been a while.
I'm pretty good. It's been like a week.
Exactly, a whole week. I've missed you. LS, first time that we've been on a desk together. I haven't missed you, but I've been so looking forward to this moment. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm really excited for the 3-0 today.
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, Korean representative pretty excited at this particular stage because they are doing extraordinarily well. But in Game 1, we saw the game from Cloud9's perspective. It was terrifying, and we'll now flip the script and check out Samsung Galaxy's point of view. Samsung's warding stats are a little bit higher than Cloud9's were.
Right, and especially that last game, you saw how much control, well, you guys probably didn't see it, but I was backstage, and there was so much more control in their favor around the mid lane. They had a ton of pink wards set up, and so I'm happy I'm doing the Samsung game so I can see a little bit more of the action today.
Well, the interesting thing is that the wards placed per minute, they're only one rank higher. I mean, they're still 11th here at Worlds, so not necessarily that far away from what Cloud9 were putting out.
Right, and I think the big thing, though, is how they actually match up against each other, because even if Cloud9 was able to keep warding up their vision up a lot better against some of the lower tier teams in their group, they're now against a #1 seed, and you're playing 3 games against that. So it's a lot harder to keep that vision up throughout the course of a whole series.
Yeah, and does sort of map pressure sort of impede your ability to need all that many wards anyway? So Samsung's stats might be going down based on the fact that they're winning so fast, Ellis. Is there something correlated there?
Well, with Samsung's fast victories, that was another fast victory that they just had, and they had 2 of the fastest victories this tournament just last week. I feel like, you know, we're not really seeing them get to the end game stage where lots of wards end up getting placed and whatnot. And Samsung is known for their late game, and I actually want to see a late game actually occur today. So it'd be nice for this stream.
Yeah, I feel like when your optimism's to the point where it's like, I just really hope we see a late game, and it's not even anything to do with like a Cloud9 victory at this stage. Yeah. We're going to really need that headgear that you've got on right now, Mark Z, because they're going to need they're going to need all of the help that they can get, good sir. It's going to be really difficult for this team to find any footing. And as a coach yourself, what would you have told Cloud9 in the locker room before heading into game number 2? Like, what kind of inspiration would you have dealt out?
I probably wouldn't have said anything. I just would have put on the national anthem for them to listen to. Remind them what they're fighting for.
Well, we are into Champion Select, and you're invited to connect with us on Twitter using the hashtag AskTheCasters. Send your questions in online, and we'll feature some during the cast. And with that, Tom Kench is going to leave the Rift, and the Nidalee as well is going to be banned away. And C9 now on the blue side. This could change things.
Yep, but I don't think there's much to take away from that first game. It wasn't like there was a particular pick that was a huge issue. It was kind of they just got ran over. Every time that they went for a play, Samsung was able to outplay it themselves, and wasn't much of a champion thing as much as it was being a better team and better players.
Yeah, that's a very good point. However, were you wearing that last game?
So these are actually pants, believe it or not. So I was wearing these as pants, and then I realized that it just wasn't working. I had to change something up. Plus, they wouldn't show that well in the broadcast, so I put them on my head.
So you got head pants now. The American head pants dream. Mark Z, everyone. But all of the bans are going to come through. Victor and Olaf are going to be taken away by Cloud9, and the Cinder and Rise once again going to be removed from Samsung Galaxy, as now Jin being considered for that first pick for Sneaky.
Yeah, and I feel like Samsung Galaxy probably just devotes their counter pick to mid lane here because of the Crown versus Jensen dynamic. But it's going to be interesting to see what mid laners end up getting picked this time around. I wasn't a very big fan of the Orianna pick from Cloud9 last game, and I don't think that they really utilized it to its full potential. And already for Samsung Galaxy, there is a Kennen, so that opens up the ability for Samsung, I guess, to have an Orianna pick.
Yeah, if they'd like to. And of course, you know, Cassiopeia is still there as well. And does Cloud9 look at maybe picking that one away for Jensen? We know that he has had fantastic performances on the champion. Of course, the final against TSM, game 1, pretty damn good stuff from the player.
Yep, he definitely can perform on Cassiopeia, especially if they get one of the resourceless junglers and able to hand off the blue to him early. They had Meteos take blue buff that game in an interesting jungle pathing, so I'm not sure why they necessarily went for that. They just thought maybe they would lose it anyways. I'm not exactly sure why they didn't use that blue buff on Jensen mid. I would have preferred to see that. The other thing that I find interesting is that they thought that the Jhin was a bigger problem than the Karma, though when I was watching, I thought the Karma was really what unlocked the Jhin to kind of take over that game, because once Karma was able to live through a couple things and Jhin was able to clean up some kills from that, then the flat armor pen build starts to take over. So I'm surprised C9 thought that the Jhin was the bigger takeaway than the Karma.
There's also a lot of options of things to pair with the Karma as well. I mean, Ezreal Karma has been a good lane. Caitlyn Karma, which is what Ruler is hovering at the moment. Another one that's seen dominance. But C9 are going to take away the Rek'Sai and the Cassiopeia, which I feel are solid pickups here, and I feel like Crown having to choose a different champion will be a good idea. However, he still has got a plethora of options, Varus being one of them.
Yeah, and this is actually, I think, definitely setting up to be a potential Varus pick, actually, and they are going to elect to go with the counter pick. So that's pretty standard. Caitlyn Karma, a very oppressive lane down there in the bottom, and Ambition bringing out his Skarner pick. So definitely lots of room for pick potential, especially with that cannon up there in the top lane. Lots of room for setup.
Yeah, it could be very, very frightening. But Meteos is going to be, you know, possibly having a better time. Skarner not necessarily the early game dominant jungler like the Olaf, says Atlas quite optimistically.
Yeah, I think the thing I want to keep my eye on this game is what they end up going for as the support pick for C9, because once again, it looks like they're going to have the weaker bot lane, and that was a huge source of issue for that game because Jensen kind of stabilized mid after that initial kill, and then obviously Impact started losing top after winning initially, but the bot lane was really where things snowballed out of control, and it looks like they're going to be, they go for the Nami to try and keep up with the pressure of the Karma, which is a good pick, but I still think it favors Karma Caitlyn pretty heavily.
I do like the Jace though, give Impact a little bit more of an ability to smack things around and can get CuVee out of there if he tries to get that slicing maelstrom happening in the backline. However, it does make them a relatively squishy lineup with a lot of sort of poke and then this really short-range Cassiopeia. We've seen Cassiopeias have up and down performances based on the compositions they've been involved in, and this is not necessarily looking like one that favors a Cassiopeia just because of her shorter range.
And there is that Orianna.
Bit of a hover. Maybe this is a bit of a mana hover happening right now. Oh, it's going to be locked in. I take it all back. Crown is going to take that Orianna into the mid lane.
Yeah.
And if he throws out shockwaves, kind of looks a little bit like a Crown, which is sort of cool.
That's only the kind of stuff Atlas will bring to the broadcast.
There we are. You know, I can't wear pants on my head, but I can say stupid things about possible crowns that shockwaves can provide.
I really like Samsung comp way better than C9. C9's is hard to pull off, only a single tank, not a ton of engage or setup for anything. Basically a Jhin ult and a Nami wave is what you're looking for, and maybe a flash Rek'Sai and Burrow, whereas Samsung has so much zone control. They have a lot of different tools for engaging, pick-off potential, wombo combo. They kind of got it all, and as well as having strong lanes in and of themselves.
And incredible disengage options at the same time. I mean, Karma, known for her ability to disengage, as well as Ambition, can just gobble up Meteos if he tries to go for that backline dive. The amount of versatility this composition has is terrifying.
Yeah, one of the things that the Korean teams have been doing this tournament is their team compositions generally tend to be a little bit more versatile than the Western teams' drafts. The other thing with this team composition is blue side Rek'Sai. So that's going to actually have a little bit more difficulty against the red side Ken and red side Skarner, especially because Skarner is going to be, for the most part, defensive early on, only going for match ganks or counter ganks in the mid lane and the top lane, which is directly going to play into that Ken and Jace matchup. And then when it does reach the later stages of the game, Jace isn't going to have the split push utility available to him.
Yeah, and how are you doing patriotism over there?
Not feeling the best. Definitely would have preferred to see Cloud9 with this comp that Samsung has, but it really does kind of come down to execution, I think, because we saw that Cloud9 was the one making more of the team plays, but they just kept getting outplayed every time they do. And usually I favor the team with the initiative, the one trying to make the plays, but the consistency with which they failed to make the plays is really terrifying.
Well, I mean, once again, we do have a Caitlyn Orianna composition, which is going to require about 3 items to really get online. So maybe Samsung not going to have the early pressure that they would have had last time. But, I mean, once again, that is just blatant optimism. And Cloud9 really will need to put all of their early power into effect. Let's see whether they can. And by all their early power, I don't even know whether it's necessarily enough. There's the helicopter Skarner. That is fantastic.
I think the fan out here is pretty standard. I wouldn't be surprised, never mind, because they actually bumped into each other in bottom. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if Caitlyn Karma tried to go for a cheese in that bottom brush, but definitely they don't have any utility early on, so there's no real incentive to try to fight for vision inside of the opponent's jungle.
I did not realize that Skarner skin's emotes were so good. Because I just thought he was a lawnmower, like, and that's all he was. But instead,
pushing that skin, huh?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I am a big fan. But as minions are spawning, let's have a look at some of the tweets, gentlemen. Lucas does tweet in and says, what does Cloud9 need to do to win this game? I feel like we've tried to come up with this, but what needs to happen, what particular points need to be executed on in order to win this?
I mean, unless you're SKT, playing a comp that C9 has been shown to be very difficult at this Worlds. A number of teams have failed it. Like the kind of more squishy, longer range pokey comps. So I think if they could get control early game, I'd like that. But the problem is that they don't necessarily win any of their lanes outright. And it's a lot of skill matchups.
Well, Jensen showing that he can certainly do more damage at level 1.
Yep, they did take an advantageous trade. One of the things, touching off of that question for Cloud9's team composition, if they can manage to go even or get an advantage in the early parts of the laning phase, as long as they can deny flank teleports from Kennen in the later stages and force Samsung Galaxy to fight inside of like a narrow corridor or a runway setting, they can win via the Jhin ultimate.
Oh my goodness, Jensen. Oh, he lands another poison. Not going to be enough. The Crown has to protect himself. And both of these mid laners are so low. You can see Ambition hanging out on the bottom side river. Crown, if he gets a QW combo, command attack dissonance.
Core JJ roaming up to maybe look for something. The Rek'Sai visual thing showed her though, so if they're being smart, C9 should know that the Karma's on the move.
Yeah, a lot of pings coming in. That wave is in a very good position here for Crown. But potions will keep our mid laners healthy. As Impact is shoving in CuVee over and over again. We'll see whether CuVee is going to have another good performance as Impact throws down a good combo. Decent trade against the Cannon. We've seen Jace actually do very well into this. And Impact needs to have a good performance to get his confidence back after what was a difficult game 1.
Right, I mean, he had such a huge CS lead, but as soon as Echo grabbed all that MR, he was able to start turning that around and start winning all the trades, and Impact really got run over. And that was kind of one of the big points that people were looking at as a possible advantage for C9 in this series, was maybe Impact can control the top side. But if they lose that, I don't think there's that many things that you can latch onto for Cloud9. So hopefully we see a better game 2 out of him.
Yep, and one of the things right now is Orianna generally has a worse recall timer than Cassiopeia, given that Cassiopeia only needs the tier. But unfortunately, as we can see on the item, that Jensen was not able to complete actually the entire tier. And that's actually really, really problematic for recall timers. So Crown already has a really, really big advantage in the mid lane.
Not to mention 9 CS in the lead, 17 to 26. And that's actually quite a big deal here at 4 minutes because that first buy is so important. He goes back, grabs himself an extra Doran's ring as Core JJ is going to get stunned up. Good bubble there from Smoothie.
A lot of heavy trading going on bot side. It's going to favor C9's bot lane over the course of the laning phase because they have the sustained advantage. But if Samsung's able to keep trading this heavily, both teams will want it back pretty soon and just get their first items, the Serrated Dirk going in for the Jhin and the BF Sword for the Caitlyn.
Sneaky as well. I mean, he's going to be looking at Smoothie's mana bar in order to be able to keep making these trades like you were talking about. But Smoothie doing well, holding onto it.
Interesting thing from one of the C9 games from the group stage was he went the Essence Reaver crit build, and I actually didn't personally like it. LS, did you like going for that when he was snowballing, or would you have preferred to see the more flat pen oriented build?
I believe Deft goes for that build as well.
I think that the flat pen build is good against targets that generally have low armor values or that they have very heavy reliant first item wake ups that generally don't tend to be too powerful when it comes to the second core items. But otherwise, I think that the Essence Reaver variant of Jhin is pretty good.
You get more curtain calls too, which is
right
good.
now. I also think that Rek'Sai is almost always at golems looking at bottom or something. But this is actually really problematic for Cloud9 because Rek'Sai is really far behind Skarner, even though nothing's happened. And that's primarily because the onus is on Meteos to actually make something happen. And right now, I think 100% telegraphed where Rek'Sai is.
The other thing is, he also went for the Tiamat build. Meteos not known for going that build. He usually prefers just going the straight up Cinder Hulk. I still call it Cinder Hulk build. And it's interesting to see him go the Tiamat build thinking he's going to out-farm the Skarner or something, or maybe go look for some like duels in the jungle, but that's usually not what Meteos is really known for. So I'm surprised to see him go with this item path.
And I was laughed at when I said that any other jungle item on Skarner apart from Warrior would be a consideration, and Ambition has decided that he wants to go towards the Cinderhawk as well. It's kind of cute. Poor JJ going to get stunned up. Oh, big crit from Sneaky, but not enough damage. Runs out of bullets. Well, that's a 10 CS advantage here for Sneaky on the bottom side of the map. So laning well is the Nami Jhin.
Yep, Sneaky's doing a very good job right now, and Skarner not too far off of 6. Looks like he's 1 camp away if we're looking at his experience bar. And at this point, I mean, all Ambition really has to think about is Rek'Sai going to try anything maybe in mid lane soon? Because obviously the only vulnerability right now is going to be Crown in the mid lane. So as long as he can hit 6 safely, that ward that he just placed up there in the top lane is just to make sure that Kennen doesn't try to get dove or something. He just wants to hit level 6 and then look to basically do a flash ultimate on any lane.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised to not have seen any pink wards go down, I don't think, on the side of Samsung yet. They've had a couple recalls, both from like the mid laner and the jungler, and neither of them have dropped any. The first one, I think, is going to come right now from Core JJ. It's not like it's super late or anything, but you see C9 already has some pink wards up as Ambition starts clearing that one out.
Really nicely timed point there, Mark Z. Noticing the fact that he was walking over to said pink ward. Stunning. His Ambition going to find another one there as well as Meteos. We're going to try and get the pickup. Impact doesn't find the empowered shock blast, and there's the flash. Gets the Skarner to safety.
Pretty good for Cloud9 there being able to get Ambition's flash. That's pretty much his big playmaking tool, is combining that ultimate with his flash, and that's basically a 5-minute window where he can only really use his ult as like a kind of counter tool, where he's going to try and track Meteos and counter that gank, as opposed to being able to find his own flash play.
We have an interesting Twitter question that came in as well on sort of that note, and it's from Lewis Thornton, who tweets in asking, where has Morgana been lately, and do you think we'll see her at least once at Worlds? And I bring it up purely because Black Shield versus Impale is a decent option.
I think that would be something actually pretty cute against Samsung Galaxy's team composition. The problem is that other champions offer more as the game draws more and more on than what Morgana offers. The Black Shield is really nice, but it's so specific, and it only has very specific uses in its timing. That I don't think it's nearly as valuable as some other champions.
Right. You have to consider, of course, whenever you look at something like that, as well as the lane matchups. I don't think the Morgana would deal too well with some of the more heavy poke and sustain champions that we're seeing that are pretty meta right now. So that's a big concern. I mean, you might be able to get into an Alistar or something, because it can do pretty well against some of the melee matchups, but in general, it's hard to pull a Morgana off against some of the other mages.
Yeah, just always was known for counter-engage, things like that, as Meteos is looking for CuVee. Lightning rushes his way back and takes a turret shot for fun.
Definitely not the start you'd want out of Meteos' Rek'Sai pick here. I mean, he's keeping up in farm, but the Skarner is going to become a much bigger threat in the mid and late game instead of just the kind of tanky meat shield that Rek'Sai becomes.
Yeah. Still very early days, not quite 10 minutes just yet. And the teams are both incredibly even. However, this is exactly how Game 1 played out, and that didn't feel so good if you're a C9 fan. Still, the same things need to go wrong once again for the same thing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's almost a blessing that they took Smoothie off the Alistar. He's one of the big playmakers for his team in the early game, and when you're on Nami, it's harder to make those plays, so it's harder for Samsung to turn them around.
Oh, dear. I hate the fact that I understood exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
Well, Jensen's going to be able to clear this one up with his newly acquired blue buff. I believe Meteos would have helped him, but we don't know that because, of course, the Fog of War is turned on. Samsung Galaxy, we're seeing exactly what they're doing as Ambition's going to move around his jungle. Now with his Cinderhulk newly completed. We'll see where he goes next. I really hope he builds a Trinity Force. Like, what is this? Ambition's the warrior into Trinity Force guy, not the Cinderhulk guy. I'm so disappointed. Now Dragon to be started up here. Ambition does have the Impale, but doesn't actually quite find the engagement. Good bubble lands onto Ambition there as well as they just turn their attention to this Dragon. Meteos locks it down and Samsung can't find the engage. There's the Shockwave flashed out for Jensen. He's going to get caught. Crown just finds a little bit of poke damage on the Cassiopeia and gets a flash from Sneaky.
That was actually really tricky by C9 because you had assumed, based off what we saw, that Meteos was helping Cassiopeia with the blue buff, but he was actually bot side helping take the Dragon. So it was probably Jace helping. That's one of those things that you would only really understand why that situation played out that way from the Fog of War stream, because you would think that I mean, when you see the whole screen, you don't think that the other team's getting confused about this kind of mix-up where Cassio's soloing or getting help from someone else while your bot lane who disappeared, Samsung probably assumes they're recalling.
I should apologize to Samsung because I was just throwing that in there as flavor text, you know, but you're exactly right. Took advantage of some assumptions that could have been made. Does show that Cloud9 definitely still have their brains in this matchup, which is very, very good news. And now they have the Dragon control.
Yep, that Water Dragon's actually certainly going to help them early on, at least until like the 15-16 minute mark. I feel like the problem is going to come for Cloud9 though, when Kennen completes his first core item and Orianna completes her first core item, because that's going to be the timing in which Samsung Galaxy is looking to make something happen. And given how cheap Kennen's first item is relative to Jace's windup, it comes a lot sooner for Samsung Galaxy than Cloud9, even if they do go even. Likewise for Caitlyn down in the bottom lane. She's much more effective early on with less items.
It's true. It does have a bit of a trough there in the mid game.
The other big thing, too, is the fact that we see Samsung has pretty good warding in the bot side. If this game keeps stalling out like this, it's really not that bad for Samsung, assuming they can keep this vision up. You probably fight over the next dragon, and because Cloud9's comp is so squishy, if CuVee is able to get a good flank off with that item spike that Ellis was talking about, they can basically blow a team fight up just completely. And C9, on the other hand, want to kind of set up and have more controls. We see a gank coming in here on Impact.
Well, Flash is going to be used quite early as Ambition. He's looking for the Flash Impale, doesn't close the gap enough. Crystalline Exoskeleton, not quite the movement speed that he needed. Samsung at least get the Flash on the top side.
Still a successful gank nonetheless, and now Ambition probably... Oh, well, I don't know what he's doing. I thought he was going to go into the left side jungle, because this is an instance where if Ambition goes into the left side jungle and you see no camps, then you know exactly where Rek'Sai is. Because it gives away his entire clear path, also relative to how Impact just played out top lane.
I have another cute question from Twitter, gentlemen. Mickey Sana asks, ask LS and Mark why Herald isn't a priority objective in this meta. And I purely wanted to ask it because Herald is the best name for Rift Herald ever.
Herald?
Harold.
Oh, they actually wrote Herald.
Yeah, damn right he did.
Herald the Herald. The big reason is it's just too hard to take. It's very, very tanky. You need two people like dedicated to taking it and taking a lot of damage as they take it. And if anyone ever comes up and just contests it a little bit, it's super hard to finish because you need to keep that positioning in a certain way where you hit the backside. And it's just so easy to force people off Herald, that you just rarely see people play. Even though it's super good on a lot of top lane picks that we see in the meta right now, it's just too difficult to contest unless you're already kind of snowballing or the other team super commits to the bottom half of the map.
Well, there's only been 7 taken at Worlds so far. That is the total number of Heralds destroyed. And I mean, I know you can only do 1 a game. There's been a lot more games than 7.
The people just like Herald. They just don't want to kill him.
Well,
let him return to the void.
He does end up killing himself, sort of, by 20 minutes. So
that's what the game feed says. He returns to the void.
Oh, okay. Always the optimist.
Whoa. Nice flash by Jensen, making sure not to get impaled.
Yeah, and Ambition actually going to throw out his flash there as well. Trying to get in there before Jensen could flash away, but good preemptive flash and making sure that Ambition doesn't have that tool for the next 5 minutes. It's a big deal. Oh, CuVee.
Impact. Oh, we could see a solo kill. All right, never mind. That's probably just going to be First Blood turret actually going down, unless Ambition goes over immediately. But Meteos is here to dissuade him.
Yeah, good counter gank timing.
Yep. This definitely is First Blood tower timing, which I think is really, really big if you put it on a Jace.
This is going to be huge if they can get this. The game had been going really... Oh, they're not going to commit for it.
I feel like that's actually a pretty big mistake by Cloud9. There's no reason not to just have Meteos hug the outer edge of the turret range and just have Jace basically burst it down, because Karna doesn't deal any damage right now.
Especially since CuVee doesn't have TP, so you don't need to worry about some kind of cute TP flank coming in to protect the turret. I agree with LS. I think that's a huge mistake because the game's slowing down and you're just giving Samsung more time to look for another setup play, because now that Cassio has no flash, you can probably just start it off with a Ori ult or something. Just find some other way to get that fight going. And they really need to get control of this game and build a gold lead.
One of the things that they could have done was actually raise that top tier 1 turret, have Jace recall, move to mid lane, hand off the wave from Jensen, enable Jensen to have a recall, go to his blue, pick up the blue, while Impact still in mid, and then just 5-man rotate to Dragon and conserve teleport advantage, because there's no way that CuVee is going to be able to take down the top tier 1 turret.
There are certain moments when you can just
huge
tell
macro
that
blunders.
You can just tell that you're a chess player, because there are so many things happening way out in the future that you're already thinking about. Good to know, as Bubble is going to come down towards the bottom side of the map. Sneaky waiting to line up this crit bullet as Ruler takes a fair bit of damage. Good exhaust onto the Caitlyn, but Cloud9 can't really make any headway down here.
Both AD carries running low on mana. Interesting to see how that'll play out for the Dragon fight, because Jin is definitely a little bit more resource dependent to get his damage off. Caitlyn's always fine just sniping away, but Jin really needs his ult damage and his root to be useful in a team fight. So I'm not sure how easy it is for C9 to force this dragon now. And it is another Ocean Dragon, which isn't as useful as a stacking buff compared to some of the other ones.
However, I do actually, I rate Ocean Dragon a little bit higher when you do have like poke aspects to your composition. You know, poke and siege.
Well, especially keeping it off the opposition as well. If you want to chunk people around an objective and keep them low and make them have to keep face checking you the way we saw SKT do it to Cloud9 in groups, making sure that they don't have a free regen on the Ocean Drake is really important.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to get it for free. There can't be any sort of contestation. CuVee doesn't even have teleport yet. So this is pretty nice to have a double Ocean Drake this early on. 17 minutes isn't really that late. If it was double Ocean Drake at like 25 or 30 minutes, no one cares at that point, especially with how Samsung Galaxy plays out their team fights. There's almost no sort of sustain or, you know, position fighting.
Yeah, they are going to pull the trigger and they will fight you without actually being an issue. That's a good point.
Next one is Infernal Drake, though, and that is one that both teams are definitely going to want. I think Cloud9 much more so than Samsung Galaxy.
G and Cassiopeia are going to have a very good time with that particular one. It's Crown and Core JJ going to duo these two wards. And Ruler setting up, grabbing themselves the Crystal Spire. Ambition now hanging around towards the top side, but Meteos has been in decent positions here defensively around this early to mid game. It has meant that Samsung haven't been able to grab themselves this big lead that they did have at this stage in game number 1.
Yep. It looks like, I mean, no matter what, I think we're almost always okay. Well,
God!
Oh,
he walks into the trap. That's going to be first blood. Ruler played that so beautifully. The slow comes down. He's looking for the double. The ultimate comes in tower range, but of course, Smoothie 11 flow should be okay. His Ambition looking for the lane gank. Actually looking to just try and shove this wave out. Back things come in, Meteos. They just want to make sure that he can't get anything back after the bottom lane was so successful.
I feel like Ambition just needs to hold top turret here right now. Jensen's coming up, Meteos is probably here as well. He is, and they are going to get the first blood turret, and that's why I would have liked Ruler or Core JJ to shove a little bit quicker. They missed it by like 10 seconds.
Yeah. So that's one of those situations that only happens because both junglers are seen. Usually 2v2 bottoms are usually relatively reserved, kind of just shooting abilities out, but you really do see those kind of all-ins happen as soon as you see the jungler on the map. You know that you don't have to worry about some unknown variable coming in to flank you and get extra CC and damage in. And obviously, Samsung Galaxy's bot lane just outplayed C9 straight up. They were able to land a lot of their abilities, chain CC, sneaky, and just killing in this fight.
Yeah, and we're taking another look at the replay, and that was actually really beautifully played with the tether into the trap right there. And this was a little bit uncharacteristic by Ruler. I feel like he could have continued forward to get one more auto off before the ultimate.
Yeah, could have healed through the turret, probably get an auto or two off and then ult.
Yep. So a little bit of a misplay there by him, but as we approach now into, you know, everyone has their first tier 1 items done, or their first core items, whatever. This is now going to enter into the advantageous territory for Cloud9, where all of the fights are likely to be in very condensed areas, and that's going to play into the Jin and the Cassiopeia. And Samsung Galaxy does not yet have the resources to make those cute plays with Skarner or Kennen.
Oh! Well, Crown is dead. Most certainly, there in the mid lane, as Sneaky helps set that one up as well with the curtain call. Now they're looking for a possible siege here. 4 versus about 3. They're all sort of a bit scattered on the side of Samsung. Half the health now on this turret in the mid lane, as you can see. Impact just making sure that CuVee can't get that teleport in, always threatening with the knockback to interrupt. Now Jensen and Meteos stealing away the jungle. Aggressive plays from Cloud9, and they have themselves a slight gold advantage. Really not looking perturbed.
That was a pretty tricky play by Cloud9 to get that kill. I was just looking at it, and Sneaky and Smoothie were messing around near the wraiths, kind of contesting vision against Samsung, and then they had Meteos go over the wall while the other people were messing around with the vision. So Samsung probably thought that this was just a vision fight, and out of nowhere it's a gank onto mid, and the rest of the team isn't there to support Crown. So it was a nice play messing around with the vision. You're going to see it here, how he just comes out of nowhere while the rest of the team was more messing around near the river and wraiths.
And
range, pretty big.
Pretty clean kill right there. It was actually very nice done by Cloud9, and you know, as this does move on, I feel like the next Inferno Drake is probably going to be the explosive fight, and I would give the edge to Cloud9 as that approaches. Also, I think Impact has been doing a phenomenal job up in top lane. And I mean, just looking at this from a perspective of, Samsung Galaxy's vision, there's nothing really that they can do. They can't make any sort of plays against top tier 1. They can't do anything in mid lane. And it's all going to come down to the Dragon, but they don't have any vision control behind Dragon Pit, so there's basically no way for CuVee to get into the enemy team. So they're going to end up having to fight a Jhin ultimate head-on.
Which could be very difficult. C9 certainly want to be utilizing every advantage that they can possibly find. Clearing out vision now. As you can see, CoreJJ wanted to try and contest that, but they, like you said, didn't have the vision available. And Ruler has to deal with this wave that's getting shoved in. Deadly Flourish going to go slightly wide there by Sneaky. Just keeping the pressure up.
Did sneak that one ward in behind the Dragon Pit. It might be the ward that CuVee is going to need to get a flash TP flank kind of play off, but it's not like the easiest one, because if they just play to the top side, I mean, you have to run all the way through there, and if there's any vision there on Cloud9's side, they're going to see him coming.
Well, Samsung setting themselves up a defensive line of traps. Delicious cupcakes available here on the bottom side of the map. Marksy, I believe, almost fell over.
These headsets, man. I'm used to being wireless on the analyst desk.
Aha. I think it might have to do with the pair of pants you're wearing around your ears.
It's constricting blood flow to my head.
All the patriotism.
Yeah, too much freedom.
Oh, the irony. As Crown clears out that minion wave very, very easily.
20 seconds. 20 seconds till Drake. And now, well, less than that now. Now we're at 5 seconds. And this is really problematic because they have absolutely no vision except for that one lone ward behind Dragon. And that ward could actually be the savior for this game.
Well, as you can see, Samsung definitely want to fight for this particular Dragon. 4-man stack. They even have CuVee down here as well, waiting for that possible flank as they clear out the vision. Wave pushing back for Samsung on the top side of the map as well. So they're taking good control. Is now Ambition. Oof. Crystalline Exoskeleton. Speedy at the moment, looking for the potential stun on a Meteos. Playing that big front line, and this seems to be all they needed from the Skarner. Confident in the rest of their damage, just want a big tanky front line. That Lawnmower doing some work here.
Yeah, the interesting thing... Okay, well, this is actually a really poor decision by Cloud9. They might actually win the... Oh, that's really bad.
Taken by Ambition. Meteos pulled into his team. You can see CuVee wants to try and find his opportunity for slicing Maelstrom. He doesn't. It's going to be Samsung Galaxy just walking away with the Dragon.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I personally don't like about the Pope comp, is that you often feel like you have so much less follow-up to your frontliner. Like, Ambition's not afraid to walk into that pixel brush and just clear pink ward a couple times. And C9 doesn't really want to poke him. They want to poke other targets, and they never really got any good poke down onto Samsung. So they felt confident in just starting that Dragon off, and then other than Ruler getting hit a little bit by the Jhin ult and a Shock Blast, there really wasn't any damage done to their backline. So as long as they just stayed clumped up on one side, C9 has a really hard time walking forward with only a single tank, basically, who doesn't have any real threat unless he's going to come flashing in with an Unburrow.
Yeah. Well, Impact is going to switch down here to this mid lane. Clear that one out. Should be quite easy. You can see Ruler now on the top side of the map, looking to grab that outer turret if he can. Samsung Galaxy just looking to utilize their Caitlyn for exactly what Caitlyn does best, which is shoot structures. Oh, double. Does catch him, just flat out doesn't care about it. Big stack of minions as Meteos sped up by the passive of Smoothie and that Tycaller's Blessing. Not going to be able to find his way in, as Ambition is most certainly up here as well, looking for that potential 3v3 counter gank opportunity.
And, I mean, as we move forward, I feel like Samsung Galaxy is actually getting away with stuff that they shouldn't be able to right here. And I think it actually started with that Dragon play, where I think that they actually funneled into an unfavorable position that Cloud9 could have just conceded the Dragon Pit in favor of a lot of other advantages across the map, including the mid-tier 1 turret. But because they dropped the ball on that, and they dropped the ball with responding late to the top lane rotation, which I feel was pretty telegraphed.
Right.
They're now in a pretty bad position, and the game is ultimately going to reset into just this defensive, wonky, passive lane phase type thing, and this is not what Cloud9 wants to happen. It's not necessarily bad, but I feel like they're not doing anything, and so that's going to work towards Samsung Galaxy's element of just reaching that late game where they're going to be most comfortable.
As you can see as well, I mean, Samsung Galaxy setting themselves up to take this outer turret on the top side of the map. We can see their vision, spotting out exactly where C9 are and are not. by that Grunt buff. And there's the teleport. They're looking for the flank. Ambition possibly could be caught first. The teleport is going to complete as in goes CuVee. Flashes. Protobot's going to be that triple stun. Massive shockwave. And Samsung Galaxy rip C9 apart. Impact trying to play the hero, but he's just not enough. There's Rulers there. He's going to pick up the kill, and that was disgusting.
And that happened in the perfect place for Samsung as well, because as soon as they finish that fight off, they just turn right onto Baron buff. So not only are they going to get the 4 kills, they're going to get the biggest objective available on the map.
Oh my goodness, and Ambition just shield tanking it up. The Baron is going to screech here at 27 minutes in. And that could not have been more perfect from Samsung, honestly.
That was a perfect flank from CuVee, and the ultimate on Crown was just absolutely gorgeous. Impact's teleport in was a little bit delayed, but honestly, I don't think that it really changes too much. And the fact that they pick up Baron off of this is the opposite of what is good.
The opposite of what is good.
Bad, one might say.
Yeah, I was looking for new adjectives in the last game, and I'm not going to go with that one, I don't think.
Good and bad.
But we do need different ones. That is very true, because Samsung just seem to be getting things right, left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we were talking about. Is just if Kennen ever gets a flank, gets a good TP ward setup, and with that slow rotation to the top side that LS was mentioning, where Cloud9 basically had their whole turret chipped away, during that time they lost total vision control of their top side jungle. So as both teams started grouping up around there, Samsung has excellent wards to choose a fight with, and they managed to pinch C9 there.
Well, you can now see them pushing up this inner turret in the mid lane. That Baron buff going to be helping them, but still waiting for this minion wave for quite some time. Ruler going to set up his traps. Ambition going to enjoy a bubble. And Meteos
Sounds like a bubble.
Yeah. Whoop. There it is, Jensen. Just happy to take that one. Ebb and Flow going to be there to keep him healthy. Miasma going to try and deter Samsung as Ruler nets himself out of the way of the flourish.
So this is one of those situations you're pretty happy that Samsung did not manage to pick up any of those Ocean Drakes. If you're a C9 fan, you want this poke to stick, because you really don't have that many other ways to get Samsung off a turret. You're not really threatening an engage of any kind, so you really need to land some poke here and hope you get them low enough that they're afraid to keep sieging on you.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the biggest weaknesses of Cloud9's team composition, is they don't really have a way to deal with being pushed underneath their turret. And even though Samsung Galaxy doesn't really have a way to pressure turrets outside of Caitlyn, the rapid fire cannon on Ruler this early and at this point in the game with Baron buff is just way too oppressive for anything that Cloud9 is trying to handle right now.
Yeah, it's a 3-item Caitlyn. I mean, it's terrifying in so many different ways, especially here at 30 minutes. His Ambition, he loves his time in bubble land.
Keep giving him the bubbles.
Yeah, loves it. But he's going to be absolutely fine there as well. It's going to be 5 turrets to 1 in favor of Samsung. Really making this Orianna Caitlyn composition work out. And I mean, that's difficult to deal with if you're a C9 fan, because it just shows that Samsung pick up the 2 important picks that C9 had in the last game. Make it look like it's a pretty decent strategy here moving into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you start getting control with a Baron buff, you throw some traps down, the ball zones people, throw Karma Shield on the Caitlyn, let her hit the turret, maybe throw the Ori Shield on her as well. It's kind of hard for any comp to deal with that, and especially when you don't have that many frontliners or engage on C9. Just basically a flash Cassio ult's the biggest thing you're worried about, but that's pretty telegraphed.
I also really like the fact that Ruler went for QSS as the 4th item. I think he pretty much knows at this point the only way that C9 can actually win a team fight is by basically picking him off immediately at the very start of it or something, and then dealing with the sustain / combo damage that comes out of Kennen and Orianna when they're on and off cooldown. So the QSS I think is a really intelligent buy. And now I feel like it's just very, very cookie cutter rotations to the tier 2 bottom turret and having Crown shoving in mid, because there's almost, again, no ability for Cloud9 to respond to this anyway.
Yeah, huge wave in the top lane as well, as now Ruler, he's got engaged on Core JJ, got bubbled, but massive shields come out. You can see Meteos looking for some more CuVee, very defensive slicing Maelstrom, but works well as Meteos is going to fall down. There's the shockwave on Ambition as Impact is pulled back in. Ambition actually happy to get underneath this turret as the Lawnmower will eventually fall down. Sneaky takes that kill as CuVee in trouble, maybe an overextension now as Crown. He's going to fall. That's the double kill for Jensen. And C9 do get one back. It's a 2 for 3.
Yep, that was basically just Samsung really overreaching. They already killed the front line of C9. They can play it slow pretty much from there, maybe pick up one more, but then CuVee's basically past the turret trying to get onto some extra targets on Cloud9, and that's just unnecessary. Not enough to throw the game, but a little bit of a kick to the momentum.
Overreach.
Yeah. We saw Samsung Galaxy actually doing this against TSM. So here, where they almost picked off Jensen, and then Ambition flashes in, he kills Meteos. I feel like that ultimate should have hit, and I think they all thought that it should have hit. And maybe that actually would have tilted Ambition a little bit there. CuVee goes in way too far, and then Crown is tanking turret aggro for far too long. I think Ruler even actually could have healed him at the end there and prevented him from dying. So that was definitely mechanical misplays from Samsung Galaxy.
Well, on the back of that, I do have a good question that has come in via Twitter. Googlemeister tweets in saying, what can C9 do to come back from this? And I'm not looking too good after the Infernal steal, but that last team fight is looking like it was some possible hope now for the team. What do they now have to do to try and nail home getting themselves back in? It's only 6,000 gold.
Right. I mean, C9's scaling is actually really good in terms of the damage. Like, Cassio is a huge late game threat. Jace is another one who's going to do a ton of damage as the game keeps going on. Jhin as well. And so if I was C9, I'd try and stem the bleeding as much as possible, farm up, and then the next Baron, you have a lot of poke. So if Samsung isn't clean in their engage, you can kind of punish it like you saw there. If you can start kiting back, it's not the end of the world. Because if you lose Meteos, he's still not like the core of your team. So as long as they don't get a clean engage onto your backline, you're okay. And so if you're contesting a Baron and Samsung's getting poked and they're taking Baron damage, I think that's the situation that C9 needs to win in order to come back in this game.
Yep. Definitely going off what he just said. The Baron is their way back into it. They need to use the Jhin ultimate to dissuade Samsung Galaxy from trying to to get the second Baron of the game. And it's basically going to come down to a vision fight surrounding Baron. They can't get flanked by a Kennen. And we're going to
Speaking of Kennen flanks. Yeah, he's going to throw down the Zhonya's, giving Impact a way to get out there. So the flash immediately is CuVee. Oh my goodness, he actually might be caught out.
Nope, no. Jhin ults down, wasted it mid, trying to pick off Crown or something.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty poor flash from CuVee. After Impact flashes, there's absolutely zero reason to flash on Jace, because even if he kills Jace there, it doesn't really do anything, because the tier 2 bottom turret isn't really worth a lot. Even if you're arguing that, okay, maybe it opens up some sort of Baron potential, I really don't think that it does, just because Jin's ultimate is still available, and they have the Nami and the Cassiopeia. So again, going back to Cloud9's thing, is they just need to make it to 4 or 5 items, because that's when QSS starts coming out almost on every champion for them. Yeah. And that's when it really begins to hurt CuVee and Ambition.
Going back to that original point about the fact that CuVee and Impact both traded flashes as well, I mean, you have to think, looking at the fact that Baron is just up, having that off CuVee is probably more important. Jace just wants to sit back and throw out Shock Blast, where CuVee will be wanting to flash into that backline with the Slicing Maelstrom.
Yep.
So good news, most certainly. It's always good to reiterate the good news for Cloud9
As
fans.
a Cloud9 fan, you got to look for any good news anywhere you can find it.
I just keep looking over, and all the patriotism is just emanating off you.
Join us.
Well, I am at the moment. I'm here. Don't worry. Well, Ambition now just putting his face in it, clearing out wards where they can. He's very, very tanky now with the Locket of the Iron Slurry. Almost has the Guardian Angel there as well. Dead Man's Plate.
So this is a pretty good, well, this actually isn't a great position for C9. They're cut off from their mid lane turret. If Samsung gets a really fast push going here, they might be able to take the turret down, as Cloud9 has to loop all the way back around to get to their base and start clearing this wave.
Jace needs to hit the minions, but I don't know exactly where he is right now.
Oh, well, they do take down the turret.
Okay, this is really bad by Cloud9. Well, they did land that, but
Shock Blast. Oh, Smoothie almost deleted, but that's a one-man Shockwave. Ambition wants to be able to find someone on C9, but Meteos has himself a Guardian Angel, doesn't want to be pulling the Rek'Sai into his team. Deadly Flourish is there. Samsung Galaxy just get themselves the mid-inhibitor turret and move on out.
That's why I really, personally, don't like comps like the one C9's playing, because even though you chunk them all low with a couple Shock Blasts, who goes in and punishes them for being low? You have basically no way of starting the fight unless you hit a huge Nami wave or Rek'Sai gets some kind of nasty flank off. And both those things are really, really hard to do from behind. So even if you do get them low, it's pretty easy for Samsung to just disengage, reset, heal up, and now what we see now, they're back to full health. They're going to be going on setting up vision on this Baron, and you're in the same situation you were before, basically.
Yeah, and look, I like to think of C9's composition as like a really, really sweet gun just doesn't have a trigger.
That's one way to think about it, Atlas.
Yep. Moxie is getting very used to this now. But you can sort of understand that, right? I mean, how are you supposed to capitalize on all of this cool stuff that you have going on?
Right.
If you have no way to really start up the fight, and we're looking at like a bubble maybe landing, a petrifying gaze flash, Meteos flash on Burrow.
Yeah, and this might just actually be a free Baron. Where's the Jhin ultimate?
Well, Impact does have teleport. He's going to throw it down now as the Baron relatively low.
Now.
Meteos wants to get himself in there. Ambition's going to be able to take it away, though, and now Meteos just 1 versus 4, utterly destroyed. The Guardian Angel may not be enough there as Crown takes a fair bit of damage. Decent aim there from Impact, but that was exactly what you said. Free Baron.
I just don't have any idea what Cloud9 was doing, and we had math class with Meteos, and we learned that 1 does not beat 4. So that wasn't very good.
Yep.
He thought that because he came back one more time that it was 2 against 4, but that still doesn't...
Golf rules? Can we do golf rules?
Yeah, we can do golf rules.
All right. Say like that's a 30?
Well, I'm just saying the lower the better.
Yeah, got it.
Oh my god, really just flashes in and finishes off Jensen. He's playing so aggressive here.
Super aggressive. That's the double kill as Ruler grabs that with a stray bullet. CuVee just throws down the Slicing Maelstrom because, look, I got a proto belt and I want to be pressing that button as often as possible. Sneaky sets up the curtain call, just looking to deal with these minions, but look at these turrets get destroyed. Samsung Galaxy will mow down the last remaining structures, including Sneaky, as the Impale is just impossible to get out of, especially with no QSS. Nexus Game 2 will fall down. It's a longer game this time around, but still very, very decisive. The Samsung Galaxy just looks so on form today.
Yeah, they look super, super clean. Although there was some macro plays that they did make that went unpunished, which I think is partly due to Cloud9 not, punishing the way that they should have. But they looked very, very clean and very reactive to every opportunity that they were given. And so credit to them on that.
Yep, C9 did a good job kind of controlling the Skarner early, avoiding his first couple ganks, but they still didn't make any positive plays for themselves. They had a chance to take the top turret earlier, didn't do that. That kind of slowed them down, and then next thing you know, their bot lane's dying, they lose their bot turret, so if they could have started getting control of the game earlier, maybe that could have worked for them, but C9 was just a little too passive.
Yeah, and I think by looking at that sort of mid-game team fight that Samsung just managed to completely blow over, go straight into the Baron fight as well. I mean, it was just perfect execution by all of their players. Up until that point, though, Cloud9 was still extremely close. It felt like it was a different story than game number 1. It felt a little bit more competitive. And how much do you think is owing to, side selection, and how much is C9 finding themselves? I mean, it didn't feel like they were as unconfident as we thought.
Well, I think the team composition by Samsung Galaxy makes it naturally a slower game, given that Skarner only has counter gank and match gank potential for the first 15, 17 minutes of the game. And then also Cloud9 did get 2 Ocean Drakes, which enables them to sustain in lane longer. But every time I'm watching Cloud9 today and even last week, it always feels like they're on thin ice, where just at any moment, they just lose the entire game in 1 second. And it felt like that again in this game.
Yeah, and it was, that team fight. I mean, if that didn't happen, Moxie, were you ready to jump on that hype train, or do you think there were problems with the draft to begin with?
I personally am not a fan of those drafts. I mean, you see SKT play that draft, and they're up like 5K, and they're still taking forever to close the game out because you have to play it so safe. Whereas if you think of SKT with like a normal draft, they're like running over other teams. And it's not like they're bad inherently, but they're very, very hard to execute, and you see what happens when they give up a single flank. They just get decimated, and that's what happened this game. And that's why I don't think C9 should be playing that way. They haven't shown over the course of the tournament that they're going to play these really clean styles, and I think just more standard team comps would suit them better.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And do you think that involves mixing up the draft phase? Do we think that we're going to see some weird picks coming out in game number 3? Because it's do or die for Cloud9.
I don't know. They're not really known for being this kind of pocket pick style team. And I think their game 1 draft was suited to their style more, but every time they went for a play, they got outplayed. So I'd rather see them go back to that than stick with this kind of poke comp.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens. But up next on the Player Experience stream, we'll bring you a jungle-focused cast featuring a closer look at the matchup between Ambition and Meteos. So for now, we'll send you over to the main stream, and we'll see you back here for the next game.
Their team play was exquisite, and this was a different type of team composition that Samsung was still able to crush with, which makes it even scarier for Cloud9 going forward.
I think we have to address the change that Cloud9 made, going smoothly from a roaming support into a laning phase, and they're able to keep themselves in the lane for a little bit, but eventually lost that 2v2 and lost pressure. But the one thing that I want to kind of shed light on why the game stalled out wasn't so much for Cloud9 being able to lane very well. While the top lane did go relatively well from Jace, I did feel like a big reason why the game stalled out was Ambition getting caught out at the 7-minute mark. He has to burn his flash because he doesn't respect the pressure in the top side. And in this composition from Samsung, if you don't have the Skarner flash to initiate and make plays, you're not going to be able to punish until you break the laning phase, until it gets to a point of grouping up. And that's what allowed Cloud9 to really stall out the game. Otherwise, those early moves like that dragon play would have been complete disaster.
Yeah, so we did see a bit, as you mentioned, a slower start to the game. And you've already kind of identified some of the reasons why you think that might have been. But I do have to recognize at least the fact that across all lanes, it seemed like C9 was stacking up a little bit better, right? We weren't seeing solo kills in the top lane between CuVee and Impact.
Yeah, but I think that does tie in a little bit to what Crumbs was saying. When you have a pre-6 Skarner, his Skarner, his gank threat is not very good, and then a post-6 Skarner without flash has very poor gank threat. So the fact that, C9 was able to stall out the game is actually Samsung wasn't pushing their advantage because they didn't have a jungler. C9 should be able to gain advantages because Meteos is able to make aggressive plays. But when the difference between Samsung making a mistake is the game stays even. When Cloud9 makes a mistake, they go down 5,000 gold.
And it felt like Cloud9 was just like a soccer mom minivan. They're just unable to reach high speeds because they had such an advantage in the top side, and they were just not able to push harder. They got to a point where you would have felt like the Jason to the Kennen matchup. We've seen it before with the Maw of Malmortius is able to really bully that lane. If you put a little bit more pressure, once he has that spike, you can just hammer it all the way into the tier 2 turret and get turrets that way. But we just never saw them get to that setup, and I have to, put a little bit of blame in the jungle and the actual pathing and making sure he's established with vision.
I mean, you put the blame in the jungle. I was taking notes. I was looking for when are the QSSs coming? Because if you're going to take this no-tank, high-damage comp, you have to be respectful somewhere. The draft isn't, you're opening yourself up to engage, so you need to have an answer. The QSS for the Skarner ultimate. But 35 minutes into the game, there was 0 QSS. I believe as the game ended, there was still not a single QSS. If it's going to be the Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai walking up, he's going to lose that Guardian Angel instantly. If it's not, they're going to lose their life instantly. So I feel like if you're going to make the big moves, you need the items to back it up. They went full damage, and suddenly no one can push because they're just going to get Skarner ulted and die.
And while we talk about a slow early game, or at least a slower one than game one, Samsung's mid to late game decision making is still just as crisp. And I want to pull up our replay, which is brought to you by Acer here at a 4-0 at 26.5 minutes, putting Samsung ahead and being tied in gold all game, after being tied rather, gold all game.
And it's all going to be from the TP right here from CuVee with the chain of the Karma and the Skarner. Immediately a 4-man ultimate that's going to be CuVee recognized this Crown recognized situation, flash with the Orianna ultimate, and as soon as that happens, you're just stuck in that AoE without any tank. And while Impact's decision to stay here is questionable, as he could have stayed behind to poke, the idea behind Samsung's execution, setting up the vision before and going for that play is just so crisp.
And things are going well when your Caitlyn is flashing forward to get Hurricane Bolts on the combo team. And Papa Smithy, to your point about the QSSs on Cloud9, I don't think it actually would have helped them there. Never did I actually see an Ambition ultimate that led to a positive play, and Cloud9 was trying to build damage, but they were losing in the huge, giant team fights, and they just did not have the initiation or the positioning to pull off positive plays, and Samsung did.
But I do love your spotlight on Caitlyn in particular, the aggressive flashes, the playstyle. Ruler actually made his debut in the Challenger scene this year, so the first split of this year, came third on Stardust, joined Samsung, very little known about this player. A rookie going from Challenger to LCK to Worlds and playing at this level with this confidence, not dying once this game, that's the stuff dreams are made of.
And I think we can say that for the entire Samsung bottom lane. When you consider that Core JJ was a North American LCS AD carry, then a Korean AD carry, and has played something like 16 to 19 games on support in his entire career, and now they're getting 2v2 kills with a rookie AD carry and a recently converted support on the world stage is just insanely impressive.
You got to hand it to him there. And so here we are, gentlemen, 2-0 lead for Samsung Galaxy. That means do or die time for C9. So looking ahead to this game 3, real quick down the line, what do you want to see out of this squad for maybe a slimmer of hope?
I think you got to get rid of the Karma. The Karma seems to be a very difficult thing to deal with. The speed up enables a lot of the compositions from Samsung with the speed onto the Olaf, onto the Rek'Sai or the Skarner, as well as the laning phase. We saw them even have difficulty killing Karma itself, and it's not a good matchup into Rek'Sai, one of the best Meteos champions. So target that support pool and maybe find a little bit of a better advantage that way.
Well, it's do or die time, so I think you have to dangle a carrot here for Samsung to take bait. Because the one thing you can say about Samsung, the only game they have lost this tournament, they picked 3 losing lanes and a jungler that just couldn't really make anything happen. So maybe you dangle the victor, you dangle something risky. Okay, teams have tried it and failed, but so far they've tried 2 different playstyles, neither worked. If you can at least get some pressure in your lanes, if you can get those winning lane matchups, that's what I think they have to do.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much of a chance, but if you're going to go out in an exciting fashion. I want to see Meteos' Zach. I don't even think he's been practicing it that much, but they have had a lack of initiation, and they need to be able to shut down Crown in the mid lane. Orianna Zach, go for it.
I would love to see that myself, Jat. Well, when we return, it's match point between Samsung Galaxy and Cloud9, so stay with us.
You were saying about lane. You were saying. Ruler flashes over the tidal wave. Tidal wave flashed out by Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom on 3 members. The shockwave from Crown and Cloud9 is melting. We see Meteos go down. He's the front line. That's a lot of squishy health bars, and I don't think Samsung will stop.
Oh, take a turn. Take a turn. There he's in 7. He's up.
2 down now. Jensen, 60 seconds on the clock. Smoothie just gets autoed down by Ruler as they follow up with the damage, and Samsung are up now, 2-0.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to the Player Experience stream. I'm here with LS and Zyrene, and gentlemen, it has been a pretty quick beginning to the day, and we'll see whether Cloud9 can strike back. Zyrene, you're the man with the NA power and influence. Do you believe? Do we get into game 4?
I mean, I've seen Cloud9 reverse sweep before, but no. I feel like Samsung's just playing way too well right now. They're making some hiccups, though, but Cloud9 is not the team to punish them.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to ask you, LS, because that smug smile told me everything. This series is looking like it's dependent on the mid lane, and we've taken your suggestions and are pivoting to a mid lane focus for Game 3. We'll be tracking the matchup between Crown and Jensen, and it was pretty fiery. I mean, we did see Jensen pick up a solo kill around there somewhere. Of course, didn't really impact the game all that much, but we'll see whether he's going to be the man that C9 can utilize to try and get us to game 4.
Yeah, I want to see them not ban Victor.
I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like they're just going to ban Victor every time. That's my impression of it. I feel like Cloud9 on the red side. If Samsung bans Syndra and Kennen again on blue side, then you definitely go with those 2 bans again. I feel like they were kind of handed some free red side ones in. Yep. Already in Champion Select, and the Victor is already the first ban from Cloud9.
Yep. See you later, Victor. And it's looking very similar to game number 1 as far as these bans are concerned. So we shall see. As Syndra and Ryze both taken away, there's the Victor as well, as the Champion Select is going to catch up. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you send in your questions to Twitter using the hashtag AskTheCasters, and we'll be looking to bring you some answers during the game. And of course, you guys have been very vocal about wanting this matchup, and now we're going to need to hear your questions based on it as well. So the pressure is most certainly on to get those questions in. But Kennen is going to round out the bans for Samsung Galaxy, same as game number 1. And the Jhin is going to be the adaptation here from C9. So we move into their last ban.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if Samsung Galaxy is going to go with any sort of wonky team composition to sort of throw Cloud9 off, who probably is already under immense pressure right now, given that this is their tournament life. This is match point. Oh, no.
Yeah, and there's the Olaf one more time, and Samsung Galaxy are not taking too long to think about these whatsoever. But for the first time, we may see pick away the Karma, which has been pretty big.
Yep, I think they'll take the Karma Caitlyn here, especially since they banned Jhin. So Ruler will have to go on something like Ezreal.
Yep.
Maybe Lucian, but then he loses in range for sure. And then the lane gets pushed in. But Samsung can actually kind of pivot and maybe go for a Tahm Kench now that it's up.
Yeah, something like a, Jinx we've seen a little bit. Ruler could opt to that, but, Sivir is there if you want to concede lane and just go for that late game AoE damage.
I definitely do like, though, that the Caitlyn Karma doesn't really give away too much of what Cloud9's team composition is going to be, and so they're able to get a lot of information from Samsung Galaxy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Cassiopeia comes in for sure. It's something that, with all of these mid lane bans that are actually coming through, it's kind of left up without too much of a counter. The Orianna and maybe the Varus early on are the 2 that I can think of that will maybe deal with it. But Orianna in the laning phase against Cassiopeia, we haven't seen it fare incredibly well yet.
Apart from the solo kill that we can never forget.
Yeah.
We're looking at a highlight reel from this series. It is Jensen solo killing Crown Orianna versus Cassiopeia, and we're not going to look at the result, like nothing else.
But that's the entire highlight reel for Cloud9.
The entire highlight reel.
That's
it. Yep. Nailed it. And the beginning of the pickoff on a Core JJ on the bottom side of the map.
Yep.
Just don't watch the rest of it.
Wonder where the Aurelion Soul is. Aurelion was left up.
Probably at the very top of
he's been
picking the champions.
Yeah, he's been getting left up.
Starts today.
This is actually very, very surprising.
Yeah. Both Jensen and Crown not necessarily known for their Aurelion Soul play. And we have seen Aurelion Soul do fantastically well with the players that are incredibly good at the champion. And maybe it is just a stylistic thing that you can't necessarily just play it straight out of the box.
Okay.
And we are seeing that Cassiopeia versus Orianna matchup yet again.
Yeah, Aurelion Soul, actually fares pretty well into Cassiopeia. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
I'm quite surprised. The Jace as well.
We saw Maple actually win in that exact matchup against Faker. Theoretically.
Yeah.
Even though in lane, Faker did have some pretty sweet dancing.
You just get out of lane and go elsewhere.
Yeah.
As well. But yes, I do think that this Jace might be a little bit too early in my opinion, since you do have a last pick and you'd be able to see exactly what they're running, because now it gives them the option to actually draft even more hard engage. They already had the Sivir, and impact on a Gnar, he could have actually seen what matchup he's going into and maybe played that.
Well, the other thing about the Jace that I don't really like particularly is, last game in particular, I don't feel like Cloud9 really played around the way that Jace teleports in very well. And so even if Impact does get a lead, I don't trust their team play ability to coordinate with a Jace on teleport. So it doesn't make me feel very comfortable.
Yeah, and it feels like their composition is a little bit all over the place with, you know, a lot of range coming out of the Caitlyn and Jace, I guess, but Jensen probably wanting people to be able to engage on C9's terms. We're looking at Meteos' pick to really be something that can give C9 a way to get in, and that Zac is a decent option for that. Or Vi. That could be one, two.
Yeah.
Some batteries and people with a ball. Oh, that's the dream. Oh, don't be playing with my heart right now, Meteos.
I mean, it's funny because I don't think it would be completely awful. It'd be pretty bad, but in the composition, it would be pretty hilarious.
Could it actually get any worse, though, Zyrene, is the question.
Yeah.
Well, certainly not this, because we all know Meteos is Zac, and that is a champion that has seen a lot of bans so far. Not a lot of playtime by the man.
Yeah, and this being a mid lane stream, I'd really like to focus on how Meteos will be ganking mid as the Zac, because Zac has some very unique ways to get into mid. Covering the Raptor pit, you have to ward it a little bit more often, and make sure that Ambition has some control over the jungle, because if it gets out of control, there's just so much fog of war on this low mobility Cassiopeia that you really have to watch out for the Zac.
Yep.
Yeah, scary. But what does Samsung Galaxy want to be doing this time around? If we're having a look at the composition as a whole before we hop into this game, I mean, it's looking far less range coming out of the team. Is this like a run-at-you composition? Just pop on the hunt, like use it as a donkey whistle and just get yourself in there?
It's a very all-in team composition. One of the things that I do want to point out is one of the interesting things about Zac is that it does enable Jace to actually go for executes on Poppy underneath the tower 2v1, whereas Poppy would generally be immune versus a pretty wide array of 2v2 jungler combos, and so that's not going to be, you know, too problematic for Samsung Galaxy to deal with. But in the mid lane, the Olaf is, I think, only going to be counter ganking and match ganking, similarly to game number 2.
Okay.
And so maybe Samsung Galaxy is going to have another slow-paced game where they just all of a sudden explode once they get their first or second core items.
Yeah, we have actually been seeing that out of this team as well. The fact that they have been slowly getting through the early to mid game. After that point, they find a team fight, they find something, and they just destroy C9.
And we're talking about that Jace pick and the Zac right now. Those are two picks that, if CuVee plays it right, he can actually shut them down. Like, Zac can almost never have a way in on a team fight if you're using Poppy W to stop the Zac Elastic Slingshot.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It feels pretty bad. So CuVee actually has some great tools on this champion in the top lane. He just has to survive the laning phase, which will almost always go in Jace's favor. Jace will probably be up like 20 CS, maybe even take his turret. Depends on how much he gets crushed.
But doesn't really matter. Poppy will still be Poppy.
Very serviceable, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Samsung milling about towards the bottom side of the mid lane.
Yeah, actually going all the way in.
This is cute. I've seen this in a lot of my solo queue games. It's Cloud9 defensive positioning here from Sneaky.
Well, the most interesting thing about that invade is they didn't place any wards.
Yeah, just cruising.
Yep.
Well, sometimes you get a little bit in need of a walk. They've been sitting there for 2 games so far, so maybe just stretching their legs a little bit, getting themselves out and amongst it. It's Meteos towards the top side of the map.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Caitlyn Karma cheese.
Oh, beautiful.
But it's probably going to be sniffed out. It seems
exactly
that
what
Samsung Galaxy is sniffing it out, indeed.
Yeah. Well, I think we have time as we have a look at the mid lane, which is our focus at the moment. We have time to have a look at one Twitter question. That is coming in from Rai, who says, what's the strongest team comp archetype this Worlds? Is it Karma plus Control Mage mid plus Olaf / Skarner Rek'Sai? Is that sort of the vibe here at the moment for Worlds?
I feel like the best team compositions are the ones that have a lot of gears. Because the games have been very random at some points, depending on who you've been watching play. And I feel like team compositions that are able to do multiple things or, go into multiple styles, depending on game flow or what does end up occurring, is the most beneficial so far this Worlds.
So rewarding adaptation.
Yeah. And it's actually interesting because Olaf and Skarner are both seeing a lot of play right now, especially in this series, where they're some of the most one-dimensional picks in the jungle in terms of if they get behind, they aren't really that useful. They just run at you, and if they can't accomplish that, then they're bad. So compositions have kind of been all over the place. Like SKT have run really high execution, poke comps, disengage. So I don't know if there's exactly a meta right now for Worlds. I feel it's more on the teams and what they prefer to do, and it's kind of open at the moment.
I personally love that, because seeing a whole lot of different styles and how they match up against each other is definitely good, as Jensen lands a really nice dissonance. And good timing there on the command protect as Crown going through his mana bar.
Oh.
That feast proc was 10 out of 10.
Really, really bad. Jensen has a really big lead in mid right now.
Did Crown just miss a cannon creep and I missed it?
Crown missed a cannon creep, but also the lane is in an unfavorable position for him.
That's basically game over.
Yeah, well, his mana and his HP control is also, I think, worse than Jensen so far.
Jensen might go get blue now, right? No, he's not going to hand it off?
No, it looks like he's walking over there.
Yeah, he is. Cool. Yeah, that's why he was shoving so hard and using all of his mana, because he knew he was going to get this.
Well, that is definitely a good news story. Jensen looked pretty comfortable in this matchup. Orianna versus Cassiopeia last time around. And will now be able to get this shove all the way in. And may not even have to go back to base if he doesn't want to. And we'll talk about back timings as well. I mean, that's a double Doran's ring here for Crown. Unable to start stacking that tier just yet.
That's actually a very bizarre recall timing by Crown, because a player of his level is going to know that even if Jensen is not still in the lane, he is still going to be missing minions. And had that been a little bit more delayed, he would be underneath the turret with a less efficient recall than an Orianna. So the lane would still be disadvantageous. So it's very peculiar to see that recall timing come out from him.
Yeah, he even knows it as well. He actually blew Ghost to get back to lane faster.
Yep.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think it's like priority getting the pink ward in the back pocket to try and make sure he can land that deep and spot out Meteos to at least have like a safe side of the lane?
Well, I think it's more on just the fact that he would be in a disadvantageous position because the blue buff, the Orianna, the position of the lane, and everything like that. So it's more of, backing, it sucks I can't get tier right now, so making the best of a bad situation.
Well, speaking of bad situation, Jensen really looking like he wants to put this team on his back, get themselves through this one.
One of the things that I think Crown did not want to have happen is if he does read that Jensen is getting the blue buff, then what ends up happening is Jensen comes back to the lane, and for the next 2 minutes, he can just expend all of his mana to blow Crown's mana away. And then at that point, Crown is going to end up staying in the lane too long, and he's going to have a very bizarre amount of gold that is very awkward to recall with Cassiopeia, and that's just not something that you want to do. So he tried to get a recall off.
Well, see how it does work out, as Crown is still able to farm at least, but he's behind by 12 CS and a wave and a half.
And just like a random aside here about how the game is going, they just saw Olaf bottom, so Jensen shoves up, knows that he can't get ganked right now, and then they send Meteos to the bottom side to actually take advantage of this Caitlyn Karma lane that's been shoving in. So some really early advantages here, and Jensen hits 6.
Yeah, Thunderlord's proc does go off, but that's a good trade there for Crown. Jensen has at least minions on his side.
It's also a cannon minion wave, so Jensen can shove this.
Oh, go fight on the top side of the map. What the heck? What? Solo kill first blood for CuVee.
So earlier, Impact got ganked by Ambition and had to trade his Flash for Ghost, I believe. And so he doesn't have Flash, and so CuVee took advantage of that.
Should that even ever happen, though, really? Is Jensen completely out of mana? He does have Flash, is going to use it, but in goes Ambition. One more. Axe to the face, and Samsung Galaxy once again off to a fantastic start. And in fact, looking like it's possibly even a little bit better here as far as kills go. C9 did at least get that first blood turret, so still hold the gold lead.
And now this is actually going to certainly relieve all the pressure that Jensen had managed to actually create over Crown. And this replay, I mean, this is really nice. So Ambition comes in here, he gets the undertow slow. Jensen flashes way too late. Poor JJ manages to land the flash Q. And he just goes down there, and that just, the lead that he did have is gone.
Yeah, and I feel like this has been a problem with Jensen for a while now, and especially all throughout Worlds, is he's pushing way too far up without Meteos being anywhere nearby to back him up. So Ambition just comes from the top side, comes around, and Jensen is on the other side of the lane, which is just way too aggressive of a position for somebody who has low mana. I understand that he wants to shove the wave all the way to the turret, but it's that extra like second and a half that he spends up there that really just punishes him.
We are going to see a gank towards the top side of the map. Should be Meteos cleaning up CuVee, and does so quite nicely as they've actually switched. The Sneaky has headed up. making sure that he can try and knock down that top outer turret.
Yeah,
but
no
I do want to
flash.
go back to Twitter for another question here from Pancho Lights Out. Not only because he has a fantastic name, but he also has a very good question, which is why haven't we seen more LeBlanc in the current meta? Is it to do with sort of wave control and killing minions effectively?
It's primarily because the itemization paths that a lot of the mid laners can pick right now really hurt LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's like Null Magic Mantle, first back, or Negatron Cloak.
Yep.
You don't feel too bad about it. A lot of them want to scale to 2 items, 3 items.
Yep, and LeBlanc just is a champion that, I mean, if she falls behind in this current meta, she's just going to be completely useless.
Yeah, she wants to stay ahead of the curve. That's kind of her thing, is try to get you out of lane, but now there's just so many good tools to stay in and so many champions. Like, what would you play her into in the meta that would fare really well? Like, against a Vladimir? No. Against Cassiopeia? No. Syndra, you get kind of bodied.
That's a counter pick.
You get kind of bodied.
Yeah, does sound... Maybe Aurelion Sol?
Aurelion Sol, it's possible. I could actually see that. But Aurelion Sol just gets so tanky, and like Banshee's Veil fits right into his build. All of his items that he buys actually have HP in one of his builds. So
That's a very good point. I'm trying to stay in there for you, Pancho Lights Out, but
they
seem to have some pretty good answers.
But that's the thing is, like, it's great that you're asking these questions because people are going to have the same questions as, like, you know, why not? But it's great that they're answered, so.
Well, we'll see whether anyone is going to pick out the champion. I'm looking at you, EDG. Pawn has done it before.
It's also kind of another reason on top is wave clear. You just don't have really good wave manipulation early game. You kind of feed, or kind of, I guess, get your tempo off of trading really heavily and using your W aggressively. And when you do that, you're very gankable. It's not as fast of a wave clear. It's not as safe of a wave clear. It's kind of why we don't see Fizz as well.
Yeah, good point.
You E on Fizz for your wave clear. You max it first, and as soon as you use it, you're the most vulnerable mid lane champion for a bit.
Looks like there's some action actually going up there in the top lane right now. Both mid laners are constrained, though, to this lane.
Oh, Ambition. Yeah, he gets eaten, too. So, yeah, they're completely stuck in this mid lane. Can't do anything to help out these other side lanes. And Cloud9, they're actually losing so much, and it's kind of been off of Ambition's tempo and the way he's setting the pace of the game. He's using his Ghost very actively to trade summoners, and then he revisits, or his lane knows how to push that advantage.
Well, Meg Sheeran comes in with another question from Twitter, which is, start with all the Orianna picks into Cass each time. Why are we seeing this every single time?
It's always been a counter matchup. I was talking with Froggen about it. So the big thing here is that she has a zone of control wherever she places the ball that Cassiopeia can't really enter. You match her wave clear early. You can trade mana by putting the shield on yourself, and your auto attack trades are quite good. But it's mostly that mid-late game, all you have to do is throw the ball in a position, and she has to get zoned from it or take a big chunk of damage.
Well, in goes Meteos, the flash out of the Shockwave, and Crown didn't get hit by the Elastic Slingshot, so she'll be okay. But both summoner spells down in trade for 0, apart from an ultimate there from Jensen.
It's a good gank. That's what I was talking about with the way you have to ward against Zac, because Zac approaching that level 9 only gets 1 more rank in his Elastic Slingshot for that maximum range, and he can easily come from the Raptor Pit all the way into the center of mid lane. So Crown has to respect that.
Well, certainly did by pressing both his F and D keys.
Did you have anything else to add on the Cassiopeia Orianna matchup, LS?
No, I think you covered it actually pretty well. So there is that.
Well, in goes Meteos one more time. There's the knocker. Let's Bounce comes down at the same time. The Crown still surviving for now. An Abyssal Voyage from Core JJ nullifies the entire thing.
I hated that.
Well, I had a really bad time.
But like, the only thing they're really doing is forcing Crown to back and have bad back timings here. But who was going to kill him? It's like, you didn't really have kill potential there. Smoothie was there. Jensen was still walking back in from mid lane. So they're just getting Jensen pressure again. Yep. But now, immediately, CuVee will come up.
Possible heroic charge. Jensen does move himself back. Stretch Armstrong comes down for Meteos, threatening the slow. And Jensen smooth moves, dodges the axe. Oh, there it is once again.
I feel like now, at this point, we can say that Crown is, again, at full mana. It's going to be basically the same hit points as well. Jensen now is in a very, very bad position.
He'll be able to at least get himself the CS evened out once again, but we saw him winning the lane quite considerably early on. Looks like he's going for the Q max as well.
He actually swapped out his trinket for a blue trinket early.
Oh, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Generally, that's something that you would do to get intel on the enemy jungler, or for dragon control, if you feel like you would need it for that. That's definitely something very, very specific, and it's interesting to see him doing it. But oh, well, hold that thought.
Good dodge by Jensen.
Yep.
All right.
Perfect. He gets the ghost out for nothing.
And dances his way back to base.
Yep. Now Ambition knows that there can't be a roam from mid lane, so he starts running straight down bottom. Like, Ambition's super effective and super aggressive here, too. I love how he's playing off of his lanes.
And he's getting a lot of intel right now. He basically is able to tell his team that Meteos is on the left-hand side of the map, because he entered into the right-hand side, didn't find anything.
Yeah, Meteos should actually probably dive here, but CuVee has TP, and that's what's stopping him from doing so.
Well, they do have 4 members towards the top side of the map for C9. Crown now looking to try and make his presence known somewhere on the map, but decides that mid lane is going to be where he's needed, as Jensen is once again pushing this one out. And can he find the Petrifying Gaze is the question. Not going to line up the ult flash or anything like that.
Well, this is actually really intelligent by Meteos. Oh, it looks like Crown sniffing it out.
Oh, doesn't get...
Ooh.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, as soon as the ghost comes out, you kind of stop there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. No flash from Crown as well. So.
If like they're going super ham, then like Meteos flashes to the other side and R's. And then maybe he bounces him into it, or maybe you just slap the ball right onto Meteos. But that looked like Meteos is just trying to get summoners, and Jensen's trying to get kills.
Seemed as well like Jensen maybe hadn't put the ball on quite quickly enough, had already buffered the shockwave. I'm not sure, but it was a very, very late shockwave. And not necessarily what we've come to expect from Jensen, because his mechanical play, especially in an isolated situation so far this series, hasn't been bad at all.
Yeah, I think his mechanical play has been okay. I feel like his decision-making, based off of where his team is sometimes not the best. Especially, like, man, if he had a jungler that, like, he had heavy communication with, and he always just had good synergy, and they knew when he was nearby, and when he wasn't, somebody was like, hey, I'm not near mid, stuff like that, then it would work out way better for C9.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Jensen dropped the ball at that mid point where he and Meteos tried to force something for no reason, and they handed basically all the control back over to Crown, and when Jensen played too far forward when Meteos was farming wolves. So, I mean, he played, I think, pretty well mechanically. I even think that he absolutely decimated Crown pre-level 6.
Ooh.
Oh, Jensen looking to try and help. Top lane here as Ruler has managed to pick himself up 2 kills.
Oh my god.
As Meteos looking to try and take him down. Ruler kiting as best he can, but it's a double back here from Meteos. Gets the flash out of CoreJJ as well, and Jensen not going to be able to find too much for himself. And Crown actually wants to try and at least get some damage down onto this Zach. Oh, a little bit late on the miasma as, oh my goodness, flash has to be used out of the shockwave.
Yeah, they're probably going to get wrecked here top.
Oh, CuVee.
Yeah, CuVee TP'd in. He actually interrupted Impact's TP and actually forced him all the way back, got his flash, and got his turret. So CuVee is just actually bodying Impact right now.
And also just gets eaten by CoreJJ, so they get the shutdown as well. They give it to the Tahm Kench. His Grey Health will be able to keep him alive as the tower was trying to take him down. So Samsung Galaxy,
ooh, this is
dive.
Smoothie's here, Smoothie's here.
Oh, doesn't actually land the Q onto Crown at least. The mini wave turns up.
Well,
stop some backs.
Yeah, force them to take risky backs or just walk all the way back, because Impact on this Jace could have a field day. Really well done there. Meteos, you know, he can't peel away the Olaf. I like how he knocks Ruler back there with the ultimate, and that's key. But then Smoothie goes down, and now it's just Meteos trying to beat up 2 people. Luckily, he does actually get both of them.
CoreJJ actually botched the animation cancel at the end there. I think Ruler potentially could have lived, but...
So what's the animation cancel?
Tahm Kench can apply his stack when his tongue is like halfway.
Gotcha.
And then you can do the Q during that animation or that frame.
You mean cancel your auto attack?
Yeah, like it's like an animation cancel on the auto attack.
Ah, gotcha.
So that would have been pretty nice. Ruler potentially could have lived there, but it doesn't really matter because at that point, with CuVee's teleport, it's just too difficult for Cloud9 to live there.
Yeah, the turret wasn't really much cover for Impact. Impact backs all the way up and tries to TP, gets interrupted by the Poppy, and has to blow his flash because he's almost dead. And then he loses his turret too, and then CuVee gets to go top. So CuVee is just kind of styling on him.
Yep. Very interesting, actually, to see Poppy in such a commanding position in this matchup.
Yeah, he got the solo kill early because the flash from Impact was blown, and that really tilted the matchup and got him ahead of the curve. And he's even investing in a Sheen early on to try and punish the Jace, who's not going to buy him pretty much any more HP than this. It's really kind of unlucky. Also, it's something I've seen a bit with Jace builds. I'm still not 100% sure, but I'm seeing a lot of Jace's run Fervor and Rush Black Cleaver against Poppy. And personally, I think Thunderlord's just so much damage early to get lane control. But I'm not 100% on that.
I think that the Fervor just gives them a way to try to kill Poppy with their jungler before level 6, because the stacks are so powerful. But I definitely do agree that the Thunderlords definitely help soften up and just play combo-centric against Poppy. But I think it's just a stylistic preference.
I also like that it's magic damage too for the early game.
Ambition.
Just tiny thing, because she's going to build armor first.
Yep.
All right. Did see an attempted gank there from Meteos. They get themselves the Ragnarok.
Yeah, they're trading bot lane HP on this turret for that. And Meteos is going to try to flank here. They don't have teleport. They know that. Can't stop this from coming in if he wants to, but they're not really quite fast enough. Oh, that's great.
The Crown doesn't have Let's Bounce, remember, but the Boomerang from Ruler is going to fly across.
Yep.
Samsung get themselves out.
The Tahm Kench was banned previously, and it's just a big hassle to deal with.
I'm actually not sure whether it was it?
It was banned.
Was it banned in the last game?
It was banned by C9 in the last 2 games.
Oh, cool.
They banned Tom Victor Nidalee game 1, then Tom Victor Olaf game 2.
Ah.
In this game, they went for the Jhin. They went for the Jhin ban, Victor Jhin Nidalee. So Victor Nidalee has been constant for them, or Victor Olaf, depending on which side they're on. They just got rid of the Tom ban for another bot lane ban.
Here's the Siege in the mid lane as Ambition looking to pick up his axe. Smoothie slowed down as Crown is going to be able to lock him up here. Ambition is going to eat the shockwave on his own as Core JJ saves his life. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Jensen has no mana. Oh, yeah. Impact with a fantastic shot right there. Actually cleared all the minions.
Well played.
Needs to buy time for Jensen to back.
Yep. I feel like Samsung Galaxy's minion wave control across all 3 of these games so far has just been so good. Whenever they've been making a play, their waves have been pushing. C9 has just found it difficult to deal with all of this extra pressure they've inherently been able to put down as Meteos. He's going to land on the ground. Half the health bar there as Core JJ does at least get the Nom, the flash out, and manages to spit him in the right direction as C9 just can't get anything.
Well, they saved the turret, and Jensen gets the farm bottom wave, so that's actually the best that they could have hoped for, and I don't think they had to even use a summoner spell to do that.
Yep, that was actually really well played by Cloud9. The trap thing, I don't know if that was completely intentional, but it was pretty cute to see.
It certainly was. All right, I think we could possibly get a Twitter question in here, gentlemen. And it's Sondra Lunde. I can't actually pronounce anything. Skipscap123 as Smoothie is going to die in the mid lane.
Ooh.
Wrong timing as Sneaky uses his heal, keeps his support alive for a little bit longer, but that's the double kill as Core JJ and CuVee managed to pick those 2 up.
The question for me here is, why is Jensen still bottom? Why is Impact going top? Because top is a dead lane right now. It doesn't even, your tier 1 turret is a pawn. It should just be sacrificed in favor of gaining superior map position elsewhere. It just doesn't make any sense. So these games, Cloud9 versus Samsung, it almost just looks like Cloud9 is running around aimlessly and they're super passive. And if Samsung doesn't make a gigantic blunder, it's like they're always just giving the driver's seat to Samsung.
Yeah.
And that play in the mid lane from Samsung, it was really good, and they're doing this quite a bit, is they push the lanes, and then they just don't sit there and continue to push them. Once they get past that halfway point and they know it's going to continue to push a little bit further, they go mid, they try to make a play, and I don't know why Cloud9 aren't seeing that as a habit, and they're not respecting that. They're like past the halfway point when they don't know where top lane or jungle is, and you can't be doing that mid-game.
Especially after what they've experienced in the last 2 games, which is where this is the point where Samsung Galaxy seem to find a pressure point and execute on it every single time. You have to be playing with more respect and more care at this point of the game, especially. So we have got to 22 minutes, 9-3 in kills here in favor of Samsung Galaxy, but still nothing above 2,000 gold in the gold lead.
Yeah.
Opportunities for C9.
Another interesting thing here as well is Sneaky actually maxed Trap second. He went for the Q max first.
The Forgiven and Uzi tactic.
Yeah, it's less of a, hey, we're going to have a siege comp, and it's more of a, I need to dominate lane.
Or I'm going to die to Ambition on the top side of the map, which is exactly what's going to happen right now, as Meteos, he's also now trapped. He is going to flash away, but Core JJ is going to eat him. I believe he's going to go down to some bloblets, but can they take on three members of Samsung Galaxy's Impact? Is he going to keep in here as Meteos is going to come out of his bloblet form? He's still looking to try and get more done as the Petrifying Gate is going to catch Smoothie, and he's going to die as well. The tower's going to fall afterwards.
Why didn't he go?
I'm not sure, Zyrene, but a whole lot of things happened.
What?
I have no idea.
Oh, Impact should have gone. Wait. Oh, I gotta watch that again. I'm in disbelief. Did he?
Or maybe he had it cancelled by the fact that the bloblets turned up again. Something like that.
Maybe. I don't know if like CuVee Impact.
It was interrupted by Poppy. Yeah.
They did manage to find a kill though in the mid lane.
Yep. So yeah, CuVee is kind of MVP of this right now for me.
Oh, Impact. He's in a heck of a lot of trouble now. He gets the knockback onto CuVee, but he's still going to be able to smack him in the head. Jensen says, well, I'm going to get myself some celebratory popcorn chickens from your side of the map, and does run himself out of there as Sneaky. Oh my goodness. That is terrifying.
Dunzo.
The Brolaf from the jungle surprise attack.
Dunzo. That's absolutely disgusting.
I've seen this movie before. But now it's on the other side as Ambition is going to get shockwaved for the kill. Jensen just saying, yeah, no, I need to do a lot of damage to you just to show exactly how I feel. Meteos goes for a run.
To be honest, though, I don't actually agree with Jensen using the ultimate right there. I guess it's not really going to matter because he has such high CDR, but I feel like that is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have Flash. You know, Ambition doesn't have any summoner spells available. He just used the Ragnarok as well.
It comes down to sending a message, I think, gentlemen.
that I'm completely exploitable now in the mid lane.
Or I'm willing to use more damage than I should because I want you dead that much. Something like that. It's a sign of dominance.
Yeah, I send that message a lot.
I totally understand you, Jensen, if you're going to watch this later. Don't worry, I completely get it. CuVee is going to throw a buckler at the back of the head of Meteos, but he doesn't really mind too much because he's a blob man. And he's just going to absorb it into his skull, something like that. We do have the question that I was trying to get to about 25 minutes ago or something like that. And it is in reference to you, LS, and it's where is the Twisted Fate? You keep suggesting it into Aurelion Sol. We haven't quite found it.
The Twisted Fate into Aurelion, I think, is the best possible mid laner that exists against him. I don't know if people have either just not acknowledged that Twisted Fate is. Then again, Twisted Fate is a very specific champion that requires your entire team to be on the same page, and it does require a lot of team coordination. So definitely, if you haven't practiced it, there was probably a very short amount of time that people were practicing against Aurelion Sol leading up to Worlds, so it just might not be in some people's arsenal.
You know what really sucks right now for mid laners coming into this tournament is...
What sucks for mid laners coming into this tournament?
A lot of things. But
oh, no.
The one that I think is most prevalent is you only have so much time, and if you weren't playing Ryze and Aurelion Sol before, those two champions actually take a lot of time to be proficient on them. I would say, like, for Ryze, it's pretty close to, like, 20 games before you really get him down and the diversity of his combos and how to control lane. And Aurelion Sol seems pretty easy, but he's actually quite a bit harder than you would expect. So they're high mastery curve champions, but you have to invest the time. And if you're playing those and you have to play, like, Orianna at the same time and stuff like that, there's only so many scrims in a day.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
It's rough to get down all those champions and be comfortable with them and have your team be comfortable with them, too.
Yep.
That's what sucks for mid laners right now.
And it also does reward a lot of the mid laners that had already been playing a lot of these champions.
Yep.
Such as CuVee.
Yeah, they'll be playing. They'll be pulling those bans for sure, like the Ryze this game.
And right now, the Seraph's Embrace is completed for Crown, so his quest item is complete.
Yep.
That's a very, very big. It's a
very
big
hand that in,
spike.
Crown. Gonna get yourself some experience in gold. 3 items though, definitely a big deal. Exactly right. And a lot of defensive opportunity here for Crown with the Zhonya's Abyssal and Seraphs. Do you think that might be overly defensive here for the Cassiopeia?
I feel like he just has to live. Like that. It's funny to say, like, he doesn't have to be like Glass Cannon here. He just has to live long enough to deal the damage. So survivability just makes him even more annoying. And when you're ahead having survivability, it just almost removes all the options for your opposition to get back in the game.
Almost compounds the lead, right?
Yeah. it's funny because it's like, oh, I have damage and I'm killing people. I should build more damage. It's like, actually, you have enough to kill them already, and you should build tanky.
So then you're not destroyed by 1 moment's CC.
Yeah.
Well, CuVee's going to try and set up for a kill onto Impact here. Does get the slow with a devastating blow, and he should be taken down. CoreJJ is going to eat him, spit him out, and that's actually a corpse once it does hit the rift once again. Miasma going to try and stop the rotational play from Cloud9 as Samsung Galaxy just tear through the inner turret on the bottom side of the map. And once again, it just feels like they're turning this game on its head. 5,000 gold the lead.
NA Jace, NA Kennen, both becoming a thing right now. Like, it's also like the Jaces aren't really set up for success in these compositions either.
I just feel like Impact has not been having the day that he really wanted here in the quarterfinals. We were expecting a lot from this guy, but CuVee's just been all over him.
Yeah. Definitely started snowballing at the very beginning. Like, this is a matchup that Jace should win in a vacuum, but Ambition paid a visit up there, which is interesting because rule of thumb now is usually like camp for your winning lanes. Don't camp a losing lane. Don't even like give them a gank or anything. Put your attention on the side of the map that's going to snowball. And this was just like enough for CuVee to take over the whole top side. 2 levels up, like completely immovable.
And he's got his 3 items as well. I mean, this guy is super happy with what's going on. Almost has Guardian Angel. Terrifying as Tongue Lash. Not going to find Sneaky, but there's the exhaust. There's the wallbang. And the Caitlyn is forced to flash. There are flashes everywhere as Ruler gets the auto reset and destroys the Caitlyn.
What is Meteos doing?
He's just collecting some bloblets.
Yeah, he's trying to fight Ambition over the pink ward, but...
Going swimming.
Yeah. Ah, yes. The
no.
Impact split push.
No.
Oh, that was...
He's okay, he's okay. It's fine, it's fine. This is
this is great, because you can actually slingshot from the Krug pit in there. But
he's in the wall! And he actually just gets heroic charged immediately. He does have the passive up as he flashes over the wall in order to keep himself alive.
But, Impact.
Oh, the boomerang wasn't enough. Oh my goodness, that is a tiny little Zac coming out of those blobs, and that was so, so close.
Impact needs to pick up like a kill or 2 here.
Or 5.
I mean, it's not impossible. Hit him.
He's going to need to go back to... He's going to have to land it. There it is. Okay,
Nice.
Nicely done.
Yep.
That was actually really
That's the
good.
jungler too, so if they want to reset up for Baron, they possibly can here.
I don't know. I feel like Samsung Galaxy just... In that funnel right there that you can see Oriana, or southwest of Oriana's ball right now, leading into the river.
Yeah, right there.
I feel like, right there, where CoreJJ is. I feel like that's actually too strong of an area for Samsung Galaxy to threaten, as long as they can get through the traps. But it looks like they're going around the traps. This feels very
Desperation
risky
Baron.
because Poppy is so big.
Yeah,
And
now they're
going to charge
abandon
up the
people in the
helicopter as
pit.
well. See you later, jungler. Impact now going to get destroyed on his own in this Baron pit. Meteos is going to get himself back around. They can just hop back on the Baron if they want, but no. They actually want some more kills as everyone flashes in. Crown grabs the kill. There's the shockwave combo, but is it too little too late as Jensen's completely out of mana? CuVee can ignore turrets, possibly even ignore fountain laser at this point. This guy is so big. Yep, dancing around. Oh, you'll need another one there, CuVee. I have a feeling you might be able to get it. Nope, he's going to die underneath the turret. So there it is. The shutdown comes through. What a disaster.
All that remains the lollipop.
Oh, God. Hang up your hat, CuVee. We're done. We are done.
Oh, man. But that's going to be Baron. That was a 4v5.
Yes. And without the Olaf, without the possibility of a smite, Jensen didn't have his ultimate for, I want to say, about 10 more seconds. And that's a big difference in how you approach that fight as Samsung, is the threat of that ultimate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything Cloud9 can actually do at this point. What I would like to see from Samsung Galaxy is you see CuVee. Looks like that's going to be a dead man's plate being completed. I would rather CuVee just go Guardian Angel at this point, and also on Ambition just go Guardian Angel at this point, because then that just completely skews Cloud9's ability to do anything inside of a team fight.
Is there a possibility that maybe he just picked up the Giants belt because he had 1,000 gold and doesn't think he'll fit in another back before they can potentially win this game?
I mean, spoken like a true LPL caster. It's like they buy like everything they can on their backs. It's like
They do.
Oh.
Name actually popularized it in the AD carry position, just making sure that he could get mathematically the most damage out of his items every single time he goes back to base.
Like he would back, and it would even be like an elixir of wrath or something like that. Like 15
Really
minutes in
weird
the game.
Yeah.
It's like, all right,
Okay, man.
20 minutes in the game at Baron. It's like, we're going to fight at Baron. Elixir of Wrath comes out. Don't see that so much anymore.
No. I do like the idea, though.
Yeah. It's not a bad one.
And just look at how split up Cloud9 is right now.
Meteos is doing battle with CuVee randomly in the jungle.
Well, it looks like they're not even a team with how their coordination is. It doesn't make any sense how split up and the gaps between each other.
It feels so strange because it feels as if they want impact on some type of tank to like be a frontliner for this team. And when he's been playing things like the Kennen and not having like a split push like a Gnar where he can jump into the fight later and have some durability, and Cloud9 kind of looks out of sorts from what I've been noticing.
Well, Samsung going to turn their attention to the inner turret in the mid lane.
Yep.
Super Creep's going to be milling down the bottom side of the map.
You can see Zach off on the side, Meteos looking for a way to get in, but he should check check the bush.
Yeah. Ambition. Ragnarok has to be used. Didn't want to push that button. You could see him being very apprehensive because they wanted to use that in their next engage. Good news for C9, but not a massive cooldown on that particular button.
He finally got the ward there.
Nope.
Ooh. Yeah, he's got Ghost, so he'll get away.
He's actually looking to try and fight this one out as Meteos is going to come in and Impact is going to be able to pick up the kill. So Ambition once again falls down.
But the problem is that comes at the cost of a turret.
Is that inner turret as well
and
in the mid lane?
also a completely dark mid lane now.
Yeah. Well, now they actually get the inside track on him.
Ruler.
Ruler.
Just getting turned on. Okay, the passive was doing some work there with the on the hunt, but
and it's super good by Ruler as well. Like most people just run straight away. He just started running the opposite direction to dodge the Zac, dodge the possibility, and goes after the chase.
He's also got a lot of items. Ruler now sitting on his 3-item power spike with the Rapid Fire Cannon, Essence Reaver, and Infinity Edge, but also has his Last Whisper at the same time. It's a very, very big Sivir. And that's a Lord Dominic's regard now as well. So, yeah, Sivir gonna be doing some damage. Yeah, is an understatement.
Yeah, almost Flame Horizoning Sneaky as well.
Yeah, it's like a full item up.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, he is
very,
a whole
very
lot
close.
of the team's wave clear at the same time. You can see 50 CS up is Jensen as well over Crown because that ball has been clearing out a lot of the minions that have been shoving in.
Crown soloing the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and I think that the Drake may have been something that Cloud9 could have picked up after they got the kill on Ambition instead of running mid and trying to get Ruler. I understand that getting Rulers, you know, they didn't really expect him to be able to outplay like that, but it looked like the Drake was pretty ripe for the taking there.
Well, certainly did. Crown made it look so. He was able to twin butt it to death.
Now, the one thing, though, that Samsung Galaxy does not really have is the ability to just full-on dive a turret without that Baron buff, unless Cloud9 takes a very poor position, or if a Ruler gets some really nice chunks off onto Cloud9 champions.
Yeah, right now, though, they're like rocking so much durability on CuVee and Ambition, and even Core JJ can have the turret swap aggro off of somebody. Like, it just feels like the damage and tankiness ratio of Samsung is just way higher than Cloud9's right now.
Yep.
They're still doing a ton of damage. It doesn't matter that they're all this tanky, and it's so hard to actually remove these guys from the map too. And oh man, he just tickles that Cassiopeia. It's like nothing.
Yeah, well, Crown's as well. He's got basically 4 defensive items. If you look down the line, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter has been the last one that's been completed. Impact now has to deal with these super creeps. That has given Samsung the ability to move towards this mid lane. Inhibitor turret doesn't take too much damage. Difficult to siege with the Sivir like you guys were talking about, but C9 still holding on as desperately as they possibly can with Caitlyn and Jace back in base, though. This could be an opportunity for Samsung. And look at this tower fall down so quick as Ruler going to get eaten. Core JJ is going to spit him back out. They take down the turret. Meteos bouncing around the fight, but CuVee just soaking so much aggro.
It's a 4v5 too. Ambition is over by the Wolves and came running towards the mid lane now. And they still weren't able to even get an opening in Meteos.
Goodness.
And now the bounce of the crits to the entire team. Just, oof.
They're just getting ran around the map here. C9 just seem to be out of sorts.
Yeah, they have to fountain back here too. Jensen has no mana. Like Crown could even ulti and like try to run people down. They're just losing so much off this.
This is so bizarre because this is, I feel like, such a standard defense to execute with the Caitlyn traps. It's very easy to just bounce back and forth and time your fountain recalls, but their coordination is just so weird right now, and it looks like this is probably going to be the game.
Yep, it's not enough to be world class, so they're going to have to go home.
Oh, big 3-man shockwave though as Meteos does at least get a very small slingshot into the middle of the team. Some softened members of Samsung, but with 3 inhibitors down, it's going to be so difficult to mount this defense. Jensen runs back to the fountain. Impact still has a lot of health. Smoothie trying to do what he can, but Samsung still have so much damage that they can bust out onto these Nexus turrets. Just need another couple of waves, perhaps. But they don't even need to wait for that as Nexus turret 1 falls down. Crown now able to help siege this one up. Ruler moving over to the side just to make sure he doesn't get picked off. It is going to be Crown falling, so the Cassiopeia does not survive this last siege.
Yeah.
And, okay, CuVee just walks in.
Though, yeah.
Oh, really nice steadfast presence.
Oh,
he's just getting bounced around. And CoreJJ gonna eat him.
Yeah.
Nice tongue lash.
This is actually
sacrifice.
If they can get this, their inhibitor bottom just respawned. I don't know if they'll be able to actually defend it or not.
That was cute.
That was nice.
Oh.
Nope.
So that will be 7v5.
Yeah.
As 3 inhibitors down. Well, I think it's actually a little bit worse than 7v5.
Because, yeah, Baron just respawned, and if you were able to actually clear these minion waves out, you wouldn't be completely helpless in a Baron contest, but it's even worse, and they can't really leave their base at all. It's like not even close to feasible.
Yep. Now at this point, I just don't think that they have the necessary resources to really resist. I think that Samsung Galaxy just goes over to Baron, eats it, and then immediately beelines for their base and takes it.
I think the best thing that we should be talking about right now is the fact that if Cloud9 managed to turn this game around, get a win and reverse sweep, that would be the best story in League of Legends history.
Man, you go from an 0-12 bottom lane to winning when down 2 games. It'd be actually incredible. Like, Smoothie and Sneaky have been playing quite poorly throughout this entire series.
Yeah. 0-12 and 12 is not exactly, that's a 1 KDA.
It's like they haven't been respecting the vision that Samsung have on that bottom side, or the fact that Ambition could be there. Like, Ambition is kind of getting away with murder on this Olaf.
At least 4 times.
Because nobody's like respecting it. The guy doesn't even go over walls or anything like that, but they aren't keeping vision control in the crucial areas that they need it. And he just walked like,
oh god, Ruler does so much damage. Impact in trouble. Ricochet not up just yet, as there's the knockback. They get rid of Smoothie. The shutdown comes down onto Ruler. The Nexus turret is going to be the focus though. They can't kill CuVee in time. Shockwave's there, but the Nexus is all they want. 11,000 gold. Samsung Galaxy with one of the most decisive best of 5s I have ever seen. That was quick, and it's really hard to be a C9 fan at this stage.
Do you know what Cloud9's Nexuses and Galaxy Note 7s have in common?
What?
They explode.
You've been sitting on that, but it was well executed, my friend. Oh, God.
I don't know really what to say. It looked like in all 3 of the games today, Cloud9 was just ultra passive, and they looked like a chicken with their head cut off at certain points. And Samsung Galaxy was in the driver's seat almost every single second.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because I wouldn't always classify them as passive. It was like really strange bouts of aggression that weren't warranted. Like they would push up too far mid. Oh, now you're ganked by Ambition. Like Ambition's timing on these ganks were really good, and he was kind of preying on the fact that Cloud9 were pushing too far up at weird times. Like sure, you have Caitlyn Karma, you push the Sivir and the Tahm Kench in, but then immediately, it's like from Fog of War, from the side that you should have warded, out comes this Olaf, and it's like, as a jungler, that feels really bad, because you're ganking topside with like a gap-closing jungler that has like an elastic slingshot to get in the lane, and you're like, oh man, I got his flash, maybe I'll come back later, I had to blow my flash, whatever, and then you're like, my bottom lane just got ganked for free in like the easiest gank route ever. It's like when the enemy jungle walks over Scuttle Crab and still gets a gank off bottom. It's like, how? But that's what happened in this series was Ambition was getting really quite easy ganks off because they were not respecting him.
Yeah, and what it looked like to me was just incredibly clean League of Legends from Samsung as well. I mean, Cloud9 was they were pretty competitive in, I guess, the earlier stages, but it's the fact that Samsung Galaxy didn't need a lead to capitalize on anything. They just knew what they had to execute. They found exactly the right times to do so and did it. And I don't know, it just felt clinical.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's actually something that I think that Samsung are showing over all the other teams right now too.
Yeah.
Is like fastest game time in the tournament, then beating it immediately afterwards. Like when they get a lead, they know how to close it out. They have like the structure and like they know like, all right, step 1, 2, and 3, let's go. And what risks they can take and when to get the Baron. Like we're seeing like 23-minute Barons. It's really fast, whereas Rocks, kind of messing around a little bit more, not as clean. SKT, almost the same, but they kind of brute force things down with like superior players at the moment from what I've been seeing. But Samsung is like, yep, even though we don't have like a FLICKR on our team or, you know, some god player in the jungle like Peanut, it's like they're still going to be able to close the game out off of great macro play and off of rotating and out-rotating you.
Yeah, it's more like better decisions that they make as opposed to better players necessarily.
Yep. And the only game where they ever looked vulnerable was that very first game in Week 1 against TSM where they picked the 3 losing lanes double tier comp.
Yeah.
And TSM just rolled over them via Bjergsen and Syndra. And outside of that, they have looked like the cleanest team this tournament. And they've only dropped 1 game the entire tournament so far, and a lot of their wins have been super decisive.
Yeah, and even if that, you know, that one loss in the first week, their first week didn't look as dominant as their week 2. So the fact that as this tournament continues, this team is looking better and better. I mean, you got to be terrified looking at the semis. And I mean, who is it, H2K or Albus Nox that is now going to be going up against this Samsung Galaxy lineup? I'm going to be very, very frightened if I'm one of those heading in to that matchup, just because they have looked so scary.
Yeah, I feel like Samsung are heavy favorites to make the finals, no matter who comes out of that other side. Even if it's H2K and like Ryu versus Crown, well, still Crown.
Yeah,
like Ruler versus Core JJ, or Ruler Core JJ versus Forgiven Vander. It's like, I don't think it's enough of an advantage to actually press, and in some cases it might not even be an advantage.
The thing for me about H2K versus Samsung Galaxy is H2K so far, at least to me, has been a win lane, win game type of team so far.
Yeah.
And the thing for me about Samsung Galaxy is no one has actually pushed them to their limits of their late game, which is their forte. So I don't know what's going to happen when H2K, even if they do get lots of leads, I don't think they're going to be able to close it out against Samsung Galaxy, and then it's going to reach a point where everyone has 5-6 items, and then Samsung knows what to do, and H2K doesn't.
Especially since that's been H2K's weak point, is those mid-late game decision-making situations, and that's Samsung's best, like you said.
Yep.
Yeah, and bringing it back, because of course this last game was a focus on that mid lane as well. I mean, I do want to talk about what Crown was actually able to execute, because what was his role moving into that late game, trying to get things done? Because it seemed like, you know, he was sitting back just a little bit, but when the fights broke out, he was doing exactly what he needed to do.
I think it's just heavy damage, stay alive. Early game, you know, it's all about just having low risk, especially with a Zac. Don't die to the Zac, don't get camped, don't give over kills to the Orianna. And the way he built, every single item that he built had some defensive property to it, except for the Void Staff that he got last item.
Yeah.
Because all he needs to do is just not die, not get poked out by the Jace, still stay relevant, and zone with the Miasma.
Yeah, and it worked out incredibly well. But that will do it for us on the Player Experience stream. Join us again tomorrow as we welcome special guest Alex Ish and Gate onto the caster desk. We'll take a look at the bottom lane and middle lane matchup, as well as take another dip into the fog of war. But for everyone here on the Player Experience stream, thank you so much for watching. Now we'll send you to the main stream for an interview with Samsung Galaxy's CuVee.
이제 삼성팀이 조별에서 1위를 차지함으로써 이제 매우 좀 좋은 8강 대진을 받았는데, 지금 이제 비록 많은 사람들이 삼성은 지금 현재 대진에서는 결승전까지 올라갈 수 있다고 예측하고 있지만, 이제 다음 4강전에서 붙을 수 있는 H2K나 또는 ANX과의 그 팀 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이제 H2K가 제 생각으로 올라올 것 같고 무시할 수 없는 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 충분히 준비를 많이 해서 상대하도록 하겠습니다.
For now, I think H2K has a better chance to advance to semifinals, and they're a really good team, and I don't think we could play like easily at them at all. So we're gonna try our best and prepare our best for the semifinals.
Right, we will see what happens. The story of Samsung in this world is very interesting. A lot of people doubted you before the group stage, but then you got first seed. Now you're going to New York in the semifinal. How have your own expectations, your hopes, and your goals evolved over the past couple of games and weeks?
그 삼성이 이제 대회 시작 전에는 그렇게 많은 사람들이 이제 삼성 팀이 이렇게 좋은 성적을 낼 줄 몰랐고 좀 아직 검증이 필요하다고 얘기했지만, 이제 조별에서 1위도 통과했고 8강에서 지금 3대0으로 진출하셨는데요. 이제 큐베 선수 개인적으로는 대회를 진행하면서 그 대회에 대한 기대치가 어떻게 발전하셨나요?
이제 저희는 이제 롤드컵에 진출하면서부터 상당히 잘해졌다고 느꼈기 때문에 그게 큰 걱정은 안 했고, 앞으로 이제 대회를 하면서 더 성장할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
기대치는 따로 없고, 그러니까 우승할 수 있는 기대치. Okay. So even when we qualified for World Championship, we were really satisfied with our own performance. So we had belief in ourselves that we could play well at the tournament. And I think we'll keep on improving, so I have high hopes for our team.
All right, we will see what happens. Again, congratulations, fantastic run into the semifinals. Samsung and CuVee. Dash, wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Shocks. CuVee there and the rest of Samsung Galaxy going to be very happy with a 3-0 sweep in their quarterfinal, moving themselves on to New York City. And let's just try and approach how they did it tonight. I mean, each game got progressively longer, and whether or not that's C9 learning or Samsung, changing their compositions and more a product of the games themselves, what are your guys' thoughts?
Samsung obliterated C9, and I think they should set their sights on the World Championship now. Like, the performance they put in the group stage to now, and the fact that they are likely going to be able to make it to the finals, they just continue to get better. And I also love the fact that Crown apologized before he even did this. He said, "I'm sorry, NA fan, but I too came here to win." He's just really polite dude.
Confidence is a good thing.
Yep, very much so. You got to have confidence coming into a matchup like this. If we approach just this game specifically to break it down just for a moment, we have to look at the fact that, they went for the Zac, the Orianna. They did their best. And of course, Meteos did come up with a few early kills, but it still seemed like for Cloud9, it was more execution errors, riddled with execution in what were moments of maybe good decision-making, just not quite being able to capitalize on it.
I mean, the first thing that I noticed is that this is definitely the game where potentially C9 have 3 winning lanes. So even though the Zac is not the highest pressure jungler, especially compared to the Olaf, it's still 3 winning lanes and this long-ranged artillery kind of ganker. So it looked like this could definitely be the game where you snowball early to mid, get a big lead. And although C9 were ahead, they were never ahead by enough given the comp they were facing. So even though it felt like they had momentum in this game, they weren't kind of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, growing a lead. And the fact that Samsung stayed within touching distance of gold throughout the mid game was actually winning for Samsung.
Well, it was heartbreaking for me watching the lack of synergy between Cloud9, particularly the ganks in the mid lane. We would have liked to see, once again, Meteos punishing Crown without any summoners, but it just didn't happen. The synergy with the Orianna and the Zac, as cool as it is to see those two champions together, when they pull it off right, they never did it, and that's the kind of play that you need to be making if you're looking to advance to the semifinals and make a run for a world contender. Cloud9 didn't have any of that except for one play in the entire series, and that was with Sneaky and Meteos synergy. And if you just don't have that with any lanes, you're not going to get too far.
And while we talk about C9 being in the position to push the pace here in this game, it was Samsung's ability to strike back in the moment that really pushed them forward, which is showcased in our replay, brought to you by Acer. Top lane here, C9 being the aggressors, but completely turned by Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, and this started off with the great ultimate from Core JJ. He brings in Ambition, and Sneaky doesn't have any way of retreating. Ambition was always in the right place at the right time. But then you also look at the continuation of this fight. Down on the bottom side, you can see the Poppy actually interrupts the teleport coming in from the Jace. That puts Meteos, even though he's able to get 2 kills, in a pretty positive position, but they're able to stop the teleport, and it means Poppy can come in later on the extended fight.
Yeah, and once he stops it, he's able to take the bottom turret and then use the wards that were placed earlier by Core JJ to TP to the top side, and they just need to stall out here. You know you can tank the turret safely with the time can't. Just wait for the Poppy to get in. They do just that, and even though Jensen mispositions a little bit, there really isn't anything for him to do. They're going to get killed.
Well, you talk about the top lane matchup also, the Poppy versus Jace, another solo kill for CuVee in a tough matchup in this game. It's 2 times, not just this time we saw, but there was also a second interrupt on those big teleport plays. So CuVee, once again, really lighting up the rift.
Yeah, and I want to continue and hammer that point there, because CuVee is going to be the player who picks up our MVP for the series here. And really, I mean, highlight reel for him. You mentioned the solo kills. I mean, 6 solo kills coming into this series, 5 tonight. I mean, that's absolute insanity.
And I touched on this play, on his development, on his Smeb-esque roots. I mean, think about it. He was actually having a very average LCK summer till they finally beat KT. He was the only player to lose all 19 games in that streak. He kind of finally overcame that unstoppable objective in taking down Someday. And since then, he's been a new player. He's taken his play to a different level, and he's been right up there. It used to be Duke, Someday, Smeb. These are the 3 top lane Korean gods. CuVee's not ready to join that list just yet, but damn if he's not really close.
And 3 super solid games on 3 different champions with fairly varying playstyles. This guy not only showed dominance, but he did it on a multitude of champions.
Exactly. What I loved about his play today is that he had everything. He stopped TPs, he had great TPs, amazing team fights, solo kills, roams, you name it. He was doing everything for the team, and what more would you want out of a top laner?
He was just one of the 5 members that was victorious today, and with their win, Samsung Galaxy takes the first spot in next week's semifinals. quarterfinals. They'll face the winner of Sunday's series between Europe's H2K and the LCL's Albus Nox. And gentlemen, as we look at this bracket with the dominance showing the Samsung Galaxy put up, you've already mentioned they're probably front runners for this side of the bracket to go to the finals. But I mean, if I'm H2K or Albus Nox, I am terrified of even advancing to face them.
And Samsung continues to answer questions. I asked at the start of the day whether or not they could switch over from being underdogs to being prohibitive favorites. And I think, yes, they absolutely can. Can they play more champions than they've shown? Absolutely. They can actually play multiple different styles. They're looking better and better as this thing goes on, and we're still with the very small sample size. So that's the question they have to consistently answer, is whether or not they can maintain this exceptional level of play.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Pacific, as we head to the other side of the bracket for a best-of-5 between reigning champions SK Telecom T1 and the LPL's Royal Never Give Up. So, gentlemen, preliminary thoughts on this matchup tomorrow.
I mean, I'm going to say Uzi's words. I'm going to be surprised if RNG can take a game off SKT. They look incredible. They look like such a strong team that is able to play an incredible amount of styles as well on top of champions, and that's just something that you cannot take for granted.
I mean, if you let SKT play the game, you do not often win. This has been the history of League of Legends, but RNG have the skill and can play that really aggressive style on their day to actually take a game early and snowball a win from SKT. So I think RNG can take a single game, but betting against SKT this tournament is an uphill battle.
I think it's highly unlikely, but Mata also said if Uzi was on this team, we would beat SKT at MSI. Uzi is now on that team, but it's still highly unlikely because of the level SKT is playing at and the inconsistency RNG showed.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of contradictory. We've got Uzi's statement and Mata's statement, both of them kind of at odds with each other. But be sure to stick around after tonight's show because Quick Shot, Clement, and Azael will recap today's series and preview tomorrow's quarterfinal clash in another edition of Worlds Tonight. Now, for us, though, it's time to sign off. So for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you all for joining us here in the Windy City, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Chicago, it's time to meet tonight's quarterfinal contestants. Are you ready for some League of Legends?
Shockwave in the mid lane, petrifying out of Jensen. He flashes. Oh! It comes up with a clockwork windup. It looks like they turned the trigger on for this one. CuVee teleports to the bot lane. Jensen gets melted. Smoothie's going to be the next target in the eyes of Samsung Galaxy.
Just keep up the communication, no tilting.
Yeah, focus our game and then trust our practice. We are good.
다시 높은 것 같아. Two down now. Jensen, 60 seconds on the clock. Smoothie just gets auto down by Ruler.
Time to reverse sweep.
Yes, we've got him right where we want him.
Yeah. They've fallen into our trap.
Smoothie's flash just went down. The rinse and repeat works. And that's the verdict as well that calls for Sneaky to go down on the engage. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on to the semifinals at Madison Square Garden.
to be the next target in the eyes of Samsung Galaxy? And can they bring the universe down on Meteos' head? Yes, they can. Hideaway flashed out by Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom on 3 members. The shockwave from Crown, and Cloud9 is melting. Smoothie's flash just went down. The rinse and repeat works. And that's the verdict as well that calls for Sneaky. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on to the semifinals at Madison Square Garden.
Good evening and welcome to Worlds Tonight. We're here from the Chicago Theater. My name's Quickshot and I am joined by Clement and Azael as we break down today's action and look a little bit forward. And Clement, Samsung Galaxy, they came out the gate swinging today.
They looked amazing. We're looking at 3 teams in the Korean semifinals right now.
Yeah, and I mean, C9 on the other side, they lost as a team. They just looked outclassed.
Yeah, they really did. Let's start by taking a look at how those games actually rolled out. Starting with game 1 of the day, it was a 27-minute slugfest, but it was Cloud9 that were taking every single punch.
Yeah, and C9, you know, they had an okay start, but it's this gank was not followed up on properly there by Smoothie, mistimed. Crown's able to turn around a 1v3 to get the first blood, a solo kill, and this was really kind of a sign of things to come. Jensen did have a little bit of a fight back here where he was able to get a solo kill of his own, but C9 was never able to capitalize on the fact that Crown was missing summoners. And you know, as it came later into the game, Samsung, as I said, they win as a team. These guys were so well coordinated. They worked very well together the entire game, and they're able to pick up an ace. They're able to take the Baron and close out this game pretty quickly.
It just felt so desperate for Cloud9. Yeah. They end up losing, as you mentioned, 27 minutes on the clock. Going back, resetting, jumping into game 2, the game was a little longer. Cloud9 had a much earlier game strategy, Clement, but it still didn't work out.
Yeah, the teams, when C9 was looking at it, they said, like, it must have been the carries, so they swapped positions on the carries, but the laning phase still goes the same. You see right here, Ruler's just outclassing Sneaky in this entire series. At minute 27, everything was pretty even, but watch CuVee's engage right here. He gets 4-man on the cannon ultimate, and then Crown comes in, another 4-man shockwave, and this game is just pretty much over from there. They pick up the Baron, and at 31 minutes, this is like C9's last fight. You see Samsung Galaxy going a little too aggressive, actually gets 2 of their players killed, but it's a little too late for C9 to really mount a comeback. At minute 38 right here, you see Samsung going for the final push, and again, this is the Ruler show. He's sidestepping things, he's dodging skill shots, and he just finishes really surprisingly and super strong.
And this is where the Cloud9 trap card was supposed to activate, meant to reverse sweep. It happens not this time, Azael.
No, it really didn't, and a lot of North American fans are hoping for it, but I mean, Cloud9 showed some signs of life in this game. They were actually almost 2,000 gold ahead just from laning phase. They were doing very well, but then they got too overconfident. They gave up kills, and this is, you know, one of those times where CuVee was able to stop Jace's TP. He's able to join in this fight later. They were able to get a lot of kind of return kills because C9 was going over aggressive, and while C9 did fight it out, you can see the scoreboard 14-5 at that point, and 31 minutes into the game. This is where it all kind of went tragic for C9. Samsung was able to chase them down and really clean that one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it seemed like a really one-sided affair here today. So the first of the Korean teams advances to the semifinals. They will be facing off against H2K versus Albus Nox Luna. That's going to be an interesting matchup on Sunday.
I'm really looking forward to the support matchup. I think that's going to be the, like, realistically speaking, the closest matchup, and they're both Zyra players, Liquid versus Core JJ.
For me, the big story is also in the bot lane, but it's about the AD carries. Forgiven has been having an amazing tournament. A Miracle has statistically been the worst AD carry in the entire tournament. I think this one is going to go for H2K.
All right, so that will be taking place on Sunday. Tomorrow, however, we will see SK Telecom taking on Royal Never Give Up. Azael, what do you attribute that game to be decided? Who's going to win and win?
It's as a team. I don't think it's about the solo lanes. I don't think it's about those individual advantages. SKT has shown they can play all kinds of different drafts, and they can show that they can play them so well. It's just hard to find a hole in their game right now.
On an individual level, I actually think RNG has some chances. Mata against Wolf and MLXG against Bang, or maybe Blank, or maybe Bengi. But overall, just following Azael's point, I think SKT's going to come out ahead.
We will talk a little bit more about that. I want to hear why you say so. Everybody at home, if you are still watching within the client, be sure to jump over to youtube.com/LOL esports as we're going to continue the discussion about today and looking forward. All right, and welcome back to Worlds Tonight from the Chicago Theater. Before we look forward, before we talk about some of the more exciting stuff, let's start with a sad note. Azael, Cloud9, they're out of the tournament. maybe it was a surprise for them to even make quarterfinals.
Yeah.
But I thought they were going to put up more of a fight today.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly was hoping that they were, but I can't say I was super surprised with the result. I think that Samsung on the last day of group stages, they looked incredible. C9 kind of limped into the quarterfinals a little bit here, and although C9 had some good individual performances, they had some laning advantages. Samsung just played so much better as a team, and to me, CuVee was the catalyst to winning all 3 games. The first game, he's smashing him on Echo. Game 2, it's that Ken and TP. Game 3, Poppy solo kills. This guy was doing everything.
I mean, but hang on now. Impact was meant to be the saving star here. So why did CuVee make Impact look so mediocre?
I think like Impact played over-aggressive at times. Sometimes his bot lane was pushing in, they're taking tower, but then he's just trying to shove the wave in when he doesn't have mana and gets solo killed right here. Like, this is just a CuVee highlight right here. This is game 1. You see him on 3 different matchups, winning all 3 of them. Some of these shouldn't even be won. Like, Poppy should be down CS. He's actually getting a solo kill right there. And also the teleport play from CuVee was spot on.
It just felt like Impact didn't have much today. He wasn't really on his game. Sneaky was caught out of position a bunch. It felt to me as though Jensen was the only player that really showed up here in Chicago.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. I think that it's tough for Sneaky, partly because of the compositions and partly because they're so far behind against kind of bulldozer type teams with Poppy and Olaf. But Jensen showed up as far as laning phase. He actually won both sides of the Orianna Cassiopeia, getting a solo kill, and then completely dominated him again in game 3 as far as laning phase goes. But you know, the team play was just so much better for Samsung that the advantages in mid lane never really mattered.
Yeah, it didn't show through. Let's take a closer look at CoreJJ. This is a support that sort of transformed Samsung Galaxy, not only in their regional league, but even here on the world stage. Samsung looks like a world finalist contender with that play. I've even heard some people saying the best showing team at Worlds. Do you think that's fair?
I think that's fair. They won every game with CoreJJ in the group stages when he was playing, and he's good on so many different champions. I think his Zyra play was very good. He brought out the Tahm Kench that saved so many summoners for Samsung in this play. And right over here, he just plays the laning phase so well with Ruler, and props to Ruler too for having a great day.
Yeah, CoreJJ showed up in a big way. I mean, Karma, Jhin, they were killing a Sneaky over and over in lane. The Tahm Kench was almost a hard carry performance from a support. He was like 4-0-8, and he saved, what, like 20 people, 30 people that game? It was ridiculous.
It absolutely felt that way. Completely dominant game. Now, of course, that does mean Samsung Galaxy advance to New York, where they will take the stage in the Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the world. Who are they going to face off against? We talked very briefly about H2K and ANX. I want to hear your opinions. This is a matchup that's happening on Sunday, so let's not go too deep, but, you know, what's going to be the deciding factor, Clement?
Well, I think it's probably going to be H2K right here. Like, that comes out. I really want to see ANX, but it's going to be H2K. And I think
why?
Well, overall, I think they're stronger players in general, and I think Ryu has been playing a lot better performance. When you win all 3 lanes, like, ANX has to pull off some crazy stuff to get back into the game, and I don't think just on the individual laning phase they're going to get past H2K. H2K are not going to let them do that.
One of the things that has made H2K look so successful is their ability to not only win lanes, but they're always pushing in all lanes. They have so much aggression, so much kind of map presence because of this, and it allows Forgiven to play so aggressive in bot lane. He's always shoving in his opponents. He's always up massively in CS, and this guy I just think severely outclasses a Miracle, and that's why I think it's gonna be a tough matchup for ANX.
All right, so let's assume then H2K win this. Assume they don't tilt, which is something they have done many times before, right? So everything goes to plan on Sunday. H2K taking on Samsung Galaxy in Madison Square Garden. Okay, I'll give you a second. What do you think of that, Isaiah?
I mean, how do you favor any team above Samsung that's coming from this side of the bracket right now after what they did to C9 tonight? I think it's really, really tough to say that H2K is a favorite against them. Do I think that H2K has the potential to put up a better fight and maybe make it a close series? Yeah, but I can't favor them over Samsung.
What if H2K shows up from Sunday last week that went 4-0, they took down EDG twice, that had great lanes? You really think that's that big of a difference?
I actually think H2K is going to win. Like, when we look at this, Samsung has been ahead in all 3 games just from the laning phase. They don't look that good when they're coming from behind. We saw this in the Gauntlet as well against Africa. They didn't come behind, basically. They're not aggressive enough to make those moves. So I actually think H2K is going to ride the wave from the start and actually just finish the games.
We rarely get split opinions on the analyst, so I'm not going to let you go further. I'm going to leave this as is, and we'll see how the results play out. I want to talk about tomorrow, though, because it is, of course, going to be an incredibly hype matchup. SK Telecom taking on Royal Never Give Up. SKT are the heavy favorites. You guys already mentioned that earlier in the show. So what does Royal have to do right tomorrow to win?
To me, it's all about individual performances. Like you talked about, I think individually, RNG has some advantages and can have advantages. They can look for outplays. These are guys who are explosive players, who are very aggressive players. I mean, look no further than Uzi in some of his performances. Hard carry performance against TSM, hard carry performance, probably the most dominant AD carry performance I've ever seen against Splice. This guy can get kills early, and he can take over a game single-handedly. So I think it's about individual performances for RNG. That has to be their way in.
I really want to talk about the stylistic differences. Like, RNG is a team that's so focused on the bot lane, and on the flip side, SKT wants to play really defensive. So if RNG actually can get ahead and push that matchup in their favor, I think there might be a chance, not a huge one.
And that said, it's going to be hard to do it. Bang almost never dies. This guy's so consistent, always has incredible KDA. So it's a big ask for Uzi to smash that lane, but if he could do it, who knows?
I've heard a lot of people saying RNG are good enough to take a game of SKT. Let's assume the individual players show up. Let's assume they can smash the bottom lane. Is it enough to take SKT in a best of 5?
No.
I think it's always possible. I mean, we have seen SKT coming into Worlds didn't look as strong, you know, jungle issues and stuff. If RNG really does show up on all lanes, they're all firing they're playing at their top level. Yes, it's possible. I think it's always possible. But do I see it happening? No, I don't.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Let's get one final comment about the junglers, because I feel like Blank and Bengi have been quieter, let me say, than some of the other junglers at the tournament. And MLXG, I was expecting more from. So what do you think about the junglers and how they could interact in terms of the matchup?
Well, I think a lot depends on which side the mid lane is pushing. MLXG has said this as well. Like, his performance is directly influenced by if Xiaohu is good on the day, and he's against FLICKR right now. So I think a lot of that is going to be mitigated.
It's also tough because MLXG and Xiaohu both have not really been looking nearly as good as they did at MSI and stuff. If this was MSI, Xiaohu, and MLXG, and you have that same roster performing at that level, and then you add Uzi, then I actually agree with Mata's statement that they could maybe beat SKT. But this is not the same team we saw at MSI. They're not performing at the same level, and because of that, it's hard to see them winning.
Zale, Mata said they can win. Uzi said he'll be surprised if they take a game. What is your prediction for tomorrow? And give me a score.
I mean, I'm going with Uzi because that's the most recent prediction, right? Yep. Mata's was back in MSI when they were performing very differently. I agree with Uzi. I think they're going to get smashed 3-0.
Clement, prediction and score?
I'm going to go 3-1 for SKT. I think RNG can pull off one surprise game if they like sub in Blank and they just like destroy him, but otherwise I don't see it.
All right, so my analysts favor SK Telecom. That game will kick off tomorrow, 5 p.m. Chicago time. I don't know where that is in America. I think it's Central. You guys figure it out over at lolesports.com. We will be back at 3 Pacific. We're going to kick off SK Telecom versus RNG.
Smoothie's going to be the next target in the eyes of Samsung Galaxy. And can they bring the universe down on Meteos' head? Yes, they can. Hideaway flashed out by Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom on 3 members. The shockwave from Crown. And Cloud9 is melting. Smoothie's flash just went down. The rinse and repeat works. And that's the verdict as well that calls for Sneaky. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on to the